exclusive full match commentary of West Ham versus Everton.
Coverage from 2:30, kickoff 3 p.m.
On talkSPORT 2. On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app and on your smart speaker.
International Cricket Live, the West Indies versus England in the third ODI.
It's a claim for a catch, he's got him!
On talkSPORT 2.
Good afternoon wherever you are in the world. Welcome to live coverage from Barbados, where England and West Indies are set for what should be another hugely exciting game of ODI cricket. The series set at 1 apiece. It's a winner-takes-all series decider, and it's live on talkSPORT 2.
Matthew Ford goes in. Liam Livingstone comes down the pitch to meet him. Hits to mid-off. It's straight to the fielder. England take the single. They win by 5 wickets with 16 balls to spare.
We haven't won a series in ODI cricket for a period of time, so that's exciting as well. To be sat here with you in Barbados, boys are really excited, so that's the main priority, to be honest.
Seals in outside of off stump. Livingston's gone for this one. Still going. Gone! 6 runs over extra cover.
I don't think there's many players in this team that you could go through who they're doing a great job right now. I think that's the reality of it, because we've not played a lot of 50 over cricket.
The West Indies scored the highest total on this ground about 3 hours ago. England have just usurped it to win this game.
To be able to hopefully sit here tomorrow evening and say we can potentially win a series here in Barbados with a young team, and it'll be incredibly special.
So much to look forward to over the course of the next 8 or 9 hours or so. I'm John Norman, alongside the former England fast bowler Steve Harmison, Philo, Wallace, the former West Indies batter, and also I'm delighted to say Barry Wilkinson, our old mate, is back where he should be, in the commentary box at the Kensington Oval. Is home from home, a proud Barbadian, and he's alongside Roland Butcher as well, who represented England back in the day, is a well-known figure and voice of cricket, both in Barbados and in England. Barry, you first. Welcome back, my friend. You well?
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm doing fantastic. It's so good to be in Bridgetown, Barbados. The weather is not great, but it's not bad either. You've got some sun, some clouds are in the distance, but what is missing is a very big crowd. The crowd is not big at all. And I think I'm just a little worried that we're not going to get perhaps more than, 2,000 here today. A lot of English fans, but very few, if any, West Indians. And I think Roland Butcher, who's here with me, will be surprised to see that, Roland, we are at Kensington and we're not seeing any West Indians.
Yeah, Barry, first of all, good afternoon to you and John and all of our listeners. Yes, it's a lovely day weather-wise in terms of plenty of sunshine. But as you said, Barry, the signs so far are not great in terms of spectatorship. There are some lines outside of English fans, but I think the local fans, we're not seeing them at all.
Someone jokingly said to me, there are more England people, there are more Barbadians in the England team than there are Barbadians at the game.
Well, that's the norm.
You've got Jacob Method and Joffer Archer too, and there are no Barbadians. There are more England, more Barbadians than the England team. Is that amazing?
Don't forget Phil Salt as well.
And Phil Salt, well, yeah, honorary Barbadian.
Oh, he's a Barbadian.
The pitch looks a peach. I've got to tell you, though, if anything, which is the most important aspect of this entire contest, is the pitch looks really, really good. I think this could be full of runs, and I expect, Roland, who wins the toss, you reckon that they will bat first, or you think the dew factor might come in, even though it's early, starting at 2 o'clock local time?
I think, Barry, the pitch, as you said, it looks quite flat from here, but as you know, pitches here at Kensington Oval, sometimes looks can be deceiving. We're hoping that this is going to be a good cricket pitch, with plenty of runs and lots of action. I think West Indies of late certainly believe that they're a chasing team. I think if they win the toss, they will want to field and chase. I don't think England will have a difficulty in batting first or bowling first. So I think the onus really is in what West Indies will do.
So the players are just having a bit of a toss-up there, indeed, at the ground. They're just warming up. Lots of the England bowlers are taking in their runs. And we also see the West Indians doing some fielding drills at the moment. We still await the squad for the T20s, which everyone has been wondering, when is that going to be announced? Is Nicholas Purana going to be playing? We don't know. But the feel is that the 50 over has not caught the attention, unfortunately, like the T20s. And that's why perhaps we're seeing this apathy of spectators at the ground. One good thing, like I said, besides the pitch, is that the whole vibe at Kensington remains very much of the T20 World Cup vintage, where we had such a great T20 World Cup, so we still got those high-rising stands. I know when John Norman was here last, we didn't have those stands. John might get lost if he comes to Kensington. There's some wonderful hospitality suites now, the right side of the media centre, and just every vantage point has been taken up now by seats, and that hasn't gone down.
Very much so. I think, John, the only downside at the moment is there's about 2 people in that stand. It's probably the biggest stand here at Kensington.
Yeah, you're right. There's the Mount. There's I think, is there a pool in there this time? Yeah, there's a pool. No, the pool has no water, so they haven't put any water in the pool. But we're going to get some rain, so I think that will be solved by the time.
So you're saying that there's good news and bad news. It's going to rain, but it'll fill up the swimming pool.
Correct. You got that right.
Brilliant.
We had rain earlier, John. I know this morning when I spoke with you, Barbados was flooded with sunshine, and then an hour later, lots of rain. So now it's in between. I can look in the distance just to the west and see that it's well set up for rain, but there is some sunshine at the ground, so it's a bit of a balance. Having said that, the DJ is playing his tunes. You don't get that feel of the old Carolina that we usually get when England are here. I'm not hearing it yet. But that's because...
That's a good thing, right?
The spectators, like I said, there are only about, 500-600 spectators here so far. We expect that to build. I'm not quite sure that all the England fans have really come down on this occasion.
Well, we shall see.
There's not really much of a buzz, and I think you can understand that, because if you think of the amount of cricket over this last year, particularly, this is about England's 3rd visit to the Caribbean within this year. You've had a T20 World Cup. There really has been a lot going on. And then obviously in England you had a full 2 series of Test cricket in England. You had the Olympics, Paris Olympics. The English fans really have been asked to do a lot. And they'll be also thinking that coming up soon you've got India next summer in England. Then you've got the Ashes. There's a lot. For a relatively small group of spectators, even if it's 10,000, 20,000. To keep asking them to dig in and come again. But some have made the attempt to come to the Caribbean. As I look over to my left, I can just see them coming in.
All right, so John, at the moment, no tosses yet, of course. The pitch looks a peach. The outfield needs a bit of work. There was an event here, so it's not the lovely, lush green outfield you're going to see on your television sets later on. There is some patches. But the good news is that we should have a prompt start, and the players are getting ready for the toss, which should be in just about 20 minutes' time. We'll keep you updated right here live at Kensington Oval.
Brilliant stuff. Thank you very much. That's Barry Wilkinson and the former England international, Roland Butcher. I'm John Norman, as I say. Steve Harmison's alongside me, Philo Wallace. I mean, what I love about all cricket is at the start of a series, you have all these questions. There are a lot of questions about this England side, Steve Harmison. But one of the questions that was answered, and in some style, was Liam Livingstone at the back end of that second ODI, or throughout the second ODI. He was dropped from this side not that long ago, and now here he is captaining and providing the fans that have arrived with ample illustration of just why the England management have rated him so highly for so long.
Yeah, good afternoon, John. Yeah, when you look at Liam, it's such a hard one with Liam Livingstone because, I mean, he did get dropped for the Australia before the Australia series, and few would say rightly so. I've been one of Liam's big critics, but also one of his big backers as well, because I think he never really had a definitive role in this side. It was always that bits and pieces. He's a little bit of a bowler, a little bit of a batter. He batted at number 7. He was brought in the team to try and hit quick runs and big runs, i.e. facing 12, 15, 20 balls, not that many in T20 cricket, and see if he can make a difference of a strike rate of around 175, 200. And I think he played like that. I don't think he was... And I think because he was getting out in such a fashion, which, I mean, getting caught in the deep and not scoring the numbers he would like or you would expect him to get. I think when you looked at scorecards, you just see Liam Livingstone not get very many runs again. I just think you've got to look at the circumstances. And I think when he got left out and got brought back into the Australian series, it was, this is your definitive role. We're going to bat you at number 5. You're going to stay there and you're going to play like a proper player. I mean, not like somebody who is going to win the game for us in the space of 15, 20 balls. And I think because of that responsibility, he's got the captaincy. And I think because of that, in this series, he is an experienced player, leader of men. And, I mean, there was a couple of times when I was watching on Saturday, because I wasn't obviously commentating, but I was watching it on the TV, and I'm going, just don't give it away. I really just don't want you to give it away. And he didn't. And that, for me, was the sign of the responsibility.
But it's also a surprise, isn't it? And actually, it was interesting. Sam Curran, after the second ODI, said that they learnt from the mistakes from that first one. He said about just being there at the end. I mean, it's not exactly rocket science, that. But the fact is, you're right. I was waiting for it to.
I thought he would give it away.
Yeah.
I'm thinking he gets to 75. He's going to chip it up. Yeah, he's going to take his applause, walk off. Whether England win or whether they lose, Liam's had a good day. But the sign of somebody who goes all the way, takes it to the end, wins the game for his team, walks off with a stump in hand and celebrates a victory. I just think the responsibility's been given over the course of the last 4 or 5 months in white ball cricket and 50-over cricket for England, I think really came to the fore in that mature innings at the end, because in the modern day 50-over game now, it is a little bit when Noel Morgan came in, it's like your role is in the side to do that and you just do it. If you put us under pressure by getting out, the next person's just going to come in and play his way. And sometimes, his way hasn't always fitted into the team ethos of getting a team to the point of victory, then getting it over the line. You've seen so many times in modern day white ball cricket, 50-over cricket, where teams are absolutely cruising it, and within 8 overs, they've lost the game. And you scratch your head and go, how on earth have you just done that? But I think it's happened more and more. And the beauty about, for me, Liam Livingstone the other night, Sam Curran alongside him, he's seen it through. And that is, it's like when you watch a player get a Test 100 for the first time, it's a light-on moment.
Yeah.
And I think that was Liam Livingstone's light-on moment.
Brilliant. We're going to be hearing from Philo Wallace in a second, but let's hear from the England all-rounder Sam Curran. He scored a half-century in Saturday's win in the second ODI. Ahead of today's game here on talkSPORT 2, he's been speaking to Cameron Ponsonby.
Sam, 1-1 series decider. How are you feeling?
Yeah, really good. Obviously, fantastic ground, beautiful sunny day here in Barbados with looks like to be a lot of English fans out, which is great. We always get a lot of support here in Barbados. So, yeah, 1-1 in the series. Really excited.
And just how special a venue is this to come and play out? I know you're obviously a big cricket fan yourself. To be able to walk out playing international cricket at the Kensington Oval, how special is that?
Yeah, it's really special. It's a great ground. Like I said, we always get really supported really well here, and pretty small ground compared to Antigua, I guess. So hopefully, nice high-scoring game, and we put on a show for the fans. But yeah, 1-1 in a series in Barbados. Nice sunny day, it doesn't get much better.
Have you had any discussion about what the conditions are like, what are you guys expecting, how are you guys expecting today to play out?
Yeah, obviously changes a bit from the second game being a day-night game, I guess, but the wicket looks pretty good. I guess the team that probably wins the toss may look to bowl and chase under lights, I guess, but you never know. Whichever team adjusts first, I guess it's pretty warm. The wicket looks tad dry, so maybe a bit of spin, but we don't know until that first one goes down.
Sam, best of luck today.
Cheers, thanks.
Well, that first one will go down in about 45 minutes. Philo Wallace, the former West Indies batter, is with me. Good afternoon to you, mate. It's lovely to have you back. I suppose England would prefer a flat track. They have been described as flat track bullies. I wouldn't say that myself, but we do know that on high-scoring pitches, it's usually where their strengths lie. But how would you assess the conditions? But also, what are the conditions that you think will suit West Indies a little better than England?
Good afternoon, John, Steve, and all the listeners. Last night I was on a radio program and we had the head curator, Winston Reid, a former Barbados left-arm spinner. Actually, I had the privilege of captaining Winston, very, very good spinner. And he said that the pitch is going to be a belter.
Oh.
Obviously, these surfaces at the Oval, Kensington Oval in Bridgetown, Barbados, were relayed just before the T20 World Cup. No cricket was played on them for about 3 or 4 months, and the World Cup was like a trial and error. But during the CPL, the pitches started to get better. Even during the World Cup as well, they started to get better the more cricket that was being played on them. And a lot of cricket has been played at Kensington Oval. We had some 50-over trial matches for Barbados. I thought that the pitches are settled down now. And this pitch, he said, is going to be even. There'll be something in for the batsmen and the bowlers, and he expects it to last the 100 overs. So I think it should be a good belter. I think that when you look at a surface of this quality at Kensington Oval, you should get an access to 250 once the batters are prepared to bat and the bowlers are prepared to bend their backs and put in the hard work.
Brilliant stuff. It's that kind of inside knowledge, Philo, that gets you in the big seat alongside the big man, Steve Harmison.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Look, we're going to be lots of hearing from Philo, Wallace, Steve Harmison as well, and David Bumble Lloyd will be joining us very, very shortly. Toss in about 14 minutes time here on talkSPORT 2. Live and exclusive coverage on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel as well of the third of 3 ODIs. The series is 1 apiece. It's all to play for tonight here between the West Indies and England.
Every ball, every run, and every wicket. International cricket live. The West Indies versus England in the third ODI.
Driven and caught! What a catch! On talkSPORT 2.
You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of the third ODI between West Indies and England here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Welcome one and all. I'm John Norman, alongside me Steve Harmison, a man who tasted rare Test success in this part of the world, and the former England coach and batter David Bumble Lloyd. Great to see you, Bumble. want to talk about wicketkeepers for the next little bit before we wait for the teams and the toss, because a little bit of news this week. Phil Salt will keep wicket ahead of Joss Buttler, who returns for the T20s. Buttler will, the skipper, will bat only. But also the central contracts, the Test central contracts were announced in the last 7 days or so, and one of the names missing was Ben Foakes. So he has not been given a central contract. And we also know that Jamie Smith, who came in ahead of his Surrey teammate and played very well during the summer, is going to miss the New Zealand series coming up. So it means that Jordan Cox will keep wicket in New Zealand. So the question for you both, and I'll start with you, Bumble, is where does that leave the game in regard to wicket keepers, especially when you factor in the fact that the coach was a wicket keeper himself, and yet seems to have prioritised the batting even more than what we've seen possibly in the last few years.
You got the two best blokes here to talk about wicket keeping, Harmison and myself, and we're talking about McCullum. When you think about McCullum, he also got rid of the gloves from time to time. He would come back as a wicket keeper, and so you're talking really about the balance of the side. There will be the purists who say you've always got to play your best wicket keeper. Interesting, an opening ball here. I work with an exceptional opening bowler, world-class Michael Holding, who was quite adamant that you need your best wicket keeper. I'm not in that camp. I think you need to balance the side, and the complications that you've just described there with England, there are that many complications. Jamie Smith missing in New Zealand, birth of a child, that never used to happen, but it's the modern way. I've got 4 kids and was told that this is nothing to do with you, out you go. For a week, you keep out the way. It's totally different now. Ben Cox will keep wicket, who doesn't keep wicket. I can't see that he keeps wicket anywhere, but he's going to have a go. Johnny Bairstow's got a central contract and doing nothing, and so it's a mix that's complicated. But with a coach's hat on, I'll say that always I'm looking to balance the side, and you might not have your best wicket keeper because the rest of the team isn't good enough.
You're a fast bowler, or a former fast bowler, Harmy. Did you always just want the best keeper behind the stumps?
No.
Bearing in mind, Alex Stewart, who was a player under you, Bumble, wasn't necessarily the best keeper, was he?
No, I think it's like anything in life, you can't have everything. So you'd want the best keeper, you want the best player for your team, and you want the best batter. So I agree. I think the last bit that you've just said there about the side being good enough, and if your top 6 isn't good enough, you'll go with the best batter, keeper. I think there's an element in that. When you look at 2 or 3 of the England players, I mean, Kevin Peterson was on social media recently of what Ricky Ponting said. You know, if you average 35 in Test cricket, or in first-class cricket, your mum and dad bought you a basketball and you had to go and play that. And but the modern day average is coming down for the top 6. So I think there is an element of not good enough, so we have to have the best batter that keeps. And I don't know about you, Bumble, on this one, but having watched Jamie Smith throughout the summer, I actually think he's a good wicketkeeper.
I'm exactly the same about Alex Stewart, who you mentioned. Very adequate, no frills, didn't miss the ball, 8,000 Test match runs. So there's your balance. I'm going to think about the Ashes of yesteryear. I worked with Shane Warne also. Adam Gilchrist was nowhere near the best wicketkeeper in Australia. Nowhere near. And what a world-class player he was.
He wasn't very... but when he come out at number 7 as a bowler, I mean...
There you go.
I'd have taken an average wicketkeeper... I mean, a good wicketkeeper every time, an average batter. But I think this... I don't know about you, Bumble, and John, you watch England all the time. I look at it, this conversation's come more and more because... Let's be fair, Johnny Bairstow was injured during the Ashes. We picked a wicketkeeper in the Ashes who was nowhere near fit to keep wicket. Now, if Johnny Bairstow hadn't had the golf injury, I don't think the wicketkeeper magnifying how difference between Ben Foakes and everybody else, I don't think we'd be having that conversation. Because I don't think it would have been magnified as how Johnny Bairstow wasn't up to that Ashes because he wasn't fit. He simply wasn't fit enough to keep wicket But because, again, we'll come back to the fact that England, probably top 6, wasn't good enough, that they had to find a place for Bairstow, and they ended up giving him the gloves.
And he'd be desperate, unbelievably desperate to play. And when you look at what he did, Johnny Bairstow, from Test match cricket, 12 Test match centuries. 12 Test match centuries. But what is he now, Johnny Bairstow? 33, 34 maybe? And I've seen England have got a problem, number 3, big time. In Test match cricket we're talking, they need a number 3. And this, on social media, James Vince has been bandied about. Now he's going to be 34 this coming summer.
In trying to answer the potential number 3 problem that England do have, although they will not admit that they do, are they just foregoing the wicketkeeper position? Because it seems like Jordan Cox is in the side. If he scores a lot of runs, then maybe he's going to put pressure on Ollie Pope. In terms of the wicket-keeping position, now, bearing in mind, when Matt Pryor came into the Test side, there were criticisms about him as well.
He got dropped, didn't he?
He did get dropped, and he had to come back again.
I was at the other end batting with him in goal when Stuart's debut, when he got 70. I mean, he was out on his feet. You were probably commentating, Bumble. And back in the studio, right at the end of the day, he dropped 2 catches off Ryan Sidebottom, and it was the Bob Willis, Dyer, Pryor, and Matt got dropped off the back of that.
So that was about 2007.
That was 2008. Was it 2007? 2008.
It would have been 7.
Yeah. But he come back a better character and a better player and a better wicketkeeper.
Fitter.
Yeah. That was the key.
And Alex Stewart became a better wicketkeeper as he went on as well, didn't he?
Absolutely fine, Alex Stewart. Captain the side as well. Got a great brain, great astute cricket brain, and a cricket man, very, very thorough. But you've got Jack Russell as well. I'm a great mate of Jack's. He's a fabulous bloke, Jack. Wonderful wicketkeeper. By and large, the rest of the team wasn't good enough to have Jack in.
One of the elements of wicket-keeping, which I don't know gets talked about quite as much, is the mental side of the game. And I've been quite interested in Jamie Smith this summer because, I mean, if you think he's been keeping well, it's good enough for me. But what effect does it have on him in terms of his batting returns? You know, it's just being in that position, and he's a new player. You know, he's making his debut. He's playing in an in a position of the field that he's not used to, and he's being asked to bat. That again, when you fast forward to an Ashes campaign or India during the summer, that must surely have an effect on you as series go on.
Well, it probably does. I mean, you'd need a wicket-keeper to answer that, but there's an opportunity there, and I think Smith has been fabulous for England. And the selectors, they don't take punts with players. They don't. This Jacob Bethel that we're seeing now, 21 years of age, he's good enough to play, and he'll only get better by playing. Now, I haven't seen anything in Cox, but I'm not going to criticise because I'll back these selectors or McCullum and Stokes. That's the man. And I'll go right the way back to Duncan Fletcher, with a lad who was sort of in the doldrums, and he'd been in England under 19s captain, who I had him out in the West Indies. Marcus Trescothick goes back to Somerset. They use him as a first change bowler and bat him at number 8. Duncan Fletcher, as coach of Glamorgan, sees him, becomes England coach. He got 30. We'll have him in, and he's a fabulous player. They're not taking a punt. These are cricket brains. You look at Harmison. When he's playing at Durham, the size of him, the awkwardness, the pace, might be a bit wayward, the pace at 6'6", will have him in. I'm not looking at a shed load of stats and he's got to be averaging this and that. If you've got a cricket brain, you'll back the player, you'll look at the player. Now, I'm not going to criticise Cox, but I haven't seen him do anything. But plenty of people have.
And the one to finish on Smith, the reason why he was brought in, and I think we could see this very, very soon. A bit like what you had with Alex Stewart and Andrew Flintoff. It wouldn't surprise me, by the time the Ashes comes round in Australia, why Smith came in, why Ben identified, and what the role he wanted that, and he didn't think Ben Foakes could do, was to bat with the tail, and bat with the top order, but bat with the tail, and take the game away from the opposition, Adam Gilchrist style. It would not surprise me by the time we turn up to Perth, first Test match in Australia, that Jamie Smith bats 6 and Ben Stokes bats 7. I really think that, because there's a lot of talk about Ben Stokes batting at number 3, But I think the more and more you look at Stokes' body now, he's just done his hamstring, running a single. I think England need him as an all-rounder. And if he puts a little bit more pressure on his body throughout the summer, they're going to have to look after him. And England might, because of the way Smith performs, Smith might end up finding himself at 6. And a lot of people want Ben Stokes to go to number 3. I think it'll go the other way, and I think Ben Stokes will be the one that marshals the tail and is the aggressor, because that's what he's looking for from that role in his team, because Smith is adequate enough and good enough as a batter to bat number 6.
And if Stokes is at 7, is he good enough or fit enough to bowl? Obviously he's good enough. Is he fit enough to bowl? And that's the role that they're looking for. And you talk about Ben Foulkes not being a central contract. He was a passive wicketkeeper. He's a lovely wicketkeeper. It melts into the gloves, as they would say. But if you're a passive keeper at 7, there's nothing happening 8, 9, 10, 11. You just fade away. You've got to have an aggressive player, as you've seen through the history. You need an aggressive player at 7, modern history. Go on.
Brilliant stuff. Big thanks to Bumble. He's going to be here throughout the afternoon and into the evening. Steve Harmison as well. But time to throw to the teams in the toss with Nicol Wittam Chandani.
Toss time in the series decided here at Kensington Oval. Shea Hope, captain of the West Indies, is here. Liam Livingstone of England. Rayon King, former West Indies fast bowler, is match referee. Shea has got the coin. Tails. Tails is the call.
It's a head.
It is a head, so Shea Hope has won the toss. Shea, you've won the toss. What will you be doing and why?
We will be bowling first. Here in Kensington, we're not quite sure we're going to get some time, so I think we have a better understanding as a bowling front.
How much has history played into your decision, given that it's been a ground that has heavily favoured the chasing team?
A little bit, but regardless of what we do, we have to do it well. Especially here at Kensington, you got to make sure you put a big score on the board as well as a batting team. But we understand that when we're chasing now, we've got to make sure we assess the conditions quickly as a bowling group, so we put them under pressure early.
Tell me about your team today. Have you made any changes?
Yes, we have. We have 2 changes. Shamar Joseph, Jaden Seals, and Alzarian Shepherd is back.
And what are the reasons behind those decisions?
Well, the experienced boys are back. Alzari was rested, so was Ramara Shepherd. He had a little niggle there, but the guys are back, and obviously with that experience, is going to strengthen the bowling line as well.
All right, welcome home. Go well today.
Thank you.
Shea Hope, we'll get Liam now.
All right, buddy.
Liam, batting first, having won the toss, what would you have done?
Yeah, we were going to bowl as well. Obviously a heavily chasing ground, but yeah, we'll see what the pitch has to offer. Hopefully it gets slower as the day goes on.
Right, tell us about your experience here last year where you guys lost the series in that decider. What will you take into that, but from that game into today?
Yeah, we feel like we've played a lot of cricket here over the last couple of years, so yeah, try and assess conditions as quickly as possible and go from there.
And tell us about your team and why you've made, if you have any changes.
Yeah, we've got 2 changes, Overton and Topley in for Mahmood and Turner. Yeah, just making a few changes, keeping people fresh.
Liam, talk about the bravery in which you guys showed, obviously led by yourself with bat in hand. How much do you think that has done for the brand of cricket you guys are trying to play?
Yeah, I think that's the brand of cricket we want to play. We want to try and be attacking, we want to try and put people under pressure. And yeah, I think people take a lot of confidence from the other day, and yeah, hopefully somebody else can stand up today.
All right, go well today.
Thank you.
Liam Livingstone, right from the middle then, the West Indies and Shea Hope have won the toss. They'll be bowling first.
So, news from the middle. West Indies have won the toss and they will bowl first. It's a chasing ground, irrespective of whether it's a day-nighter. That's the hot take. Philo Wallace alongside me, former West Indies batter. You happy with that decision?
Well, it's a cricket ground. I don't know any chasing ground. But obviously...
The chasing ground's not far from there, actually. It's got horses on it.
The horses at the Garrison. Yeah. Obviously, the second ODI in Antigua, West Indies obviously scored 328 and England knocked them off. So they believe that their strength would be to obviously look to restrict England and then chase it down successfully. So Captain Hope believes that it's a chasing ground. I don't know what is a chasing ground. I just say it's a cricket ground. You're going to play good cricket, execute your bowling plans, and look to restrict England and then go and knock them off with sensible batting. But this obviously, they're going to put the ball in England's court to say, look, you set us a target, and then let us see how we chase. But it's a brave and bold decision, and obviously it would have been a team decision, and let's hope it works for West Indies. Jared
Kimber is also alongside us here in the commentary box. Jared, I don't know about your data when you're looking back at the history of the game. Are there many number 8s who don't bowl, as England have got in Jamie Overton, and how, what's the tactic behind it, and how successful have they been?
It's not the most consistent position we've seen in the history of Test cricket. Do you know there was a period where, do you remember Butler batted in Test matches at number 7 when he wasn't keeping?
Yes.
And Bangladesh also had a point because they have Shakib, so they had a younger player they were bringing in as that specialist number 7. Those are like the only two I could find. But I suppose in T20 cricket you get the odd Darren Sammy or Tim David or type of player. Not at number 8. It seems a little bit odd. Yeah. So it's not for me, but I don't know. It's funky. Shane Warne would love it, wouldn't he?
Absolutely. 2 changes for England. Jamie Overton is in, as well as Reece Topley, who's had great success playing for England in white ball cricket, and he's played a lot of cricket in the Caribbean. I'm sure his dad Don is there as well. Those 2 coming in for Saqib Mahmood and John Turner. John Turner really impressed at the start of in the second ODI, and just the comments from Liam Livingstone there, it's to do with just rotating and giving players chances rather than actually trying to win the game, it seems, in the series, which does make sense, but it was quite interesting to hear him say that was the reason why they've been brought in.
They don't play bowlers all the way through a series anymore, England, do they? And I suppose Australia would be another team up there that would be quite similar, even India. So a lot of the top sides now sort of think about this way. I always think with the younger player, it's maybe not quite as ideal as it is. Like if I'm Reece Topley or Jofra Archer, I'm like, I don't want to play every one of these games. Just wake me up when the Champions Trophy's on, and I'll come back. But I can understand that getting that in. But again, there's more opportunities for other players. They get a good look at them from an analyst role. I want to look at as many players as possible. But if I was a young fast bowler who was playing okay, I'd probably just want to be in the side again, wouldn't I?
I mean, England toured the Caribbean not that long before the World T20, and you think, well, that's where you experiment, and you're going to learn some lessons, and then you play the World T20, and it's a completely different bowling attack. We've got England's side, so Phil Salt keeping wicket, Will Jacks, Jordan Cox at 3, Jacob Bethel, Liam Livingstone, the captain, brilliant knock from him in the second ODI, Sam Curran, who we've heard from here on talkSPORT 2 and on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, Dan Mousley, Jamie Overton, Jofra Archer, Adil Rashid and Reece Topley. News this week as well, Phil Salt is going to keep wicket in the T20s. So Jos Buttler will play as batter only and captain. Do you think that's a good decision?
Bat at number 7.
Yeah.
Look, if he's coming back from injury, and it obviously depends on his rehab and everything else, you might just want to come back in as a batter, right? And, get his mind right. He's probably a slightly better keeper than Phil Salt, isn't he? I mean, there's not a lot in it, though. You're not exchanging Alan Knott for Johnny Bairstow type situation with the difference in the wicket keeping there. But if he's coming back from injury, I think that makes sense. He's quite a good outfielder as well, so I've got no issues with that at all.
Philo, at the halfway point of the second ODI, did you think it would be 2-0 at this stage?
Yes, I thought West Indies would have wrapped the series up in Antigua. I think 328 was a lot of runs. It was obviously on the back of a 17th ODI 100 from Shea Hope and a very good half century from Casey Cardi, 143 odd for that third wicket partnership. And they set it up really well. I think the disappointment in Antigua is the bowling unit. They did not string enough good balls together. And obviously Liam Livingstone batted superbly. That's the best time I've seen him bat. The first time I heard about Liam Livingstone, he was playing a one-day game at Old Trafford, and he was hitting the ball into the stands with relatively ease. And I said, this guy is one for the future. But then he tapered off. But one thing, I listened to an interview a couple of months ago. He said he wants to start winning games for England. And I said, this man means business. And he showed it in Antigua. And let's hope that knock in Antigua would have pushed him up even higher in relation to his confidence. And he seems to be the one that young squad looks up to, which is very good, and he's a leader. But I thought that he took the game away from West Indies, and obviously now is 1-1. And I call it the Battle of Bridgetown.
Well, there'll be another couple of battles at the weekend, because there's 2 T20s, which is where possibly the fans in Barbados, which is the biggest country in the world, are waiting to come and watch their cricket. I've got a question for you. Now, you might know nothing about it and you might not have an opinion on it, but there was something that came up a few months ago which I found slightly surprising. Now, back into November and into December, when West Indies are going to be playing international cricket, there is going to be a T20 competition played in Guyana, right?
$1 million challenge, $1 million something, isn't
Yeah,
it?
it's always good to add $1 million to a short-form cricket game in the Caribbean, because that went so well when England participated all those years ago. Your thoughts on this? Because essentially, for listeners to talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel who aren't aware of it, it's essentially almost like the old Champions League idea, where you pick teams from around the world. I think Hampshire are going to be playing. There's a team from Pakistan that Darren Goff's involved with. The Calendars. Victoria are playing, which I'm not sure Jared are aware of this team, but they play in a state called Victoria.
Is that what they're from?
But essentially, it's bringing these teams together to play in a competition that's being played at the same time as West Indies are playing.
Yeah, obviously, CWI, Cricket West Indies, have sanctioned this tournament.
Yeah.
Which is strange, because it is going to plunk right in the middle of the international series of Bangladesh. It's going to be in Ghana. It's called the ExxonMobil Ghana Global Super League. So obviously,
just rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? Just rolls off the tongue.
Just screams Caribbean cricket.
Yes, all the games will be played at Providence in Guyana.
One of the famously most entertaining cricket pitches in the world.
But the Guyanese obviously have shown through the CPL that they love T20 cricket.
Yeah.
They fill the stadiums. They fill the stadium every T20 match in the CPL, and obviously they will support the side. The Ghana Amazon Warriors have their squads ready as well. I was with Goff over the weekend, and he was putting together some names, asking questions. You know, who is this person? If I could get this person, the next person. And I hope that when he goes down to Guyana, I even spoke to Sir Clive Lloyd while I was in the studio, and Darren spoke to him just to get more inside knowledge.
He's working hard.
Very hard indeed. Because obviously it's $1 million US, which is not a little £50 note. They have a lot of £50 notes in there, but obviously it's attract 5 or 6 good sides, and they'll be playing, for that $1 million. And the thing about it is that to me is a tourism drive to Guyana. Ghana now is one of the leading economies, or the leading economy in the Caribbean, because of the oil. And the president,
hence the Exxon.
Yes, and the president, Honourable Irfan Ali, he's massive on cricket, and he's big on pushing Guyana and getting cricket to bring all the Guyana communities together. So I think it's something good, but it's just the window. With so much cricket being played now, the window is getting very, very small for these competitions. And Cricket West Indies, obviously in the region, needs a T20 competition, because there's a lot of complaining in the region that CPL does not give a lot of local players enough scope and play. Now there's going to be another T20 as well next year. I think it's going to be an under-23 T20 tournament in the Caribbean. Again, CWI is going to be running that to try and see if they can unearth more talent to push it into that T20 market. But I prefer the longer version. But CWI believes that if they could get the young people playing the shorter format, you'll generate the interest, and obviously the crowds will come and support the young players. So the global T20 in Ghana, we would expect the crowds to come and support the cricket, and hopefully it'll be good cricket. But I don't know how it's going to plunk itself. The attention is going to get in the middle of that Bangladesh series, because Bangladesh, obviously, they're coming to the Caribbean. Phil Simmons is the coach, so there's going to be a lot of big expectations around that series.
Fantastic stuff. Philo, Wallace, we'll be back very shortly. Jared Kimber as well, but for now you're listening to talkSPORT 2's live and exclusive coverage of the third ODI between West Indies and England.
International Cricket Live, the West Indies versus England in the third ODI.
On talkSPORT 2. This Saturday, game day is go. It's the ultimate, all-encompassing weekend football extravaganza featuring not one, but 2 live games. What a winner! West Ham versus Everton. Kickoff 3 p.m. on talkSPORT 2.
They've got the breakthrough!
Liverpool versus Aston Villa. Kickoff 8 p.m. on talkSPORT.
And he's brought them level in this massive game.
Live football as intense as we can legally broadcast it. Game day on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2.
International Cricket Live. The West Indies versus England in the 3rd ODI.
On talkSPORT 2.
You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of the 3rd ODI between West Indies and England. It's a West Indies who have won the toss, and they have decided that they are going to have a bowl first. One of the most distinctive, enigmatic, and dare I say it, slightly frustrating players within the West Indies side over the last 5 or 6 years has been Shimron Hetmyer, who tears it up in the IPL, tears it up sporadically for the West Indies as well, but is in and out the side. Cameron Ponsonby's been catching up with him.
Shimron, series decider, how are you feeling?
I'm always feeling good. Always a smile on my face and happy to just be here.
You obviously missed the Sri Lanka series, back in the squad for this matchup against England. How have you felt being back around the group?
It's nice to be around the group and then to play in West Indian colours as well. It's nice playing with some of the guys that I grew up with as well. That actually helps you to come in and make the change a little bit easier, and make the transition from, I guess, playing T20 cricket to playing 50 over cricket. Probably a little bit easier, but it's not that easy because you're still outside 50 overs.
I've heard a lot about Darren Sammy's kind of man management and how well he leads this group and how well he has conversations with the likes of yourself or Evan Lewis to convince players to come back and play for the West Indies as much as possible. How influential was he in your decision to come back and play this series?
I think it was quite a few people. It was him, it was Shea, and some of the other guys as well. Because I think it's nice to have for people to show the belief in you from the outside, and the leaders of the team as well to actually do that. And I think him doing that, it actually helped to make my decision easier about if I wanted to play 50 overs cricket or just play T20 cricket. And I think because of that reaching out, it actually helped me to come back and actually have me thinking to play, see if I could get to 100 ODI games.
Yeah. You mentioned being in the field for 50 overs. It is a longer format, it's hot out here. How have you found it going back up from 20 to 50?
It's a challenge, I would say. It's not something that's completely difficult, but it is a challenge.
And then just finally, you got a century here against England in an ODI 5 years ago. What are your memories of that innings? What are your memories of how this ground plays, and what's going to be the key to success today?
Memories was good. I think I always love playing here, to be honest. Even when I don't play well, or when the team doesn't play well, I still really enjoy coming to Barbados and playing here because the conditions and everything. It's more so we know it here because I've been here so many times. It's kind of like a second home, you would say. So I really enjoy it, and from that day I kind of take a lot of things from that, which I kind of found out more about how the pitch plays and just how the conditions here are, and how great the support is here as well.
Shimron, best of luck today.
Yeah, cheers.
Shimron Hetmyer speaking with Cameron Ponsonby, talkSPORT's man on the ground. Time now though to get an odds update with William Hill.
In the Zone on talkSPORT 2 with William Hill. 18 plus, gambleaware.org.
Lee Phelps joins us. Great to chat to you, Lee. So how are the markets looking ahead of this make or break game for both West Indies and England?
Very, very tight. It's West Indies even money, England 4-5, so you don't get much more of a pick-em than that, and that's how we want it. It's teed up, as you say, for a fantastic finale here. Look, you've got to think that despite the fact that England came back and won that second one, I kind of came away from it thinking that the West Indies lost, but there was a lot of positive signs there. Not least Shai Hope, of course, who that 117 of 127 balls, 17th ton in this format as well. So I don't think they came out of it demoralised. So I can kind of think if you're looking for a bit of value, then it probably would be West Indies, but I don't think there'll be many people listening wanting to back an even money shot. We have got a few really interesting enhanced odds, especially a couple revolving around the England performance and players. I thought Liam Livingstone was sensational. with that unbeaten century. And I also thought some of the supporting cast were great as well. Phil Salt, 59 was brilliant. I thought Bethel's had a fantastic game as well. With the ball, I mean, John Turner really shone, didn't he? I think I've been looking at, there's an enhanced odds I'll come on to in a second around Adil Rashid and Jofra Archer. Rashid's not had the best of mini-series at all. But look, you can never count him out. Jofra Archer's taken 17 wickets in nine matches this year. And again, came away wicketless in that second ODI, but I think he's in decent form. So the enhanced odds that I mentioned, Shai Hope to be West Indies' top run scorer, was 9-4, now 11-4. Do not mind that at all. Adil Rashid over 1 wicket and Jofra Archer over 1 wicket, was 9-2, now 11-2. Don't mind that one at all. And England to win and Liam Livingstone to be the top England run scorer at 8-1, enhanced from 13-2. I like all three of those. I'm not saying to back all three. I just think they've all got legs. I think, whichever way you're going to go with this, if you're going for the West Indies, then I think that 11-4 about Hope to be the top scorer is fantastic. And if you're looking at England, I think England to win and Liam Livingstone top England run scorer at 8-1 is a cracker. But really looking forward to listening to it.
Brilliant stuff. That was Lee Phelps, and that was today's odds update with William Hill. 18+, begambleaware.org.
In the Zone on talkSPORT 2 with William Hill. 18+, gambleaware.org.
You're listening to talkSPORT 2, the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. We're just about to get underway, about 8 minutes away from the start of the third ODI. It's one apiece with one to play, thanks to a quite brilliant century from the skipper, Liam Livingstone. We're just watching as some of the dignitaries and former players and the umpires make their way out onto the field. The national anthems are not too far away. England have made 2 changes to their winning team in that second ODI in North Sound, Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua, with Reece Topley coming in alongside Jamie Overton. Jamie Overton. Two Surrey teammates, of course, the right arm number 8. I'm not sure we expected to see Jamie Overton bowl. He didn't in the first ODI, so he may be a lower order pinch hitter coming in at 8. And then Reece Topley, of course, who's had lots of experience of playing white ball cricket at this ground and across the Caribbean. So one apiece with this one to play, and then we'll get down to the T20s. The Kensington Oval, the host for the first 2 matches before the back end of the series heads out to St Lucia. But let's head to the middle, where we're going to rally around the West Indies and, of course, hear God Save the Queen and the national anthem of England. Rally round the West Indies. Well, we shall see. It's the third match of 3 from Antigua to Barbados. And for the first commentary stint, we will hand over to the following on crew, who spent a lot of time alongside each other and a very enjoyable afternoon at the Cricket Writers' lunch yesterday. But back to work today. It's the former England fast bowler Steve Harmison alongside Neil Manthorp.
Thank you very much indeed, John Norman. So, into the beautiful island of Barbados and the Kensington Oval, which, as you will know, Harmy, has been the home of which cricket club since 1861?
You got me there. You've done me.
Pickwick Cricket Club.
Pickwick Cricket Club, yeah.
And it's a wonderful, wonderful venue. And I have to say, there are 2 series. This one, which we're in the middle of, and one that's about to begin in South Africa, both of which were born from financial distress and financial need. But I think that we've seen the evidence of this series so far with the T20s to come, and the interest in India's visit to South Africa for 4 T20s, that it doesn't matter necessarily whether a bilateral series is part of a World Championship or part of a World Cup. When you get great rivalries, India-South Africa, and this is one of the more traditional rivalries in the last almost century, England against the West Indies, and interest is certainly peaked, and the taste buds of the short format fans in both regions certainly tickled. Phil Salt and Will Jacks make their way out to the middle. Anything for these two to prove, Steve Harmison? Being joined by David Bumble Lloyd as well. Get his thoughts in just a moment. It's been slightly disappointing for Will Jacks in particular.
Yeah, Will Jacks hasn't had the time that Phil Salt's had in ODI cricket, in white ball cricket. But I think both of them will be happy getting to Barbados. You know, Phil Salt knows the area really well. He was brought up in that area. I think they're going to be on a belting wicket. And that is something, I think, both Phil Salt and Will Jacks like the ball coming onto the bat. They want to hit through the line of the ball. They want to play the big shot and get into the power play and be very, very aggressive. And I don't think Antigua was the wicket that you had full confidence. Ball slipped onto the bat, but it also was a bit inconsistent and stayed in the surface, where this, I'd imagine, there'll be an absolute belting wicket, and I'm sure both of them will be really, really looking forward to batting on it.
Bumble, high-scoring ground 5 years ago. It was an amazing game of cricket with the West Indies scoring 360 and England chasing them down. But in the last 5 ODIs, the average score batting first is just over 200.
Or night game or day game, does that make any sort of difference at all if they're playing?
I don't know, I just know it's the last 5.
Yeah.
The average first inning score is 203. Here's Matthew Ford then, first delivery, and it's belted off the back foot by Phil Salt straight to backward point, Roston Chase Fields.
Just moving away to red ball cricket, I shudder when I come to this ground. I absolutely shudder, because England, not that long ago, had a cunning plan. This is the one place in the West Indies, in the Caribbean, that you get nice bounce. The ball bounced nicely through to the keeper. So in our wisdom, in a red ball test match, we decided to leave a very tall opening bowler with I don't know how many wickets in swing into
Matthew
the leg
Ford,
side.
clipped away, racing across the outfield.
This cunning plan, never mind that, they've saved it, never mind that, I'm still shuddering. We left Stuart Broad out. With a cunning plan, we're going to open the ball in with Sam Curran. I can't believe it. I still cannot believe it. Anyway, back to this white ball game. Is that a boundary or not?
No, I think he's done really well to save it. I remember that very well, Bumble, because I was on the ground and I was right next to Stuart Broad, and he was ticking. He said something to the chairman of selector at the time, Ed Smith, and it wasn't complimentary. It wasn't complimentary at all. And if you remember right as well, Bumble, Stuart being Stuart, You don't put your hand up and say, I'll do 12th man and run the drinks on a lot.
He didn't hold back.
But he was out there, wasn't he? It was great fun. He did 12th man. He came on and run the drinks out. He came on as 12th man fielder. He was proving a point with Stuart Broad.
Matthew Ford in, another big in-swinger to Will Jackson, flicked away to square leg, fielded by Alzari Joseph. Shimron Hetmeyer, that is, actually, under the sun hat. And there's no run.
Just short. And that in-swing, again, we saw this in the second one-day international in Antigua. The ball's just in the air, drops short, the square leg. You know, when you talk about a fancy player, I like him, I like this player. I've never seen Jacks get a run. I've never seen him. He's obviously a good player.
Ford in again. Forward comes Will Jacks, pushing it out to extra cover.
Same with Ben Cox. You know, they get selected, young kids, brilliant. Get them in. And it just, you put something on them.
Ben Cox or Jordan Cox?
Jordan Cox.
Oh.
Jordan Cox. And never seen them get any runs. At international level, they're obviously players. But you get a fancy player, you say, I've seen him, great. Did brilliantly. Never seen him do anything.
Will Jacks yet to open his account. Phil Salt 3. England put into bat, 3 without loss. 5 balls gone. Well, Jordan Cox has had a modest, stuttering start to his international career. He's got 19 runs off 50 balls in 3 innings.
Well, there's plenty have started poorly. But, you know, you grow into it and the faith comes from your selectors and your captain and your coach. And just looking at this pitch, there might just be a little bit of dampness in that top surface.
Well, that's what they said yesterday. Here is Matthew Ford, and that one goes straight on. That's nicely bowled because he's been bowling big in swingers. And Will Jacks may have been expecting that one to swing in. He went straight on. It was wide, and he drove at it and beaten on the outside edge. I have to say that yesterday there was, I don't know if it was concern, but players from both sides said that there was more moisture in the pitch than they were expecting 24 hours before.
Yeah, it just looks there when you've seen the footholds that has been left for the 6 balls that have been delivered. It does look as though there's some dark patches where the studs have gone in, which suggests that the top is a bit tacky and there's a little bit moist, so there might be a little bit of seam movement. The outfield doesn't look very good. It really does look patchy and bobbly, which is not what you're normally accustomed to Barbados, because normally it's an absolute bowling green. It's lovely.
What time is it over there?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock in the afternoon. Yeah. Okay. That'd be gorgeous, won't it? Absolutely gorgeous. 2 o'clock. Great ground. One of the great grounds.
I think, Harmy, the outfield looks worse than its behaviour.
Yeah, that's probably fair to say, but it just rolled across it before, and you've seen it was bumbling and bobbling, and it didn't sort of fly across.
Here is Alzari Joseph, second over, and that one started middle and swung from Matthew Ford in the first over, and that was quite difficult, isn't it, Harmy? I don't know, that pitch made it look like middle and leg. It started at and it swung straight.
Yeah, it swung late, didn't it? It swung really late. Where the difference, and I like Alzari Joseph. I think he's a good bowler, and he gets a little bit of late swing. Where Matthew Ford, he's completely different. Everything's with the shoulder. You know which way he's trying to swing it. He's not trying to disguise it. And there's enough swing and shape out here to be dangerous.
Oh, another more swing from Joseph. It's pitched up and he's inviting the drive. Phil Salt obliges, but hits it straight to mid-off.
It's interesting with Steve being here that there's Joseph genuinely swinging the ball from a full length. So the bowlers who would be out swingers, and then the bowlers who hit the pitch, I'm going to hit the pitch hard with pace, and they'd tend to bowl back of a length and it wouldn't swing. What we've seen in these first 8 balls or so is this definite swing for both bowlers, both ends.
Here is Alzari Joseph again, bowls, and that one chopped away behind square on the offside. The man sweeping on the cover boundary, Gudakesh Moti, keeps him down to a single.
So you didn't always take the new ball, did you?
Not always. I'd started in one-day cricket and did, and then went to first change and then bowled just before the end of what you would say the power play, the end of the 40 over. Between sort of 40 and 42
So Hoggard would be one, wouldn't he? He's a genuine swing.
Hoggard and Goff when I first came on.
Hoggard
and Goff.
And swing.
Anderson took over from Hoggard, And then Broad came into the scene, so it was always first change, and it was seen as though it was me and Flintoff were the two in that middle period of that 30 overs where we would bowl.
Alzarri Joseph in again. Good lead here from Will Jacks. That one full straight, swinging away. Danger ball, left alone, 4 for none.
Lovely carry as well through to the keeper. I'm always fascinated with that sort of debate. Many wouldn't be. I hope our listeners are. But if you got Gough and you got Hoggard in your team and Harmison, the first two are going to swing it. The next two are going to hit the pitch back of the lane, quick, high, steep, bounce. No, it's South Africa. You look at South Africa's attack, the bowlers that they've had.
Here's Alzarri Joseph again, and forward comes Will Jacks, pushing it straight back to the bowler, no run. I was going to mention, actually, it was Bob Woolmer who was the first man to tell Alan Donald that he was bowling first change, and he was so conventional in his thinking, Alan, that he took umbrage and thought that it was some kind of a demotion. And I remember Bob said to him, "Don't always think of yourself, Alan. Think about what the batsman's worst nightmare will be. They have you first change outside the power play, just when they're used to the pressure being off." Here's Alzarri Joseph again, nudged out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. The other thing is that, there's 1 run, I beg your pardon. 2 overs gone, England 5 for none, put into bat. Thing is, Alan Donald often failed to control the swing, and he'd end up bowling cross-seam, which was a waste.
That was a thing for me. When the radar was good, I mean, give the new ball and let you go. I mean, there's a series against India here, open the ball and bowl a new ball. In Australia, open the ball and bowl a new ball. But when this radar wasn't very good, it was cash in, and there was times when it wasn't. You mentioned Stuart Broad being left out. Here, Bumble, in 2009, we got bowled out for 51 in Jamaica, if you remember. And we got abandoned at Antigua and then played at the rec ground.
Matthew Ford, another over, third of the innings, hits the pads of Jacks, no run, 5 for none.
And then we came to Barbados. I mean, once they went 1-0 up, we were not going to play on anything that bounced above shin high. And the one pitch that was going to bounce was Barbados. And Strauss is a bit unsure of the team. And he left the big fella out about 5 minutes before the toss. And I was so unhappy, so angry for 5 days. I nearly had him by the throat because I knew what the wicket was going to be like.
Here is Ford again. This time it's full and doesn't swing, and it's pushed rather than fully driven by Will Jacks through extra cover for a glorious 4. Already we're seeing, I don't know whether there's a stimp meter that you use for cricket outfields, but this one's about twice the speed of the Antigua outfield.
Yeah, it was, and that was the middle of the bat. That was a beautiful shot, well controlled. He pushed away from his body, but he pushed away from his body with the angle and the full face. So it was under well control, and there was a bit of bounce. But just to finish off, I had Strauss's life before that toss and had a go, and I was very, very unhappy, and it was probably one of the only regrets I had in my career that I upset him.
Drive at a thin edge, and Matthew Ford has made the breakthrough, and Jacks has gone. He's a clever bowler, Matthew Ford. He doesn't have great pace, but he has very subtle, almost undetectable changes of pace, and he swings it, and mostly he swings it into the right-hander, but that one I fancy just gone away from Will Jacks and got the faintest of edges.
He's tried to hold it the other way towards slip, and I've still not seen Will Jacks get a run. He's gone again, and so we've seen lots of in-swing starting on middle and going down the leg side. Now he's gone outside off stump. It's held its own line, played a great sweet shot through the offside before, tried it again, nibble, gone.
I think it's just bounced as well, Bumble. I think it's bounced and he's gone with the bounce. He's gone up with the bounce away from his body and out of control. It was a beautiful, I wouldn't say a beautiful delivery because it was a wide ball. It was there to be hit, and I think it's either nipped away or just bounced. And unfortunately for Will Jacks, he couldn't control his body. He couldn't go, he couldn't get on top of it. Where the one before, it was a beautiful shot where he got on top of the bounce and he got on top of the movement.
Well, he just held it outside off stump. It's clever bowling. And he gets it through the offside for 4. Glorious shot, beautiful shot. And he hangs it out there again, and a little bit of bounce, an uncertain shot, and Jacks has gone. So an early strike for the West Indies. I said I haven't seen Jacks get a run, and now Cox has come in 3. I haven't seen him get a run either.
But it does that in Barbados, though, doesn't it, Bumble? Where from a fuller length it bounces. The carry, you get a lot of carry at Barbados when the ball bounces, and it does from that fuller length.
We should get on the phone to Stuart Broad and just have a word with. What do you think of Barbados, Stuart?
We've got Jimmy Anderson in tomorrow. Anderson's in talkSPORT tomorrow.
Here's Matthew Ford bowling to Jordan Cox, and this one is nudged behind square on the offside. Roston Chase Fields, no run. I must say that initial feelings are that there is moisture in the pitch. Confirmation of what the players all felt 24 hours before the game. You're not actually supposed to push and prod and you're not supposed to make it touch the pitch at all. But I think their evaluation was based on more than a look. Here is Matthew Ford again, big in swing error, and Jordan Cox gets a thick outside edge down towards third man. They'll go through for a single, a fortunate single. There's swing. And there's a little bit of sea movement. There's moisture in the pitch. I would think that don't worry about how many you score in the power play, really. I think this is a keep wickets in hand and hope things flatten out.
Yeah, from a bowling perspective, winning the toss and bowling first, the conditions is terrific. Now they've just got to deliver. I think they're bowling well at the minute. You get an early break, that just lifts you.
Here is Matthew Ford once again outside the off stump. That one is left alone by Phil Salt.
Bowl that line, the line that he's just bowled there. It brought him a wicket with a nick. The ball just stayed out there towards that offside. And this is pitched and just run back in, and trusting the bounce that it's gone over the stumps, so just to the side of the stumps. So I think the onus is on the bowlers. Captain's won the toss thinking there's a bit of something there. There is. We can see that in the atmosphere, through the air, a little bit off the pitch. Now the bowlers have got to deliver.
Bumble, do you recall exactly what the regulations are about? The umpires, some are very much more strict than others. The fourth umpire, some guard the pitch and the square with their lives, and others are less strict. But there are some players during their playing careers who would just not give a monkeys about the regulations, and they would go and stick their thumbs in the pitch and whatever. And because I did a lot of pitch reporting, pitch reports over the years, and I'd ask a player, so you know what, KP was one. Kevin Peterson just absolutely didn't care whether the umpire was there or not, and I asked him once. I said,
a shock about Kevin.
I asked KP, and he said, well, what are they going to do? Ban me? You know, they say you're not allowed to do that. Oh, sorry, I've done it already.
It's utter nonsense.
Glad you
think
said
about giving them out, the nicks and all sorts. Same for both sides. And by the way, it's just a game of cricket. That's all it is. Same for both sides. I think the regulation, I'll stand corrected, captain and coach are the only ones that are on the pitch. Yeah. I just want to know, I'm going to stick my thumb in, is it soft or is it hard? How does it feel, cold or damp?
Punched off nicely off the back foot now, out to Roston Chase, backward point.
Now you've mentioned Kevin Peterson. What they're going to do, ban me. I'm going to go for you. What they're going to do, ban me. I'm going to raise you. Nasser Hussain, don't bother me now, you're just a weed puller. That got him in a little bit of bother. Just a weed puller.
Was that to the head groundsman?
Oh yeah.
dear.
So his sense of humour hasn't changed at all.
Well, Phil Salt 4, Jordan Cox 1, Will Jacks, the man gone. England 10 for 1 put into bat in the series decider. West Indies won the first game on Thursday by 8 wickets on the DLS method, and England won by 5 wickets in reply with Livingston's century a couple of days ago. This one is pushed out to mid-wicket, straight to the field, and no run.
So Nasser, as we all would know, would be in the zone. He got in some bad zones at times. That was in England, by the way, to one of the groundsmen.
So probably over the course of 20 years, I've watched many captains and coaches do their assessment of the pitch, and as I did more and more pitch reports, they would occasionally come to me and say, what do you think? I'm like, I don't know, I just make it up. I go on what you think. That's pushed away defensively, square of the wicket on the offside. But you mentioned temperature, and that's something that always fascinated me. Sean Pollock was a great over-analyst. I mean, if something could be overthought, Sean Pollock would do it, and do it well. He'd really... And he used to feel the pitch with the back of his hand, and he'd go, 21 degrees, normally 22.5 here. What are you talking about? Bumble will tell you, listeners and viewers, exactly what temperature has got to do with the behaviour of a pitch in just a moment. Edge, has he? No. Got a glove? Yes, he has. Jordan Cox has gone. Good delivery from Alzari Joseph. Good pace, 148 kilometres an hour. Extra bounce. Jordan Cox gloves it behind. Good bowling, spicy pitch. England 10 for 2.
Whoa, what a ripper. This is quick, pacey, bouncy. Brilliant bowling, it really is, from the pair of them. We talk about win the toss and ball first, now deliver. This is an absolute snorter. Look at the rise. It pushes him back, takes the glove. Wicketkeeper takes it head high. Great start for the West Indies. I've not seen Jordan Cox get any either. He's gone for 1. 10 for 2.
He does this, doesn't he? Alzari Joseph. He's got wicket-taking balls in him. Can be expensive, can go around the park, but he can bowl these wicket-taking balls. He's unhappy. He's got the hump with somebody. I mean, Alzari Joseph, he didn't even celebrate with his team. Something's gone off, and he didn't celebrate that much with his team. Shimron Hetmyer has gone over to try and sort of calm him down. I just wonder, a couple of balls before, he had words with somebody in the slip cordon, and I just wonder if that 148 kilometre an hour delivery has come from frustration that something happened a little bit earlier.
He left out of the team for the last game. Yeah. I'll bet
possibly,
anything that's something to do with
Great
it. He
shout.
hasn't bothered there, has he? He's
Great
not
shout.
done any celebration whatsoever. No, I think for the West Indies this is good.
He's still struggling.
Because he's got his dander up. He really has. 146, 148k. This is a ripper. Look at the steep bounce. Takes the glove. Pushes Cox back.
I don't think Jordan Cox, you're talking about first-class cricket, I don't think Jordan Cox has faced a delivery like that in any form of cricket he's played so far in his career. That was an absolute beauty. It was a fast bowler, and he's got the hump. He really has.
Do you know what? He was well, Shimron Hetmyer seemed to receive the fieriest blast. And do you remember Alzari Joseph's first delivery of the series in the first game? Do you remember Shimron Hetmyer had a shy at the non-strikers end? He went for 5,
yeah. He's just got the ump with the umpire there. He's just had a little pop at the umpire. The umpire's, I think, signal 1 for the over shoulder high. Hey, it's ticking here.
Wow. Jack Bethel is the new batsman, and there's a full wide Yorker length delivery outside the off stump. He has a little dart at it. Can't make contact. Sorry, Joseph is now snatching his hat from the umpire. He's absolutely filthy. This is the dirtiest I've ever seen a bowler who's just taken a wicket.
Yeah, whatever's happened. Yeah, Darren Sammy's come down, so I don't know what's actually happened. But if I'm Darren Sammy, I'm upsetting him every single time. I mean, he's hit the deck running, Bumble. He's got 1 for 2 in 2 overs. He's not happy.
I think his Nando's order didn't arrive.
Oh dear, no, that coach is down there. He's asking what's going on. He's gone off. He's gone.
He's actually gone off the field. He's walking up the stairs to the players' changing rooms. And he was not walking like a man in need of a comfort break or an injury.
He ain't injured.
I didn't see anybody come on.
This is a story. He's just walked off the field. Substitute or not allowed.
It's absolutely fascinating. Here's Matthew Ford, another in-swinger to Phil Salt. Drives it down the ground. It's a beautiful shot. It's a fast outfield. He should get 4. He does get 4. Oh, dear. So, Matthew Ford, no, I think, tell you who that is. It's
Rutherford.
Shafone Rutherford, who sprinted after it and seemed to slip. And I think hopefully he's okay, but he certainly gave it the full-on chase. I'm not sure he's got studs on actually.
Yeah, he slipped twice, didn't he? Yeah, he's got a pair of maroon Nike trainers on, which have obviously got spikes in. It was a lovely shot from Phil Salt down the ground. It wasn't a bad ball, not a bad area. A little bit fuller, a bit straighter. Matt Ford coming in. He's trying to swing the ball in towards Phil Salt. See if he can get the ball between bat and pad. There's a gap. There is a gap from Phil Salt outside off stump where his hands play away from his body. And there is a gap. If you can get it through onto off stump, you have a chance. But if you go that little bit straighter, Phil Salt, he's got good hands and strong down the ground. It was a good shot.
Here is Matthew Ford in once again. Salt pushes a slower one straight out to extra cover, and there's no run. There are 9 fielders. I think. But Alzari Joseph has just marched off the field. It's just too bizarre. I mean,
we're looking at the coaches. The coaches are looking. There's 3 coaches on the balcony looking out. They've all got their hands out by their side as to say what's going on. Dwayne, somebody's counting the numbers. I think so. You're right. I think there was one short.
Pushed away out towards mid-wicket, out to the fielder. Rutherford fields no run.
But Darren Sammy is on the boundary edge. He was talking to Shafane Rutherford a second ago, and I think that's Hayden Walsh Jr., isn't it?
Yep.
And I think he's asking, can he come on? So at the minute, he's not on. So the West Indies have got 10 players on the field.
Well, the other thing is he allowed a substitute? He's just marched off the field.
You're the expert.
Know the circumstances.
I was going to ask you.
Well, you're allowed a substitute for an injury. That's it.
Pushed away defensively by Phil Salt, and there's no run.
The laws of the game are there, but they're very relaxed. Here he is on the balcony. You've got to talk to him. Somebody's got to get into his ear and sort him out. Come on, son. Don't do this. Cameras are on you. There's something gone off. We're a long way away. But he is very unhappy, that lad.
Alzari Joseph has now come down to the players' dugouts, and the 4th umpire...
Yeah, he can't have a sub. No,
Raymond Reefer is talking to him. No, it's Greg Brathwaite, sorry, the 4th umpire. Pushed away defensively out to extra cover. Again, no run. So we're absolutely befuddled. I've never seen anything. I've seen it in club cricket. I've seen a fast bowler have a strop and stomp off in club cricket, but not international. Long way below international cricket. Alzari Joseph took a wicket, and something, it seemed, was said, and he just stomped off the field. Hayden Walsh Jr., one of the substitutes, is asking whether he can come on. Alzari Joseph is now back out of the changing room in the players' dugout at boundary's edge, but he hasn't retaken his place on the field yet. England 14 for 2 put into bat.
Somebody's got to get in his ear, and that's got to be the coach or the manager of the team, and maybe get him away from that limelight. I mean, it's all going off there. Darren Sammy is back into that changing room area from on the edge of the pitch.
He's back on the field, but he can bowl, can't he, Bumble? You've got to be off for a certain length of time before you can... I think it's something like 8 minutes?
It's a couple of overs.
Yeah.
But has he just come back on? Has he come back
on? He's back on the field now.
Right.
But he's not bowling, because Romario Shepherd's going to bowl.
I mean, it is a heck of a story as to what has gone on. They'll toe the party line, but he's back on the field. That's all that matters.
It will be Romario Shepherd's bowl. The 6th over. England 14 for 2 in testing conditions, spicy conditions.
Well, great conditions if you're a big, fast bowler who's just got a wicket. It's quite incredible. I mean, I'm siding with the player, and I want him back out there. And look, whatever it is, just get it out of your system. We need you out there.
Short wide, caught, backward point. Roston Chase with a screamer. Jacob Bethel's gone now. What a catch. I'm afraid Romario Shepherd, you can have the credit for the wicket, but you don't deserve it. Short wide outside the off stump. Smashed a backward point. Roston Chase has taken a high diving catch way above his head. Fielder's wicket, England 14 for 3.
Yeah, what a catch. What a fantastic catch from Roston Chase, because it was a loosener. It was a loosener from Romario Shepherd. If Alzari Joseph blew Jordan Cox away, that ball there was destined to the boundary, and if it wasn't for Roston Chase, it would have gone for maybe a 1-2 bounce 4, but a fantastic bit of fielding. And West Indies now at England 14 for 3. Big trouble.
I'm just looking at the huddle of the West Indies and who's in there and more importantly who isn't in there.
No,
but they're in a
he's there.
great
Oh, he's
position. There he is. Young Joseph is back on the field. He's still having a bit of a chunter, but look, England are in real trouble here at 14 for 3. Star of the show, Livingston, comes in to join Salt. In truth, that was a lousy delivery. It was a lousy shot that got rid of Bethel, but a stunning catch. Very tall Roston Chase at backward point, used all his height, two-handed, and took a terrific catch. 14 for 3, and Shepherd's a big lad. I'm not sure he's got any sort of pace.
He's built to be a strong man, isn't he? I mean, he's not. Wow, he's got a heck of a body.
Bat, obviously,
amazing physique.
Really takes the ball cleanly up there. So we're looking for whether he's grounded it. The ball's underneath his hand. It looks to the side there from what I see.
Having a review of Roston Chase's catch.
From the
no
rear
doubt
angle there?
whatsoever that he caught it. The question is being asked whether he's grounded the ball with it in his hand. But I would argue that he's completed the catch by the time.
It's a catch. End of story. It's a catch.
His hand's under the ball and there again.
I tell you what, this would be
you've got no angle that shows
one of the
anything different to that.
Worst decisions I've ever seen. If they said that he wasn't in control of that ball.
3 words, well 4 words. It's a catch.
Yep.
Brilliant.
Thanks.
We're seeing a rerun again. He climbs into
the other
the air.
blown up would be good.
He finishes up in a bit of a tumble onto the ground.
So
he turns his hand under him. Turns his hand under him. With the back of his hand maybe touching the ground. He's in full control of the ball. Full control.
Yeah, he's got his fingers under the ball.
It's a catch.
Yeah, just freeze that there. That's fine. Thank you. I'm ready to make my decision.
Rod Tucker is the third umpire, and he won't get many easier decisions than that one. Who would have said, let's have a look at it? I mean, I guess it must have been the on-field umpires, Leslie Reefer and Alauddin Palakar. Liam Livingstone comes to the crease. He wants to bat in the top 5. Scored 100 in the last game, a brilliant 100, a career best, 124 not out. Wants to try and stake a permanent claim in the top 5, and he'd rather there be a few more than 14 runs on the board, coming out at number 5. But I must say, Bumble, just early, well, both of you actually, you can kind of understand if conditions have been like this for the last 5 ODIs, why the first innings score average is 203.
Yeah, and it's not a great delivery. The first 2 wickets were terrific, but they all count. He just slapped it. Bethel just slapped it to backward point. And it looked as if, when we've seen replays, he's not sure whether he wants to hit it on the ground or in the air. He looks to go and scoop it over. Backward point is the tallest player, I would say. Very tall player. Roston Chase at backward point. It's a super catch, it really is. Jacks 5, Cox 1, Bethel none. 14 for 3.
Romario Shepherd, big man, barrel-chested, muscles in, hits the batsman Liam Livingstone on the pad. They'll take a leg by as it deflects behind square on the leg side, and England move on to 15 for 3. Think things will calm down, flatten out, Harmy?
Well, how do England play this from here? You want Salt to continue playing his natural game. I think he only plays one way. Liam Livingstone's shown both sides of him in the first 2 games. I think he was a lot more quieter than he was in the first game than he was in the second game, because I think the surface. So I think he identified that it was a tougher pitch. He had to work harder for his runs on Saturday as opposed to what happened on Wednesday.
Shepherd into Salt. It smashes one to Hetmeyer at cover. Back of a length again, short and cut by Phil Salt powerfully. And tell you what, the West Indies have really got the buzz on now.
You might be the man, is it? Has Alzori Joseph got previous? Is there a bit in him?
He's mild. He's really mild-tempered, gentle.
He is, but he looks as though he could blow. I mean, he looks as though
he just does.
Well, no, but I would say he could do exactly what he's done. I think he looks like that.
It's blocked defensively by Phil Salt up towards mid-on, and it's actually a very fine piece of fielding from Shafane Rutherford, I think, and he's picked it up, shy at non-striker's end, hit the stumps, and we'll have a little look at that, just to be sure.
Another review, I think he's okay.
Can I see your best side on angle, please?
I think Liam was struggling at the other end. I think he got caught ball watching, but I think Salt was hit it and go, and he looked comfortable.
Guys, in easy. I want to ask Steve Harmison. Let's name names. We've seen Alzari Jones. Come on, Steve. All the time you played, was there anybody in your team that you thought he's on the edge? He could flip. He could go like that.
My first captain was one of them, but he wasn't a quiet one. I knew Nasser could blow at any time.
Yeah.
Shepherd in again, and this time angled in at the pads and flicked away through the leg side by Liam Livingston. It gets him off the mark. There'll be a couple here as Evan Lewis does the chasing and the tidying up. And after 6 overs, England losing the toss, being asked to bat first, and they've stumbled to 18 for 3 with Phil Salt on 9, Liam Livingston on 2. More from Bumble, David Lloyd, and Steve Harmison, and then for the next half an hour or so. Oh, no, it won't be John Norman.
Simon Jones could blow.
I'm going to do one more over. Beg your pardon, I'm
Simon Jones
relieving myself.
Simon Jones could go.
No!
Yeah, he could go. I mean, it was brilliant. Simon cricket writers yesterday. Simon was one. I don't know about when you were coaching how you did like the net situation, but Fletcher would always have the bowlers batted first, and then he would come in after that.
Yeah.
So you'd have the under-16s coming in to bowl, and they'd run up and bowl bouncers at you, so it was all fine. I'm a right-hander, Simon's left-hander, and the volume of abuse from the left-hander going back.
Matthew Ford bowls his in-swingers, continuing now to Phil Salt.
When the under-16 would bowl Simon Jones a bouncer, he would throw the back at the young kids going, put your pads on and I'm going to bowl at you. I mean, he was an angry, angry man with Simon Jones. But I think the biggest one that I ever played with, who, I mean, went off, and when he went off big, and that was, I only got him at the back end of his career, but that was Nasser. I mean, when Nasser blew up, you just left him to it.
Matthew Ford, another in-swinger, slower, and Phil Salt forward, has to check the shot. It hits the bat later than he thought, and it's in the air for a little while to mid-on, but no run.
Yeah, no, I mean, dressing rooms were never safe if the same was given out LBW. Yeah. The dressing room wasn't safe.
I didn't play with Ramps. Ramps struck me as though he could go off on.
Ramps could take. Good ball. I mean, a fantastic player. It never just happens, somehow at Test matches. Fabulous player.
Here's Ford again, another in-swinger. You just wonder, that's pushed defensively by Salt again, and you wonder whether he's got a wicket with the straight honour, even a little bit of a way swing. He's just, looks like he's setting up Salt. In-swing, and then he's going to get that one to go straight across.
The greatest bowler of all time. When he got into the grump, Jimmy could tick.
Yeah, but I know Jimmy from sort of Lancashire League, and that's pretty normal up there.
Matthew Ford in again, clipped out towards mid-wicket, no run.
You mentioned earlier, will it get any easier? It should dry out, and as the ball gets a little bit softer and a little bit older, so you've got to hang in somehow, you've got to hang on. They got into a real tricky situation here, 3 down. They've certainly got good players. You've got to hang in for a little while, come back to what you said about, don't worry about that first power play, you've just got to survive.
Oh, yeah, dead right. Yeah, there's no more wickets now till 25 overs. You'd think that'd be a primary objective. Score runs too. Salt plays defensively to mid-on. I just want to say, as a parting thought, 1 ball left of the 7th over, how good was Darren Sammy as a coach there in the handling of whatever happened there with Alzari Joseph and that blow-up? I mean, he was right on the money. He was down the stairs. He made himself small, not subservient, but he went down, spoke to the guys on the boundary's edge, knelt down, because he's a tall man, he didn't want to appear imposing. What happens on the field is it's your guy's job, but he kept a smile on his face. I mean, bomb disposal, or what do they call the guys?
Diffusion.
Diffusion, bomb diffusion, brilliant. I thought, fantastic from the West Indies coach. Phil Salt 9, Liam Livingston 2. I do wonder now, as we head to the Kensington Oval for the next half an hour from Bridgetown, Barbados, whether Roland Butcher and Barry Wilkinson have any more detail of what transpired with Alzarri Joseph. Gentlemen, over to you for the next half an hour.
Well, we have a Butcher, but it's not Roland. It's actually Mark, and it's going to be Shepherd coming in and bowls. And this delivery is on the line of the middle stump and played defensively into the onside. There's no run. So the Butchers are well here. We've got pepper, we have got salt. The Spice Man, Andre Fletcher, I think, is somewhere around, and we've got 2 butchers. So we're missing out some onions. Where's Graham?
We're going to be all right. We're going to be all right for food.
I think so.
Over the course of the day. I tell you what, food for thought, though. I have never seen that before in my life. I've never seen a bowler refuse to bowl, then take a wicket when eventually he does, and then leave the field in disgust.
As Shepherd bowls, and this delivery is punched. That bat sounds like it needs a bit of oil. Punched out to extra cover, and there's no run. 18 for 3. Alzarri Joseph, he's had some, I don't want to say attitudinal issues prior, but he seemed to be very upset.
Why don't you want to say? Because that looked like a pretty bad attitude to me. I mean, whatever the argument, whatever the disagreement was, Shai Hope's your captain.
Indeed, we show some respect.
Yeah. Unbelievable scenes.
And he's back on the field now. He's at mid-off, but it's Shepherd bowling. As he comes in, passes the umpire and bowls, and this delivery is again on the line of the off-stump and played defensively to Roston Chase, who took that controversial catch to dismiss Jacob Bethel. There was a bit of hush around the ground when Bethel was dismissed. I know he's brought a lot of family here to watch his innings, unfortunately. Hopefully he gets an opportunity if he plays in the T20s on Saturday. But he was unfortunately out for a very low score today. As Joseph relays the ball now to young Shepherd, the Guyanese. As he comes in now and passes Leslie for Jr. and bowls, and this delivery again is driven straight to the field of Rutherford at cover, no run. Good bowling.
Yeah, always strikes me, and did back in my playing days, there was a little bit more steepling bounce bowling from the Malcolm Marshall end. Certainly saw that in the dismissal of Jordan Cox. Snorter from Alzarri, who was so upset about what it was, I do not know. He didn't even appeal and didn't even celebrate the wicket.
Walked right back to his mark.
Back to his mark, yeah.
Left everyone celebrating his victory.
Listen, I hope it's something terrible that's happened out there, because otherwise, well.
Shepherd again now, and bowls to Livingston. Livingston again getting the delivery on the line of the off-stump, defends it screen to the offside, and there's the run. Speaking of Malcolm Marshall, 25 years since he went to the great beyond just 2 days ago.
Yes, what a legend. What a legend of the game. Don't suppose he'd have ever had a contretemps with...
Off the field, for sure.
With Clive Lloyd like that.
He would have risked it with Clive Lloyd.
Correct.
He would not have risked that. Lloyd would have come back out and said, guys, we're playing with 10. He did that already to Colin Croft as this delivery. As he passes the umpire and bowls on the line of the off-stump. Played backward a point, and there's still no run. The over ends, we've got 8 gone, 18 for 3. Salt's got 9, Livingston has got 2.
I mean, I'm almost hoping it's something like Shai Hope's run over his dog or something. Because if it's something cricketing, like a disagreement over a field placing or whatever, I just don't understand it. And in all of that, West Indies have been superb with the ball. Yes, there's a little bit in the surface. Just a little bit of sort of balloony type of bounce. There's a bit of carry, and the ball seems to be hitting much higher up on the bat than the English batsmen are expecting. And they've been very, very good. There was one misfield in the very first over, I think. 18 for 3, England right in the bother. And now Alzarri Joseph still isn't bowling.
Here comes Ford now. So he comes in and bowls to Salt, and Salt is looking to drive, plays it out to the backward point area yet again, where Roston Chase has done a lot of work there, fields. The sun is still with us, still some cloud in the distance. We expect, well, I was told that the forecast is for rain about 5 p.m. local time, which is about 9, I think, in the UK. So we might get some rain later on, going into the twilight period of this match. The outfield looks very patchy. There was an event here at Kensington Oval recently, as Ford comes in again and bowls, and this time Salt is on the front foot looking to defend and plays it into the offside, where Chase again called to account, and there is no run. What do you think about this? 18 for 3, the power play, just about over and 4 balls left, and England just can't find the boundary. What's going wrong?
No, they can't find the boundary. I mean, the average scores here over the last 10-11 games of teams batting first has only been 213, so we're not looking at a 300 plus wicket here. England have just got to figure out what might be defendable.
As Ford bowls again to Salt. Defended into the onside, out to Rutherford at mid-wicket this time. Still no run. 220 would be a good score.
And as they discovered, and perhaps should have been well aware of during the run chase at Antigua, West Indies death bowling is not perhaps their strongest suit. And so it might just be that we see a relatively long period of getting yourselves in and just trying to build a little bit of momentum, not losing any more wickets. England might think that 260 is a winning score here.
Here comes Ford down, bowls again. This delivery is cut away, out to backward point. Very well fielded there. It was short, it was cut, it was hit to Walsh, Hayden Walsh Jr., who's one of the better fielders in the West Indies team, and he was able to parry it back to Roston Chase to ensure that there's no run again.
Yeah, who's Hayden Walsh? Not junior anymore, I notice. But who's he on the field for?
Well, Joseph is on, I'll tell you in a minute. We work it out. Where's Hetmar? Here he comes in again now. Bowls, and this time it's played down to the third man area for a single. Let's see, is Shimmer Hetmar on the field? Yeah, he's at mid-wicket. We've got Azari Joseph. We've got, of course, the captain Hope. Roston Chase is on. Rutherford is on. Evan Lewis is there at the mid-wicket, at the cover area. Shepherd, is Shepherd off? No, Shepherd is at mid-off. We'll find that missing man. I think it's Brandon King. I'm not seeing Brandon King. Yeah, Brandon King seems to be off at the moment. Not quite sure if there's a problem, if he's injured. I hope not.
He's had an argument with the captain, maybe.
Here comes Ford again in bowls, and this time this delivery brings Livingston on the front foot. Plays it square to the offside, there's no run. We've got 9 overs gone, and England are limping, literally limping, on 19 for 3. Mark Butcher.
Yeah, just a case of trying to put a tourniquet on it, stop the bleeding for a little while for England. Just wait until some of the hardness, some of the bounce has gone out of the new ball perhaps, and then assess things from there. There certainly is there's no future in going hell for leather at this point, ending up 5 down before you've got to the halfway point in the innings, then you really are in trouble. So two players who are, relatively speaking, experienced in this very inexperienced England lineup. Just trying to take on a bit of responsibility, soak up a bit of pressure and see what they can do once they get themselves in.
So Shepherd to continue. He'll be bowling to Salt, who's got double figures. He's on 10. And here comes Mario Shepherd. He runs in now, passes the umpire and bowls. And this delivery is pitched up and driven. Yeah, actually plays it off the back foot, out to the third man area for 1. Well, what we'll be able to tell is if we don't see Joseph bowl perhaps in the rest of the innings, we definitely know that he's on some internal punishment.
Just what, or on strike or something. Listen, I don't know. I mean, England are three down inside the power play, and now Zari Joseph has only bowled 1 over. And he was up above 145 kilometres per hour. Pace, bounce, aggression. England might be 5 down if he was bowling.
Shepherd again bowls, and this delivery is driven out to the cover area. Joseph gets field. It's going to go into the boundary for 4. It was pitched up. That's the first boundary, I believe, that we've seen for the innings, I think.
I think it's a slower ball from Romario Shepherd. Something of a speciality for him in the middle and latter overs. Perhaps not really necessary at the moment. Yeah, it was an attempted leg cutter. Livingston just waited on it. Got his weight nicely forward and played a little punch drive between extra cover and mid-off. And a bit of welcome relief for England.
What's not welcome is the showers that we're beginning to get as Shepherd bowls, and this time he's on the line the off stump, played defensively into the offside, and there is no run. So it's beginning to drizzle a little bit. The ground staff, 1 or 2 of the groundsmen, they've got on their raincoats, but I don't think if it does fall, it's going to be one of those long showers, so shouldn't worry too much.
I'm going to say this now. If, and it's a very, very big if at the moment, England somehow go on and win this game, Joseph not bowling now, massive moment.
You know, you're right. Shepherd again bowls, and this one is driven back to the bowler, who doesn't stop it cleanly, but he indeed stops it for going down to the boundary. Was hit pretty firm. No run, 24 for 3. Run rate very slow, 2.48. Joseph still there at the mid-off area. Has not bowled. He had a very quick express over. You're right. I mean, he was looking quite deadly today, but seemed that he's got into some bit of an internal rift. It looks like he got into an argument with the captain, and he hasn't bowled since. As this delivery is edged and he's out caught by the keeper. Shea Hope has got another one. So to the Shepherd, and England are in further trouble now. They're in the dumps at 24 for 4.
Yeah, I said it's a big if. It's a huge if. It's a Kipling-sized if. Now, skipper goes 48 in the first ODI, that magnificent century, unbeaten in the second, but he's gone for 6. And England are in the deepest, darkest mess right now. Series on the line. West Indies fired up and desperate for those World Cup qualification points. A series victory to go with the one that they had over England here in December last year would be an extremely welcome bit of work for them. But for England, goodness gracious me, all these travelling fans have been very fired up and excited about the prospect of seeing this team here at Kensington Oval, and not being treated to much of a spectacle at the moment as Sam Curran makes his way out to the middle.
Well, if this game finishes early, we could have actually played the first T20 one time.
Let's fit an extra one in.
We actually have a 6 T20 series. There are 3 games in St. Lucia, and there are 2 here on the weekend. Hey, let's have a 6th game. Make it a real date for the fans who've come. And if you take the England fans out of the equation here, we're left with about 5 spectators from the West Indies. I'm not seeing very many West Indian spectators at all.
Well, working day, I suppose. Hopefully, if the game goes that long, we'll see a few after dark.
Yeah, but well, that's a long shot.
Yeah, I'll tell you what was a long shot was Liam Livingstone trying to drive that delivery from Mario Shepherd. It was nowhere near a half volley. Almost the back of a length ball that Livingstone decided to try and thrash on the up. And as we've seen, with regularity on this surface, the ball just kicks a little, just bounces a little, hedges it somewhere near the stickers as he's trying to drive that ball. Feathers it through to Shea Hope.
So Shepherd now bowling to Sam Curran. He's getting his first ball, and this delivery is short. He was thinking about pulling, but in the end he pulled out of it and taken there by the keeper. So we've got 10 overs gone. The power play comes to an end. 24 for 4. This is not fake radio or fake news. England are in real trouble here, and the West Indies are on top. Shepherd has got 2. We've also got Alzari Joseph has got 1, and Matthew Ford has also got 1. So one butcher replaces another. Mark is gone, but Roland comes in. Can't get rid of the butchers, can you?
Certainly not, Barry. And what an afternoon so far for the West Indies, as England are in all sorts of trouble. 10 overs gone, 24 for 4, and really staring down the barrel. Not a lot of batting to come. I mean, Curran obviously playing in this game as a batter. He's got a big job, and Mosley is obviously a very new man at this level. So a lot of responsibility on Salt's shoulders.
Yeah, you're right. So it's going to be 4 to continue. He's in his 6th now as he comes in and bowls, and this delivery is steered down to the short third man, where Roston chases again as Ford bowls again down the leg side, turned into the onside for 1 out to mid-wicket area. They'll just get that single. So 25 now for 5. 25 for 4, correction.
Yeah, Jordan Cox's dismissal, really, that's not a delivery to get you out. The ball was far too short. It was bouncing. And, you know, with so much overs in the game, really, he just needed to just drop his hands and allow the ball to go through. Fended at it. And then, obviously, Jacob Bethel, short ball outside the off stump. Tried to keep it down, Jacob. If he was trying to cut it up, he might have got away with it. But a very good catch by Roston. Cheers. And so West Indies have bowled well, but I think England's batting has been quite average.
Livingston, last 7 ODI scores after today. A duck, 33 not out, 62 not out. A duck, 48. 124 not out, and 6. As Matthew Ford bowls again. And this is the first delivery to Curran for him. It's defensively pushed back down the ground, and there's no run. England have got a lot of batting, there's no doubt about it. But what worries me is their demeanour. Their demeanour just doesn't seem very businesslike today.
Well, you say a lot of batting. Where's a lot of batting? I mean, Curran's playing for the first time as a number 5 batter today. I think that's the position for him. I think he's a batter bowler. He's used the other way around. But then after that,
as this delivery again is turned into the onside out to the mid-on area, still no run.
Yeah, then after that, really, you've just got Overton, who has got ability, but hasn't done a great deal at this level with a bat. So, really, a lot depends on this partnership here. These two really have got to carry England into any position if they want to get out of the mess that they're in right now.
Well, Sam Curran, he's batted 6 today. We've still got Dan Mosley. He's got some batting ability, and like you said, Overton, Archer, Rashid and Topley down the leg side, turned out to mid-wicket. They wanted the single, but it was not on. Very well fielded in the end. And no run, 25 for 4.
Yeah, even after the dive there by Rutherford at mid-wicket, should have got a single there, really. He obviously didn't want to get off the mark, Curran. And Ford doing a pretty good job here with the ball. He's got 1 for 14 in his 6th over, so doing just what West Indies want him to do.
Mosley, of course, he's from Warwickshire. He's got 100 at list A, as this delivery is short and it's cut away. Beautiful shot, 4. It was short, it was outside the line of the off stump, and there was Sam Curran enjoying that, even though Hetmeyer dived. Once it passed him, it was heading towards the boundary and it got there. 4 runs to end the over. England 29 for 4, still in a lot of trouble. At least some pressure was relieved.
Yeah, slow ball there by Matthew Ford. It's a good shot by Curran, short and wide. And they just got on top of that one and hit it to the right of Hetmeyer at point. Gets himself a boundary, but doesn't get England out of a mess. They're still at 29 for 4. We were speaking about Mosley, talented but untried. So, he's got a lot of responsibility when he comes in. This really is the key partnership. I think Phil Salt's, he really has to sit and bat these 50 overs. If he doesn't, really, England will not get a total of any significance.
So Alzari Joseph, it looks like his ban has been lifted and he's back. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 2. But the vice captain is back to bowl as the power play is over. Here he comes in now as he steams in. Passes umpire Leslie for Jr. and bowls to Salt. Salt gets to deliver on the line of the off stump and pushes it down to the fielder, who picks up just about now, and there's no run. So we're looking at what has happened, and Salt has seen it all happen. That's one good thing. He is still there. The opener on 12. Jacks went caught by the keeper Hope off of 4 for 5. Jordan Cox went caught by the keeper Hope off of Joseph for 1. Jacob Bethel was controversially caught there by Roston, chase off of Shepherd for a duck. And Livingston was caught by the keeper Hope off of Shepherd for 6. So Hope has got 3 catches in the 4 wickets. Here comes Joseph now getting balls, and Salt this time gets one that comes off the inner portion of the mat. He doesn't know where it went. He was called through for the single, and that's all there will be. Out to backwards square. 1 more run. They're in the 30s now, 30 for 4.
Yeah, pressure really on these 2 batters, and obviously good time really for Joseph to be bowling at Curran. He's only just come to the crease, and with England 4 down, there's a good chance for Joseph to strike now. But as you said, Salt has seen it all. He's been there right from the start. He's got 13 or 30. I don't think he could have done a lot else, really. Wickets been falling around him at regular intervals, so he's just had to hang in there.
Yeah, reminds me of Bangladesh playing today against Afghanistan. Bangladesh, they made 143, chasing Afghanistan's 235. They lost 8 wickets for 23 runs. Short ball pulled powerfully through mid-wicket. That's Sam Curran power. It was short there by Alzari Joseph. There's no one in mid-wicket. And finally we're hearing some cheers from the very large cadre of spectators from England here. And that boundary takes a total now to 34 for 4.
Yeah, that's a good shot there by Sam Curran. Obviously expecting the short pitch delivery from Alzari Joseph and taking him on. Struck it quite beautifully through mid-wicket. But Barry, I've maintained that England have used Sam Curran incorrectly over time. Sam Curran is a batter who bowls, and England tend to use him as a bowling all-rounder.
I think he's better utilised in the IPL. They have recognised that, and they have utilised him as such. Here comes Joseph in again and bowls to Sam Curran, and Sam Curran gets the delivery and then the off stump, defends it out to the mid-off area, no run. 34 for 4.
Yeah, I think he would also tell you that he would like more opportunities to bat, and I know he was quite disappointed, particularly when Stokes was out of the Test side, and obviously England were looking for somebody similar to Ben Stokes who bats and bowls, and he was disappointed not to have played, and quite rightly so.
How much first-class cricket does he play?
Well, before getting into the England setup over the last few years, I mean, he played quite a lot. So he's played a lot of cricket. There's no question about that. Don't forget, was it a year ago he was man of the match of the World Cup?
Here he comes in now, Joseph and bowls, and this delivery is on the line of the off stump again. Played down to the point area for 1. 35 then for 4. 1 over, 1 ball left in over number 12.
Well, in actual fact, he was man of the World Cup. You remember in Australia. So, he has got certainly some batting potential. I think he's a better batter than bowler. I think his bowling is, unless conditions are favourable, I think he's nothing more than maybe above average as a bowler, but he has got some ability as a batter.
So it's going to be Joseph to continue. Here he comes in now, bowls to Salt, who's on 13. As he runs in now, passes umpire and bowls to Salt, and Salt gets the one on the line of the leg stump, turns it out to mid-wicket, and there's still no run. How is the pitch playing, Roland? We've got 12 overs gone, 35 for 4.
Well, it's difficult to assess. I think West Indies have bowled well. One thing they've done pretty well is that they haven't given the batters a lot of width. I think they've bowled pretty straight, and that's really helped them on this surface. It's not a particularly quick pitch. I think it's, once that new ball is gone, I think it's quite comfortable to bat on. It'd be interesting to see when the spinners come on if there's any turn in the pitch. But so far the pitch has played fairly well. West Indies have bowled well, they've caught well, and obviously they put England under pressure. We'll find out soon as Moti's coming into the attack.
Yeah, Moti's going to come under the attack, and he's bowled very good in all forms of cricket. All forms of cricket, and he has been such a refreshing space for the West Indies and the selectors, because he's the kind of bowler that can do things on all three. Test bowling, ODI bowling, and if he has to bowl in T20s, he's pretty defensive.
Yeah, he's a very important player for West Indies.
Here he comes in on bowls, and this first delivery for the left arm spinner is just punched down to the backward point area where Alzari Joseph is fielding, and there's actually no run there for him. The sunshine is back and the clouds are gone. That's good news.
I don't think Moti would have enjoyed the last game too much, Barry, as a spinner.
It wasn't this kind of pitch, to be fair to him, as this delivery is driven down to the mid-off area, no run. What are the options now for the West Indies? What will you be doing if you were the captain now?
Well, to be quite honest, let's first of all let's look from an England point of view. If I were on the England side, what I would do is to ensure. I'll come back to that in a minute.
As this delivery again is punched out to the mid-off area for 1. One more run there to Salt, who's gone now to 13. Is 35 for 4.
Right. The important thing for England is to just hang in there and don't lose any wickets. If they can do that, West Indies will have a problem, because if you look at the West Indies attack, they've just got the 5 bowlers. If any one of those bowlers go for runs, then there's a problem. You then have to...
Now the on drive out to the long on area for 1, you were saying, Roland?
Yeah, you then have to go to somebody like Rutherford. So the thing for England now really is just to hang in there. 50 overs is a long time to go, even though, you're in the 13th over, there's still plenty of time to go. The longer they bat, the more chance that they've got of getting back in the game.
A drive out to cover. This is going to go through the covers. This is going to go into the boundary. Yes, it does. It was pitched up, and Sam Curran just came on the front foot and drove the ball sweetly through cover. 4 more runs then to England, and Sam Curran could be the man of the day.
Yeah, Curran dealing in boundaries at the moment. That was a good shot. It was an over-pitch delivery, and what we've seen so far is obviously no spin. It was too full actually to spin, but it was nicely put away.
Here comes the left-arm spin of Curran again and bowls, and this delivery brings him on the front foot, defends, pushes it back to the bowler to end the over. 13 gone, 41 for 4. Roland Butcher.
Yeah, still West Indies very much in front of this game by virtue of taking those early wickets. This is a key partnership. Salt really he hasn't had the chance to be explosive, and at this stage of the game he cannot afford to do that. He's just got to hang in there. When you look at that scorecard, doesn't make pretty reading. Jacks 5, Cox 1, Bethel 0, and Livingston 6. Really the heart of the top order being ripped out there by Shepherd, Ford and Joseph. But Curran has come in and he's looked very positive. He's hit 3 boundaries so far.
Alzari's going to continue from the Malcolm Marshall end as the sunshine is just bathing this ground again. As he comes in now, as he passes the umpire and bowls to Salt. Salt, the opener, who's watched it all happen. He plays his ball defensively into the offside, and there's still no run. 41 for 4.
Yes, and Joseph now obviously in his second spell he's bowling from our end here at the media centre, so he's running away from us. Yeah, Barry, the sun is back out. And, just having a look around the ground, and in terms of the crowd, it's well spread. Even in that new stand that we spoke about, there's still some hearty people with some shirts off in the halfway up the stand.
As Joseph bowls again on the line of the off stump, driven back to the bowler and no run. Yeah, I think that the England fans will be a little disappointed in terms of what they've seen so far from the England batsmen, but I back England to still give a competitive total.
Yeah, I think once they can hang in there, as I said, they will give West Indies a problem with the 6 bowler. That's going to be the Achilles heel for West Indies. So they've got to keep taking wickets, and once they keep doing that, if they can break this partnership, then they can get away with the 5 bowlers.
Here comes Joseph as he passes the umpire and bowls, and this delivery is pulled out to the forward square area for 1. Salt wants 2. No, says Sam Curran. Very wise decision too.
Yeah, he was lucky there, Salt. He didn't really play that one particularly well. I'm just trying to pull it over mid-wicket, and he just got it to the right of Rutherford. It could easily have landed straight in his lap there at mid-wicket. He was just helping it, really, and he was lucky to get away with that.
So Salt just having a little chat there with Sam Curran, perhaps saying, look, we're in a deep, desperate hole. We've got to get ourselves out of this. It makes no sense now trying to run each other out. Here he comes in now. Alzari Joseph and bowls to Sam Curran, who's got 14. A delivery that's on the line of the off stump, and he just plays it out to the third man area for 1. Very sensible batting there from Sam Curran. He's got 15 from 14. Salt has got 15 as well, but from 35.
Yeah, 2 totally different innings, really. I think Salt, as we know, he's an explosive player, but it's important, really, for the innings that he tempers that aggression, and he's still got some 36 overs after this to bat, so there's no point in rushing. 4 wickets have gone down already.
Yeah, just about 2 balls left in the over. As Salt is tapping away and gets the delivery on the line of the off stump. Very well bowled by Joseph again, defended into the offside, and there's still no run. T20 squad, when is it going to be released, Roland? We're waiting for that squad.
Well, I thought that you would have had it by now, Barry. Your colleague Andrew Mason, you just get these scoops and breaking news. I'm surprised that he hasn't broken the team as yet.
I'm wondering if Nicholas Pooran is in it. Everyone wants to know if he's going to be playing. That will perhaps bring a couple more thousand into the ground as Joseph comes in and bowls to Salt, and Salt gets another good delivery in the line of the middle stump, defended into the offside with the bowler Joseph fielding to his own bowling to end the over. 14 overs gone, and the England side still in a lot of trouble, but this partnership taking them from 24 for 4 to 43 without further loss.
Yeah, good over there by Joseph. Didn't try to bowl too fast, just try and bowl fairly straight. And that last delivery, Salt thought about pulling it at the last minute, obviously realising the risk involved, and then defended it back along the pitch. But I think the West Indies faster bowlers to date have bowled, they've bowled pretty well. They've just kept England on the under pressure.
So Moti to continue. Here he comes in and balls to Curran, and Curran this time is again playing this out to the long on area. One more run. So much time in this match. There's no need to hurry. You can almost play this like a bit of a mini test.
Well, absolutely, especially with those early wickets going down. There should not be any rush. As you said, there's plenty of time, and the longer you bat, obviously.
On the line of the off stump, driven well. Another single, one more run.
Yeah, Morty thought that was coming in this direction. Salt drove it up to mid-off.
Our statistician has told me that this is the first time that Phil Salt and Sam Curran have batted together in a one-day international. Can you believe that? As Moti bowls again, this delivery on the line of the off stump again defended. Moti feels his own bowling, no run.
Well, there's one or two things. Either they haven't played much together, or when Curran gets to the crease, Salt's gone already.
Well, like you said, they batted too low anyway.
Absolutely.
Moti, left arm spin, comes in again and bowls, and this time is on the line of the off stump. Spins a hell of a lot from outside off. But there was Sam Curran just watching it very carefully. If the score was 100 runs on this at 145 for 4, you'll also say that they're still in some trouble. Here he comes in again and bowls. Again on the line of the off stump. Pushed out to cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, Moti just bowling a little bit closer to Curran now. Not giving him any width. He knows Curran wants to drive or he wants to cut, so he's just keeping it nice and tight. So if anything, he can drive it up to his long on.
On the line of the off stump again, and pushed out to the cover area for one more run. 15 overs gone, 46 for 4. The latest score. Roland Butcher, thank you so much as we welcome back John Norman.
Thank you very much, Barry Wilkinson, and the Butchers, Roland and Mark. Drinks at the Kensington Oval. The players just taking a little breather. I think we need a breather because, boy, oh boy, England are in a little bit of a pickle. Philo, Wallace and Jarrod Kimber alongside me. 45 for 4 if you're just joining us here on talkSPORT 2 or via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. We've had 15 overs of action. Will Jacks went early. Everyone went early, really. He was caught on the drive for 5. Jordan Cox was caught behind. Snorter of delivery from Alzari Joseph. 92 miles an hour. He was caught behind for 1. Bethel hit a long hop to backward point. Roston Chase took an absolute ridiculous catch. And then Liam Livingston caught behind, forcing delivery. Romario Shepherd with the last 2 wickets to fall. Anybody know what's going on with Alzari Joseph? Philo Wallace, he didn't look happy.
He's never happy.
Really?
Never. I've never seen him smiling on a cricket field.
Off a cricket field.
And what happened today, I couldn't believe it. He's the vice captain of this team.
Yeah.
And you can, when you look at it, it looks like he and the captain their minds did not sync. And he just decided, look, after this one over, I'm just going to go off and maybe take a little breather and come back. But that is not the way to do it. You have responsibility. You're the leader of this bowling attack, and you need to take that responsibility. Everything that a captain do is not going to fall into your plate, but you still need to be an adult in how you conduct yourself on the field of play.
Have you ever seen signs of his character coming through in that way before?
Never. I know he's a very unlucky fast bowler, and it builds up on you. But to do that today and walk off the field after taking a wicket and bowling so fast as well, and only then, the other thing to it is that only 10 men are on the field.
Well, that is the other thing, because he needs to tell someone he's going off the field so a substitute can come on.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate, unprofessional, and they will deal with that on the inside. But you have to commend them. He ran in and bowl hard. He bowled good lines, got no reward. And the other bowlers as well supported him. And one of the key things you have to say about West Indies is that their catching has been good, and they put a lot of pressure on the English batters in the field. So there were no loose singles, a few Hetmar, but when you look at it, they dive around and stop the ball and keep the pressure on the English batters.
Jarrod, you ever seen situations similar to that? I'm scratching my head trying to think of one and struggling.
I've seen captains and, well, in this case, vice captain, because he's the vice captain, of course. But I've seen captains and bowlers have fights before and arguments. Usually what happens is the bowler goes off to fine leg and doesn't come back for a little while, and the game goes on, but without them. It doesn't usually have a situation where you leave the field. I was telling Katie, who works in our social media, about, do you remember the Craig McDermott, Alan Border one? Where in 89 Ashes, where they had a full-on screaming match.
Yes, yeah.
I can't repeat anything I think that was said in that conversation, other than you'll be on the next plane home. So, I mean, it's not the first time we've ever seen it. I think what's more interesting is that it's captain, vice captain, and also just how angry he was. He was ticking. And unfortunately, it was the England batter who was taken out by that. And you could see him being pushed away and them trying to settle him down. And I think Darren Sammy went to the boundary and Alzarri Joseph walked in a different direction. So he was obviously absolutely fuming at that point. We could see Shai Hope trying to talk to him later on and him having no interest in it, and Romario Shepherd actually getting between them while they chatted. Not to stop violence or anything, but just to stop the argument, Philo.
Yeah, well, tempers obviously would have been hiding, and I saw Shepherd and also Brandon King just moving, separating Hope and Alzarri Joseph, because you don't know what could have happened, huh? It could have been worse. So at least they tried to calm the situation. Alzarri left the field and now he's back bowling. Let's hope he can continue to bowl well.
Well, he's bowling now as Alzarri Joseph. This is pitched up on the pads of Sam Curran and driven to mid-off, no run. 46 for 4 then. In and amongst this, West Indies have been... I mean, what's going on?
They're beating England with 10 men.
I thought it was a football match.
I mean, it's
proper club cricket, though, isn't it? Because I think, Philo, there was a 4 hit down the ground, and I was like, where's mid-on? And then I suddenly realised they were a player short.
A lot of action in the cricket and also in the attitudes of Alzarri and the rest of the players. But he'll settle down. The game still has to go on.
And here he is now. And again, this is very straight. It's fast, and Sam Curran is defending, trying to come forward. I can report that the swimming pool, which Barry Wilkinson was dry about an hour and a half ago, is now full of English people and water. So there you go. Phil Salt and Sam Curran. I mean, how do they go about things here, Philo? Is it just a case of playing every delivery on its merits, or is it just about crease occupation? Is it about making sure they don't make the mistakes of the first ODI and, you know, leaving 5-6 overs out there? Or is it not really up to them because the bowling are going to decide to a degree? Short delivery, and Sam Curran calls Phil Salt through, but Phil Salt doesn't want the run, and he's right not to run. Curran comes back. There's a throw at the stumps at the striker's end. Oh, I tell you what, we picked that up on the old on the microphones.
We'd like
Apologies
to apologise
from Alzarri Joseph.
And, yeah,
he's not happy.
Everyone's shocked that it was Alzarri Joseph. I said what happened then. There wasn't a run in that original one. Sam Curran was wrong. But Sam Curran realised he could get back into his crease, and he basically toyed with the fielder to have a shot at the stumps. He was never going to run him out, and it was just an easy overthrow. In this case, Philo, and maybe in this case alone, Alzarri Joseph was right.
No, I think Alzarri Joseph is wrong. This is cricket.
That's also true.
And this is, you expect those kind of things. Obviously, the guy threw the ball at the stumps. There was no one backing up. But that is cricket. There's no need to behave like that.
No, I'll give you that.
The field is spread as well. As this is pushed to mid-on as well. Phil Salt could be run out. Direct hit from mid-on. And Phil Salt would have been run out.
It's Curran, isn't it? I think.
It's Curran.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah,
Yes, sorry.
Curran is non-striker.
2 balls in a row. Curran's just taken off for no reason. That one was never a run there, was it?
No, never a run. But Casey Carty, again, not a strong fielder in West Indies. But he had good aim, and he just missed. If he hit, Curran would be out. And that would be the more disaster for England. If it hit, he'll be gone. But luckily for him, the ball missed the stumps. And he and Phil Salt now have to have a discussion and continue this rebuilding process here. All the ingredients you mentioned before, John, is correct. These two have to bat and bat sensible.
Well, there's nothing sensible about the last delivery. As on the pull, Phil Salt facing will take a single, backward as square on the leg side, and an easy pace delivery. It was touch too short from sorry, Joseph. And we've had another overthrow. I have no idea how this overthrow has even taken place, but the camera's panning on Alzarri Joseph, who is so angry. He's not even speaking now. The throw came in from the boundary's edge. Forward it was. Yeah. I mean, whether it was wayward or not, I'm not 100% sure because we haven't yet seen a replay of it. But
in Belgian parlance, John, they will say you can boil water on his head. He's that hot. And the worst thing is that they get an extra runs through overthrows, and he's fuming. You know, he needs an ice pack. I'm telling you.
So 3 runs from the over, 2 of them from overthrows. As last ball of the over, Joseph is in, and this is just crunched to cover point by Phil Salt. 18 to Salt, 18 to Curran. England 49 for 4. That was an entertaining little passage of play, Philo, Wallace.
Yeah, I will continue. I will show will continue Alzari Joseph. A lot of stuff is happening, but he needs to understand that he is the leading fast bowler in this unit, and he's bowling well. He bowled 5 overs. He has picked up 1 wicket for 13 runs. He has some little mishaps that have been happening in his field while he's bowling, but he needs to control that aggression and not show it to his teammates, because they're the ones that are going to be affected more often than not. She hope as captain will try to stay as cool as possible, but the other teammates will start to get edgy. And this guy is not calming down, so he needs to calm himself down so that he can get the other players to rally around him. And it looks like he's going to leave the field again.
He's just left the field. This time, someone came on for him. So when they're not a player down, but it's the same thing again. It is incredible that he went for 3 runs in that over. Only one of them was because of a batter. The other 2 were because of overthrows. Whatever James Franklin's getting paid, I hope they're giving him double for today. He's really had to work as the bowling coach today.
Well, all I'll say is...
just keeping the guys on the park, John.
As Alzari Joseph strode purposefully up the steps back into the dressing room past James Franklin. James Franklin did not follow him.
Agree. Let him go in there and blow off his steam inside of the dressing room and then come back. Not even the head coach or the manager, Roland Lewis, they're not even interested in going in that dressing room. So allow him to just blow his steam off in there, and when he regroups and regathers his thoughts, then he returns to the field. This should be dealt with after the game.
I was going to say, yeah, I think there's clearly something really bothering him. It's not the overthrows, is it? That, there's something actually happening. Yeah. He just needs to get on top of it for a minute, allow him his own space. They've tried to talk to him before. Darren Sammy followed him. I think Franklin followed him. He walked away from him, do you remember? Yes. They went into the dressing room behind him, and he came down onto the boundary away from them. He just needs his moment. He's bowling really well when he's not angry, though. Well, actually, he's bowling really well while being angry.
Something else has happened as well. I'll mention it after this delivery from Gudakesh Moti, who is in, and this is pushed up to long on for a single from the bat of Sam Curran. The run-out opportunity for West Indies, which Casey Carty didn't take, saw Sam Curran desperately trying to get back at the non-striker's end. Because he was at the non-striker's end, he had the glove off. He'd taken the glove off and still had the glove off when he was desperately trying to get back. And in trying to get back, I think he scraped his hand as Moti is in again. This is just placed to mid-wicket. And the physio's just come on. It looks like he's got quite a gash on his hand. I didn't see whether it was his left or right hand.
I think it was his left by the way he was diving.
Yeah, I think it could well have been, as this time Salt comes forward, opens the face of the bat and just pushes this to Field, who comes in from the cover boundary for another run. 51 for 4. England famously all out for 51 in the Caribbean back in 2009. Kingston, I don't think they've played there since. They always seem to play at the same grounds these days, Barbados, Antigua and St Lucia. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. Both gloves on now, though, for Curran, who's forward. Foolish delivery. And Curran just drives this to the cover boundary for another single.
Yeah, it's his left hand. He was just shaking it then after that shot. You could actually hear that came off the toe a little bit as well.
Yeah, well, obviously he has soft skin. On the surface, the square, Kenzinova is quite hard. And obviously diving in, he would have bruised himself.
Touch wider of the crease, and this is wide of Phil Salt, who cuts the ball away, but there's only enough time for a single. This is all England can do at the moment. Just if the ball is there to be hit to the boundary, hit it. But with Alzari Joseph off the field, he's picked up 1 wicket. This is the thing, they do need him.
Yeah, well, he is the key. He's bowling well. You expect him to come out there and lead the attack. You don't want to leave it for too late. You see him walking across the boundary, he's still upset.
He is upset. Curran will take a single to deep point this time. and not quite silence in and around the ground, but it's kind of that stage of an ODI where the batting team are just going to be pushing the singles and not trying anything too dramatic. Here comes Alzari.
He's back. And I'm glad he's come back at a time when I was just about to give you a really good stat, but I will give it anyway. This is currently the slowest List A score that Phil Salt has ever had. So he's in his 43rd List A game, and he's never had a strike rate under 45 before. So this is the slowest. The only other times he's been slower, of course, is when he's made ducks and he's made no runs at all. So it's a very, very different kind of innings. And I'm not just talking about England here. I'm talking about domestic cricket and all sorts of things. He's never played at this pace before. So good on him for pulling this out when they need it. Maybe he'll fire up a little bit later. Maybe Alzari will talk to him.
Yeah, but the thing is that the second ODI in Antigua, he batted well. And I was pleased to see him bat deep into the overs. I know, obviously, in Barbados, his team is under pressure. He's the guy who was there from the beginning as the opener, and he continues to show good, sensible batting.
Andrew McKenna's been in contact, commentated for the first 2 ODIs, and he'll be back for some of the T20s. I'll read out his message in a second as Roston Chase is in. So we're going to spin at both ends, and very, very close to a caught and bowled opportunity there with Sam Curran on the ball a little too early. And it's just bounced a fraction short of Chase, who's picked up one terrific catch already today. He's in again, the off spinner. This time, forward, compact, pushing through point. And Curran moves to 22. The score, 55 for 4. Roston Chase span England out. Was it at this ground? Was it at Barbados? It was at Barbados, wasn't it?
When he took all the wickets?
Yeah.
Yes, Barbados.
Eight for?
He's at home.
2019. Most of them are at home, Philo. They nearly all come from Barbados, something I'm sure you're very pleased about. Including Phil Salt.
Yeah, I had a hand
Jacob
in him.
Bethel.
Who's facing. Now, with one slip in place, and Chase over the wicket, and again, it's just sticking in the pitch a touch. He's threw the shot a bit too early. This has gone aerial through vacant short mid-on, and Phil Salt comes through for a single. 56 for 4 here on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel and talkSPORT 2.
Yeah, Phil Salt needs to be careful. That ball just stuck in the wicket a bit, and he went through with hard hands, but just tugged it wide of Roston Chin down to long on for a single. But Phil Salt went to school in Barbados, and he was at a private school where no cricket was being played. And I was coaching at Harrison College at the time.
Here is Chase, wide, left alone by Curran, no run.
And his father came one evening and asked if his son can play for the school. So then we had to go through all the registration processes and getting the father to write a letter. And I presented it to the headmaster and the school board, and they allowed Phil Salt to play for Harrison College.
This time, Sam Curran is playing at a delivery that's straighter on off stump, on the back foot, and pushed along on for a single. 57 for 4.
But he loved cricket. His father said he loves cricket. All he wants to do is play cricket.
How old was he at this time?
He was young. Was about 12, 13 years old, very young. And he came into Harrison College side. He fitted right in. He wasn't going to the school. He just came to play cricket, and everything was hunky-dory. And then a couple of years later, I hear Phil Salt is playing for England. And I'm happy for him. I'm glad he's made the progress.
Last ball of the over, and comes forward a touch to Salt, cuts, and this is pushed in front of square on the offside for another single. So you can write forward of his book. I'm sure you'll get name checked when he makes it.
Not at all. I don't want any credit. I'm happy to see him playing for England. I'm happy for Jacob Bethel, Joffa Archer. Before them, we had Chris Jordan. So it's good to see that the Barbados Cricket Association and Barbados can produce cricketers that can be exported to England and other parts of the world to play cricket. I'm very happy for them, and I wish them all the very best going forward in their careers.
Did Rihanna ever play? Did you ever teach Rihanna off breaks?
No, I'm not so privileged. She went to Combamira.
She played
with Craig Braffett, so maybe Craig would have taught her how to bowl. No, how to play forward, not bowl.
Oh, he can bowl. He can bowl a bit of spin, can't he, Craig?
He was colourful. He had a suspected action, so spin was not his thing.
Her teacher was Roddy Eswick, who was obviously the West Indian assistant coach, and there was that thing during the World Cup when she came to visit him during the World Cup.
He was the games master, the cricket master there.
Yep.
Here's Moti, slow left arm, replacing off spin, and this is played nicely actually by Phil Salt, all along the ground. Doesn't push the first run particularly quickly, and it's fielded at mid-off. At mid-wicket. Sorry, I was distracted by... Every time the camera goes on Alzari Joseph, I feel a little bit scared.
Yeah, he's a scary guy. Carlos Braffett also went there. I think Matthew Ford as well. went to Combermere. Shane Dowridge. So some guys with some good pedigree went there, and Roddy Essick would have touched them all.
Why was there no cricket at Phil Salt's school?
It was a private school.
So there's no cricket at private schools?
Some private schools don't carry the cricket curriculum, but obviously his father was there doing some work, and he went to a private school where there was no cricket, and he decided, look, he wants to play and be allowed him.
Here is Sam Curran this time. Just pitched up a touch, and Sam Curran hits what will be the first boundary for England in quite some time. 31 deliveries at the end of the 18th over since they last scored a boundary, and he's lifted this ball up over extra cover and away for 4.
A beautiful shot there by Sam Curran. Good balance. He knew where he wanted to hit that ball. It was of the right length and the right pace, and he executed very well. He's continuing from where he left off, actually, and Antigua is good to see.
Yeah, not that far from mid-off, though, truth be told. But he'll take another single, this time pushing the delivery from Moti up to long on for 164 for 4. England at 24 for 4 when Liam Livingstone, the skipper, was out. It was Livingstone and Curran that combined with such great effect in the second ODI. Curran scored a few runs in the first as well. He's been quite vocal about his desires on the international scene. So runs here will be important as this is driven back to Moti at no run.
Yes, he believes he can play a bigger part in the red ball unit for England. But this would be a good examination of him with this batting. I think his bowling needs a bit more improvement.
Moti again, this time is on leg stump and pushed to short mid wicket. West Indies in danger here. I mean, they don't want to give up, 5-10 overs here, do they? Bringing on Chase as well as, Moti is a frontline spinner and a first-rate one as well. He's caused England problems many times as Phil Salt drills this ball back to the bowler who half fields, but there is a fielder at short mid-off who completes the job. 64 for 4 England at the end of the 19th.
The West Indies are still in control here. Obviously, they won the toss and decided to send England to batting at 64 for 4 after 19. You would think that you have control. And these middle overs, the Chase and Moti in operation, is going to challenge the English batters because they have to show a lot of patience. They're going to show application and common sense. They can't go looking for big shots because England is still not out of the woods yet. And after Curran, then there's Mosley, who's new to the international arena, Overton, Archer, Rashid and Topley. Not a lot left in the tank. So these two have to bat deep into these 50 overs to give England a reasonable total to defend.
Ben Manning on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube chat facility says Barbados should not be giving away talent to England when West Indies are 8th in the rankings. As Ruston Chase is in. He's bowling round the wicket to the left hand is Sam Curran, who takes a single to long on.
Is he saying that the ECB should be paying Barbados? Because at the end of the day, Jacob Beffel came here on a scholarship when he was 13 years old. Now the BCA can't stop him. Joffa Archer obviously would have been playing here. His father obviously is a citizen and he got that through that route. Chris Jordan came here as well through a scholarship and he has also qualified. So when you look at it, I don't think the Barbados Cricket Association can stop these fellas from coming if the opportunities are given to them and they accept. You have to respect that.
Absolutely. Wide of the crease is Ruston Chase, and this is coming into the right-handed Phil Salt. Clips his away to the leg side and suddenly realises, oh, hang on, there might be a second, but there isn't. And so it's just the one run, 66 for 4.
And we got Shea Simmons up at Warwickshire. Should the BCA go up there and say, no, you cannot sign that contract? No, so the opportunities, I believe, are greater in England. The facilities are better, and I think the development process of the cricketers are stronger.
Sam Curran this time is just forward and pushes this into the offside. No run.
Also, is it payback for Gordon Greenidge leaving England to play for the West Indies?
No, I don't believe in payback. That was 1962.
I'm joking. I'm just saying it is worth remembering there was a pretty good player who went in the other direction.
Yes.
This is a touch fuller, tossed up by Ruston Chase, and it's driven. This time a little bit squarer, but it's fielded on the boundary. 1 run.
Because that's always the joke at Australia, that Australia got Clary Grimmett from New Zealand. So you can take anyone else you want. We got the first 200 wicket taker in Test cricket history. Eventually it'll even itself out.
I see that Josh Inglis is a name that's being bandied around as a potential to play for Australia, as he does anyway, in red ball cricket. And he's still got that English twang, hasn't he? As again, Ruston Chase is just varying the part of the crease where he's delivering the ball, this time again wide, into Phil Salt, who takes a single to cover. So Salt moves to 25. He's actually been surpassed by Sam Curran, who's going at nearly a run of ball, quite quietly, 30 from 34. One ball left of the 20th over, and Roston Chase goes round the wicket. He's been bowling over the wicket to the right-hander. And Sam Curran just waits, chases in, he's forward defended, and that's the over done. A good one for West Indies, just 4 runs coming from it. England rocked early doors, 9 for 1, 10 for 2, 14 for 3 and 24 for 4. But despite a little tantrum along the way from Alzari Joseph, which may continue, they haven't lost a further wicket. 68 for 4 after 20.
Yes, a good partnership here building between Salt and Curran. But Roston Chase, Jonathan, I want to say, has improved a lot as a bowler. And in the white ball format, he's bowled 2 overs for 8 runs, but Shea Hope has brought him in to keep things tight. And he's really done that, and you have to commend him. His fielding has gone up 3,000%. Just a little kinks in his batting, but as an all-round cricketer, I believe that Roston Chase has developed, and he's fitted quite nicely into the West Indies white ball squad. It's unfortunate that he's not in the Test squad, and that is something for another discussion for another time. But at least for this moment in the white ball squad, he's been very, very effective, and you will see him no doubt in the T20 squad. That hopefully West Indies will announce their T20 squad sooner rather than later, because it starts on Saturday in Barbados.
I just think he's a very professional player, and for years he struggled with seam bowling. He didn't face seam bowling as well as he did spin. In the last couple of years, you could see him coming on. He just keeps improving. And, he wasn't a good T20 player, and he became a good T20 player.
Romario Shepherd has picked up 2 wickets, and he's been dispatched, swatted like a bothersome fly. And the ball has just sailed over deep mid-wicket. And Phil Salt has greeted Romario Shepherd with 6 of the best.
That's a top shot. In Barbados, we just say move that. A length delivery, not a lot of pace, but obviously he picked up the height quite easily, and he smashed it over mid-wicket for 6. Although there was a fielder down there, all he did was just watch the ball sail over the boundary ropes and into the stand for 6. Well played, Phil Salt.
Doesn't matter if you have 10 players or 11 players on the field for that shot, does it?
In fact, it might be better to have one person.
I was going to say, could Alzari catch that from the boundary, from outside the boundary?
And what I like about Phil Salt, he put away a bad ball early in the first delivery, but he's put that bad ball to the boundary.
Just outside his crease is Phil Salt. This time, I feel like he may have missed out. He's cut a short and wide delivery straight to point. Could have gone back-to-back boundaries there. Ben Manning says, yep, you're right, Philo, but talent needs to be nurtured to help West Indies become stronger.
Yes, I agree,
and
Ben.
Not lost to England. I think my point is fair.
I agree, Ben, but at the end of the day, we're a small country with limited resources, limited opportunities for these cricketers. So if they are given the opportunity elsewhere, I am all for it. If the BCA is rewarded, I'll even be happier.
Romario Shepherd is in again, and this is a cutter, I think. It's a single taken to the fielder, who is just in front of deep point on the boundary, cover point boundary, and that means that Salt and Curran move into the 30s, start the 21st over. Partnership, 51 runs.
Yeah, it was a big leg cutter, that one. Look, I think
the leg cutter.
Yeah, I think the other thing to remember is that it isn't the ECB that are giving all these scholarships away. It's private schools in the UK. That might change, of course, with the new government and new regulations and everything else coming in. But that's what a lot of private schools do, is they go around looking for talented players. Owen Morgan and Chris Jordan played for Dulwich at the same time, didn't they? Or roughly around the same time.
Over the wicket is Shepherd, whose first ball was hit for 6, but just the 1 run coming from the next 3 as this ball on the body of Sam Curran is fielded at short mid-wicket, no run.
And Shea Hope went to Beads.
Yep.
Doing Sussex, not Sussex, down in Hove. I went down there this summer to watch a cricket match, and this big picture of Shea Hope, I jumped. He looked like a monster, a big picture on the walls, and I said, my God, well done, Shea. At least you've left an impression here.
Shepherd again. This is on-off stump and clipped to backward point by Curran. 75 for 4. You're listening to talkSPORT 2 and watching us on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. A third ODI between West Indies and England, with Phil Salt and Sam Curran trying to rebuild and push England on. It's an ODI, so we've still got Best part of 30 overs to go. Will we get all 50? Didn't look likely when England lost their captain, Liam Livingstone. But here we are. We've had action in terms of the wickets as Shepherd is in. Short delivery, and Sam Curran looks a little late on this attempted pull. There's a polite inquiry of the umpire about whether there's a connection, but they won't be going upstairs. The West Indies, that is the end of the over. England 75 for 4.
It's an incredible over, isn't it? It's 6 off the first ball that it looked like he barely even tried. And then we have one run for the rest of the over. The ball's just not coming on perfectly onto the bat, is it, Philo?
No, it's not coming on as you would expect from a Kensington Oval pitch. But it's still good enough to bat on. And what I like about Shepherd in that over, the last delivery, the bumper, I don't think they bowl enough bouncers at Sam Curran to shake him up. He's not a top order batsman. He's playing in England side as a batter because of how they construct this. They're playing 11. But I think that he should get more short balls. He's a very good driver of the ball through extra cover and down the ground. I don't think he pulls the ball well. He was very late on that short ball. He was, yeah. And Shepherd thought he had gotten something on it, but it did not brush anything at all. It went very close to the bat and very close to his helmet. But it did not touch any of the two. So I believe that they should look to bowl a bit more short, some more short stuff at Sam Curran, push him back, and then look to go wide and maybe take his edge.
It's not often you get someone from the West Indies who played in the 90s saying more short stuff, John.
Yeah, I was thinking, was that not a wide? Was that not a leg side wide?
Well, it's almost
a square leg will have to signal that. No, so square leg will have to signal that. Yeah, because it went over his head. And he wasn't really crouching. He was mostly just lowering his height, but it could be a wide.
It's one of those ones that umpires sometimes call because it's kind of a wide two times over. They're like, look, it's not quite a wide, but it's...
Fair's fair.
Yeah.
The best non-wide call of all time. Oh. Ruston Chase is going to continue bowling. For the Malcolm Marshall end, it was when, was it Virat Kohli was approaching 100? And Richard Kettleborough. Is that right? Was it Richard Kettleborough? Or on the front foot is Phil Sort, and he just takes a single wide of long off.
Was that in the World Cup?
Yeah, it was.
And it was fired down the leg side?
Yeah, and he just didn't give it, so that Kohli could get his 100.
Yeah, you see the gash on his left hand there, just between his pinky finger. Yeah, so
he's been taking that glove on and off a lot, so it must be bothering him as well, Curran.
It did. The camera did focus on it momentarily when he was getting treatment, and it looked quite deep. So we shall see. A job to do with the bat, though. 76 for 4. Sam Curran facing Ruston Chase, who's coming round the wicket, and this is pushed again to long on. Nicely done from England. Another single added to the score, 77 for 4.
Well, they're playing in Barbados. They stay at the Hilton Hotel. There's a beautiful beach, and the beach is full of salt water. So when this game is finished, he just needs to go and have a dip in the salt water, let it burn, and by Saturday, he'll be ready for action. This natural healing.
I've got a story about natural healing. Wide of the crease again from Ruston Chase, pushed to long off. First time I went to the Caribbean was 2009.
Yeah.
And my dad came out like once in a lifetime trip. It was that test match in Antigua which was called off at the Seviv.
Yes.
And then they went to the Rec.
Yes.
And it meant that instead of landing and then having 5 days of cricket, we had a day off and then the test match started. So we all went to Dickinson Bay, or one of the beaches, as Chase is in again. This is played defensively by Curran. And we played a bit of beach cricket like we hadn't done as a family since, back in the day when we were growing up. Playing beach cricket in Antigua, a little bit of a step up from Littlehampton, or wherever it was. Chase again, no shot played by Curran. This comes off the pad, no run. But essentially, my dad, in trying to get the winning run and having the bragging rights within the Norman family that night, something goes. Falls on the floor, agony, oh dear. So anyway, we go back to wherever we were staying, as Sam Curran just plays back and across, clips us into the leg side for a single. And we don't know what's wrong. He goes to the hospital in Antigua, and there's no one there.
Was it closed?
No, they were all at the opening of the new hospital. So they said to him, come back tomorrow. But the test match was on the next day. So he was like, well, I'm just going to have to live with it.
That's right.
So he goes back to the wherever we're staying, and this local lad turns up with the aloe vera.
That's right.
The aloe vera.
That's aloe vera.
And he sees my dad, he's got his leg up, he's in all sorts. Comes up to him and goes, I know what will sort you out. I'll give you some of my aloe vera in exchange for a pint. So he rubs my dad's leg with the aloe vera, gets his pint. Dad lives with it for a week, flies home, snapped his Achilles.
Does aloe vera
and the aloe vera ain't fixing that.
None at all.
The beer did. Anyway, enough of this aloe vera chat. I will just describe this first delivery of Romario Shepherd's over as Sam Curran on the pull, but drags this to deep square leg for a single. The score moves to 80 for 4. That's enough from myself, John Norman, Philo, Wallace and Jared Kimmer. Big thanks to them. But let's throw back to the Kensington Oval where Roland Butcher is joined by Barry Wilkinson.
And there is someone here, I can assure you, it's me. And I'll be happy to look after Roland if he got that such a bite in his foot. As Shepherd bowls, and this one is hit in the air out to the mid-off era, no run. Just bouncing before it got to the fielder there in Casey Carty. It's 80 for 4, Roland. When Lasser was here, the score was precariously placed at 44 for 4, and they've not lost a wicket since, but they're still in trouble.
Yeah, but a very good fight back. I think there's some sensible batting really between Salt and Curran, realising that there's no real dangers in the pitch whatsoever. Just need to bat, take the game deep, pose West Indies a bit of a problem later on with a 6 bowler, and at the moment they're doing a pretty good job, even though they've lost the 4 wickets. Still got plenty of time to go. Still not even at the halfway stage yet, so a lot to be done.
So here comes Shepherd now as he comes in and bowls to Salt, and Salt this time gets the delivery on the line. The off stump steered down to the third man area for 1.
Yeah, and I think Curran particularly has added some impetus to the innings. He's looked in good form right from the start, and just what Salt needed, because he can't do it all on his own. And Curran has gone to 33 or 43. I mean, Salt obviously has been there much longer, but this partnership is very, very important to the team.
Here comes Shepherd now as he bowls to Sam Curran, and Sam Curran gets a short ball. Helped that along. He didn't really pull it with any force, but there's a field on the fine leg boundary, so they only get 1. And Sam Curran has really batted with a lot of common sense, I must tell you. He's got 34 from 44. Salt has got 35 from 59. And even though the total is one that's under pressure for England, you would have to say that this has been intelligent batting, and you just feel that the West Indies might have just lift their foot off of the accelerator.
Well, I'm not sure whether they lifted their foot, Barry. I think these two have played exceptionally well.
This delivery short, cut away, just another single. Salt has been there from the beginning. He's faced 60 balls for his 36. 1 ball left in over number 23.
Yeah, I mean, obviously from that precarious position, 4 down for not many. Somebody had to build a partnership. This partnership's now worth some 59, so they've done a good job. By no means have they got to a point where they can be comfortable. They've still got a long way to go because the tail is very long. So these two still have a very important job to do.
So Shepherd, he's been the lucky man, 2 for 19, and he bowls to Curran, and Curran this time is turning the ball forward to square again. 1 more run there to him. And the total inches up to 84 for 4. We've seen the spectators. They're just bleaching in those big stands in the western side of the ground. The over ends. Salt has got 36. Curran has got 35. The projected score, 183 at this particular run rate. But they'll be hoping to get to 219 at least if they go at 5 and over. And if things get really good, like really, really good, they can actually get up to 273 if they got 7.
Yeah, they'll have to go really well, but I don't see any reason why they can't get up to something like 250. I'm not seeing a lot happening in this pitch at the moment. There's no turn. Once that early shine has gone off the ball, it's quite easy to bat. I think the batters at this point in time, Barry, got to get themselves out.
As this delivery is tossed up there by Roston Chase, driven to cover. 1 run.
Yeah, slight misfeel.
Got a situation where, Roland, you look at the field set, and I find it very strange as Roston Chase bowls and this delivery is driven back to the bowler. You've got a short third man, you've got a cover, you've got an extra cover, and there's no sweeper, there's no one there in the offside beyond the boundary. As Chase bowls, and this time is cut away, straight to short third man, no run. Backwards square leg on the boundary, a mid-wicket on the boundary, short mid-wicket, and then there's a man on the pitch at a very short mid-on position.
Yeah, I think this field really the captain is asking Roston Chase to bowl very straight.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Salt. Salt on the front foot, defends and pushes it into the offside. There's no run.
Yeah, he's not going to be bowling outside the off stump to give Salt any room. He's got, as I said, those two close fielders in on the onside, so looking to make Salt drive through the onside.
Here comes Chase in again and bowls to Salt. Salt gets the delivery again on the line, the off stump, spins back into him, pushes it down to the ground, and well fielded there by Roston Chase. He's been a good utility man in this team.
Yeah, very handy bowler, Roston Chase. He's going to have to bowl his 10 today for sure because there's just the 5 bowlers.
Chase again and bowls, driven back to the bowler. Still no run. 1 and over. Really good one for the West Indies. The overs ended 24 gone, 85 for 4. Both of these batsmen have got 36 apiece. Salt from 65, Curran from 46.
Yeah, very good over that by Roston Chase. Just tempting Salt, tempting his patience really, asking him to go over the top. And Phil Salt held himself back there quite nicely. Just have a look at the bowling card. Ford 1 for 18, Joseph 1 for 13, 6 overs for 4 or 5 for Joseph. Shepherd got 2 for 20 or 5, and then the 2 spinners, Morty none for 20 and Chase none for 13, both bowling 4 overs. As you can see, there's just the 5 bowlers that West Indies have used, and they'll be hoping to use only those 5. So it's going to be very, very important how this next phase go. We're nearly at the halfway point.
Yeah, just 1 over left to reach that halfway point officially. They've continued with Shepherd. His 5 overs has cost just 20. He's got 2. He's from Joe Garnett now as he comes in and bowls to Sam Curran, and Curran this time is pulling beautifully. That's gone down to the boundary, but very well fielded. Very, very well fielded on the backward square leg boundary. They get 1 and they'll cheekily come back for the second. The throw coming in just about now, but really good fielding there from, looked to me like Hayden Walsh Jr. That was short. It was actually Evan Lewis. It was short and it was pulled down.
Barry tried to get a little bit too cute here, and I think Ford wasn't ready for what Lewis was doing and ended up taking his eyes off the ball and dropping it, which allowed the batters to come through for a second.
They're still safe too, because that had 4 written all over it. As Shepherd comes in and bowls to Curran, and Curran this time is just turning the ball down to flying leg. Should just be a single. It is. Sam Curran inching up to the half-century mark for himself. Still has got 11 left. He's on 39. But this has been very, very good batting between Salt and Sam Curran. Under pressure, 25 for 4. They've not lost a wicket since then. 88 without for the loss. 3 runs from this over. We're now hearing the count, and we're seeing a bit more local spectators coming into the ground. It's not a bad crowd, I would say about 4,500 or so. As Shepherd comes in again and bowls, and this time this was cut beautifully. Backward to point, into the boundary, 4 runs. It was short, it was outside line, the off stump. The England fans with the bank spear in their hand are loving that. 4 runs, and 40 now to Salt. The total now goes to 92 for 4.
Yeah, this is a poor delivery from Shepherd, really asking to be hit short and wide. And Salt's not going to miss out on that one. Just cuts him away back with a point for 4.
Yeah, that was a gift. That was a gift, really. Will he tidy up on this occasion? Here he comes in on bowls, and this delivery is played down to short third man along the ground. No run there for him. Roston Chase is diving to his left, and there is no run.
Yeah, Salt just going for the square drive, trying to get past Chase there at that backward point position. And over the last year or so, Chase has made himself a very good point fielder. He's taken some excellent catches over this year and made some very good stops as well.
There he is again as he turns and steams in now, balls to Saltholm 40. And Salt this time is driving, square in the offside. One more run for him. He takes a single. I just saw Brian Lara during the break at the ground. Hello to you, Brian. I know you're here for he's got a big book launch. It's on Friday. I believe that is going to be streamed to the world. If you want to watch it, you can just pull up the stream and watch that book launch. He promises to tell us a little bit about the book as he's trying to get some copies sold here in Barbados in the Caribbean.
Well, I mean, someone of Brian's stature shouldn't be trying to. What he has done for the West Indies and West Indies cricket, people should be reaching out to buy it. Not he shouldn't be trying to sell them.
Our local producer Cameron says he's going to be at the book launch. Here comes Shepherd now as he bowls, and this delivery is driven out to cover. There's the fielder there on the boundary, Shimron Hetmar, and there's just one run. So the over ends, 25 gone, halfway stage, 94 for 4. England being asked to bat first.
Yeah, it's a good recovery here by England. It said they were 20 odd for 4. And this partnership now has realised some 70 runs, and it's come at a good pace also, just of 91 deliveries. So, you know, they have done pretty well. So neck and neck really. He's on 41, Curran on 40, and they've still got a lot of work to do because, you know, they need to bat and bat and bat. Certainly bat out these 50 overs. If they're able to do that, I think they will then get a competitive score. Then we don't know how things are going to happen during the night. But at the moment, West Indies had a very good start, and now England having a good period.
Yeah, they've certainly excelled in the last 15 overs. And you've got to thank Sam Curran. I thought his approach was right from the very start. He attacked Moti. He showed him, look, this pitch might have had something in it for the fast bowlers, but I don't think it has much in it for the spinners. And Moti and Chase were not able to get that level of success seen by Azari Joseph and Romario Shepherd, and even Ford to a less extent.
Yeah, I think once the ball got a little bit softer, then obviously, you know, it's much easier to bat. We haven't seen a great degree of spin, so obviously Moti and Chase, you know, they require the ball to spin, and you know, Chase is just really trying to vary his pace, trying to bowl one side of the pitch. Got a very strong offside field in terms of 3 fielders just saving the single, and then the scouts out at long off and cover point.
So Chase bowls, and this time Sam Curran on the front foot defends it. Straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. England spectators again beginning to make their presence felt.
Yeah, just trying to add some encouragement to the batters.
Outside down the off stump again. There goes Roston Chase coming on the square to do some fielding, and there's still no run. Run rate at 3.71. Chase back to his mark, turns and comes in again and bowls. Flighted, and this one is hit in the air. This is a chance for catch. Under it is Evan Lewis, is it? Catch is taken. It's actually Hayden Wells Jr. Roston Chase gets the breakthrough, and despite that wonderful fight back from Sam Curran, England still in tatters now at 94 for 5 in over number 26. A great fight back, excellent innings from Curran, but it comes to an end like all good things, and England, despite that little period of run scoring, have lost yet another wicket.
Yeah, poor dismissal there. I think Curran will be very disappointed with that shot. He played really well up to that point. I don't think there's any need to try to hit Chase over the top. You know, he's got plenty of overs remaining, which just past the halfway stage. And that's a bad wicket for England. A good one for West Indies. And as you can see, once Hayden Walsh took the catch, the delight on the fielders' faces, because they realised that they had broken what was becoming a very worrying partnership. So England find themselves back in a little bit of bother, having lost their 5th wicket. A lot of responsibility now on the new batter, Dan Mosley.
Yeah, the young man Dan Mosley comes to the crease. Left-handed batsman, known for his off-spin. Let's see how he's going to react to this. Like I said, he's got a century at the List A level. I think he made 105. Of course, he's from Birmingham, plays for Warwickshire. So you can almost say he's a teammate of young Jacob Bethel, is he?
Yes, he's a teammate. Yeah, and they're very close friends.
I would imagine so. One is 23, the other's 20, so they.
Yeah, but they're good. They're good friends, off the field as well. So, but a lot of pressure on him now. He's very young at this international level, but he's just got to take a leaf out of Curran's book there. He's just got to hang around and just soak up some overs.
Roston Chase comes in and bowls the first ball to Mosley, and Mosley is on the front foot and drives the ball to cover. Wants a single, but is sent back by Phil Salt, who now would have to stake a claim for possibly wanting to bat through the innings.
Well, it's important for him to do that, Salt. I mean, for his own career as well, to show that he can do it. If he bats through the innings, I think he'd probably get 100 as well. So, that would be important.
Long way towards that, but he's on 41. Mosley looking for his first run. Roston Chase, the tall, slim figure, the off-spinner playing at home. He is indeed a Bajan. As he comes in and bowls to Mosley, Mosley gets a flighted delivery, on drives it, doesn't time it at all. Rutherford falls over that. He didn't need to, but I guess he was perhaps just testing his acrobatic ability like Matthew Sinclair.
No,
completely.
Kevin Sinclair is much more agile.
Here he comes in again and bowls on the line of the off stump, pushed into the offside, no run, over ends. 26 gone. England losing a wicket in the over. They're 94 for 5. Salts is still there. He's got 41 from 68. He's been there from the beginning. Mosley yet to score. We welcome back another butcher. This time it's going to be Mark, who I think is coming back.
And a wicket maiden there for Roston Chase.
Yeah, a wicket maiden there for Roston Chase. He certainly delivered well. The last time Mark and myself were together, it was 24 for 4, and they were really in tatters. As Mark comes back, they're still a bit in tatters per se, but they're looking a little better with that fight back.
Yeah, a little less precarious, but still a lot of overs to bat, a lot of runs to be made. Excellent bit of captaincy that by Shea Hope, bringing up long on to Sam Curran off Roston Chase, just saying to him, well, if you're going to go over the top, go across the spin, against the spin, over long on. Curran couldn't resist the temptation, and the leading edge brought his downfall. Excellent from the skipper.
So it's going to be the left arm spin of Guritish Muti, the man from Berbice in Ghana, as this delivery is flighted and played out to the long on era for one. We've got a lot of Berbicians in this team. Romario Shepherd from Berbice, Shimron Hetmeyer from Berbice, Muti as well. If Kemo Paul was in the team, it would be a full Guyanese Berbician side. But he's not been playing so well these days. He's actually playing in the Super 50 that's actually concurrent with this particular tournament, being played in Trinidad and Tobago. Ghana won their first game in that yesterday. So a lot of cricket being played in the Caribbean at the moment, I must tell you. This has been a very packed year, which included the World Cup as well. On driven, out to the long on area for one. 95 now for 96 now for 5. As you look at this particular innings from Phil Salt, how do you rate it?
Well, I'll tell you when it's done. I mean, at the moment, he's done exactly what he's needed to do. He's been up the other end while carnage has ensued at the other.
The other end, he saw 5 wickets fall as this one is on driven nicely by Salt. Out to long on again for one.
Then he's set his stall out to try and make sure that he's there at the end, and maybe England can have a dip. We saw how destructive the modern player is in the last 10 overs of an innings back in Antigua because of their skill, their ball striking skill. The issue is always being such a long game, the 50 over game, is whether or not you have the patience to be able to play at a tempo that allows you to take full advantage later.
Moti, as this one is turned into the onside, just forward of square. One more run to the total. They're inching up to 100. It's 98 now for 5. You look at the pitch and you just perhaps say to yourself, is this really a 98 for 5 pitch? It sounds like a wet wicket.
Well, I mean, in the average score is 213. since 2020 in day-night games here. So you batting first, so you know that it's not going to be a 350 plus surface.
Delivery outside the line of the off stump, just carted away to the short third man, still no run.
And so in terms of your calculations prior to the game, if you find yourself batting first, both teams would have bowled. Kind of need to keep that in mind.
Flighted, driven, straight to the short extra cover.
In terms of your stroke play and the risks that you're looking to take, particularly when the ball is new. End of the over, 98 for 5 from 27. And I think Cox got a snorter from a fired-up Alzari Joseph. Will Jacks was undone by a good bit of bowling, albeit that he's driving a long way on the up against Matthew Ford. Who else we lost? Bethel. No complaints about Bethel going at a short wide one from Romario Shepherd. It just bounced a little bit on him, as does happen here when the ball is new and the pitch is a tiny bit on the damp side at the beginning. And then perhaps Liam Livingston's was the most disappointing dismissal, right on the edge of the power play. Ball nowhere near to drive, and he kind of had a bit of a thrash at one on the up, and it passed the bat, or hit the edge of the bat up near the stickers and caught by Shea Hope. And at that point England are in desperate trouble. They're not quite out of it yet, but things are looking a little better.
As Chase bowls, and this time he's beaten, all ends up on the front foot with some spin and some bounce, as Mosley was left wanting for that delivery.
Yeah, a bit of a grope. Mosley, in the short time that he's been out there against the two spinners, unlike Salt and Sam Curran before him, is very keen to get on the front foot, gets committed to the front foot quite early, whereas the other two have stayed back a bit more.
This one is driven out to the mid-off area. One more run there to get the total now to 99 for 5 and over number 28. So Mosley's move on to 3. Have you seen a lot of him, Mosley?
Bits and pieces in Blast cricket and in the 100. He had a couple of spectacular performances with the ball mainly for Birmingham Phoenix last year. He's a combative cricketer, good head on his shoulders like Bethel.
Short, cut away, and that's going to go for 4. There's no one out there. I made the point in the last over that there's no one beyond the boundary of cover, and once you hit it out there, it's going to go into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, perfect illustration there of how Salt will make a tiny initial movement to get his weight onto his front foot, but then he's always looking to push off it to go back. So it wasn't a short delivery from Roston Chase, but he was able to use the depth of the crease and cut it away through cover for 4.
Chase in again now, bowls to Salt, looking for half centuries on 47, plays the ball back to Chase, and there's no run. I just get the impression that the 100 this year seemed to have taken off a bit more. There seems to be a lot of interest in the 100 this year for some reason. Am I wrong?
No, I think in the last couple of years it's been popular with...
Driven again to cover, no run?
Popular with audiences in the ground. I mean, I'm not sure that the sort of viewing figures on television have gone up that much. It probably plateaued a little. But it certainly caught the imagination. A lot of youngsters in the ground, and I think that was the key.
Yeah, you're right. I did feel it on the line of the off stump. Driven again out to the mid-off area for 1. 28 overs gone. Salt is going to keep the strike. 104 for 5 after 28. Salt has got 48. Mosley's got 3 more from Mark Butcher.
Yeah, and it was unfortunate from an England point of view to lose Sam Curran at that point. I think both he and Phil Salt have played really well. Kept the scoreboard moving against the spin bowlers, managed to sort of see off the threat of the seam bowlers. And we're just starting to get England a real foothold in the game. But as I said, it was an excellent piece of captaincy from Shea Hope, just to give him that gap. Sam Curran very strong going up and over, down the ground. And Shea Hope made sure that he brought mid-on up into the circle and tempted Sam Curran to go across the line against the spin. And it was his undoing.
So we're going to have Moti to continue now. Salt on 48. Moti has been such a good cricketer for the last 18 months or so for West Indies cricket in most formats. As he comes in on balls, he actually pulls away the batsman Salt. I don't think he was ready to face. Perhaps someone would have obscured him there in the 3W stand. Brian Lara's out there watching the game. As Moti comes in again and bowls, this delivery is just cheekily played out to short third man. He'll get a single. And he moves on now to 49.
Yeah, Moti's most expensive figures in one-day internationals are in the previous match in Antigua, none for 71, but he has an economy rate throughout his career of less than 4. So he does a magnificent job for his team during these middle overs. But England have had the measure of him in the last match, and they've played him well here today as well.
This time he's sweeping Mosley, and he'll get a run out to the short fine leg area, where Roston Chase has been the main man today in terms of, if not catching, fielding. He's done a lot of fielding. The ball has just found him somehow today. Controversial catch to remove Jacob Bethel. The third umpire wasn't convinced that even though he took it, he thought that perhaps it might have been grassed, or if he used his hand to break the fall. Again, punched out to Rutherford, who's also diving. Like Greg Louganis there, extra cover, no run.
Well, he's not going to get wet, that is for sure.
Not out there.
Not there.
Speaking of which, if John Norman is listening, the water is indeed now in the pool. As this delivery is outside the line, they all stop, cut away out to the cover area for one. The water was not in the pool earlier, but they've got it into the pool now, and the applause are not for the water, but it's for Salt's half century. What a half century, 50 from 79. He's been there from the beginning. He's seen all 5 wickets fallen, but he's batted with some maturity and some great batting.
Yeah, showed really good defence at times. It was just ever so slightly increased that strike rate. At one point it was a Nasser Hussain-esque 43 for much of the innings. He's now up to 63, and he's playing exactly the way his team needs him to.
Multi balls, and this one is driven out to cover, past cover, well fielded by Alzari Joseph at the wideish bit off.
That's Test match cricket, by the way. Before Nas starts,
I was going to say,
me.
I hope he's not listening to you, because he won't be happy.
No, I doubt it. He'll be doing something cultural, I'm sure.
And I heard Bumble speaking about him earlier, saying that when he got out LBW, I think it was, he didn't want to be in the dressing room. This delivery is on-driven out to the long on era for one. So another long single, 109 now for 5 after 29.
Yeah, I tell you, one of the good things, just thinking back to the Alzari Joseph incident earlier on in the day, was that one of the great things about Nasser Hussain as a captain was that you could have differences of opinion, you could have full stand-up rows with him, but there was never any sort of grudge, no hangover from that the next day or the next hour. It was always back to business, and he was always very happy for people to sort of share their opinions and have a bit of fire, have a bit of an opinion about the way that things should go. Nobody ever left the field, mind.
Well, he never played with Alzari Joseph, obviously. Some stats coming in. Salt's slowest 50 in ODIs. His previous slowest was actually the last game. 42 balls he took for his 50 at North Sound in Antigua. And now today, this 50 coming from some 69 balls.
Yeah, excellent innings.
79, correction.
Excellent innings so far. As I said, 117 is his career strike rate in ODI cricket, so he's had to go completely against the grain. But England have needed it.
So it's going to be the man that we were speaking about, Alzari Joseph, bowls, and this delivery is outside the line of the off stump and cut away out to the field of that sweeper, and that's Shimron Hetmyer for one. So Joseph has indeed got some success. He's got 1 for 14, and this is 6 as he comes in and bowls down the leg side, down to the short fine leg. The captain and keeper Hope was thinking about fielding it for a little while, but he decided against it, left it for Moti at the fine leg area, but 1 leg by. Another sundry there to the total, 111. So it's a Nelson for 5. Salt's got 52, Mosley's got 5. The crowd has gotten much better, must tell you. It's about, I reckon, 5,000 now.
Yep, a lot of the locals have come in post work, 20 past. Well, actually, it shouldn't be post work, should it? It's only 20 past 4, quarter past 4 here.
Yeah, as Joseph bowls again. This one is in the air and dropped at backward point. It was a chance there. It was in the air for a little while, even though it kind of like lobbed to Roston Chase. He dived at it. I think he got a hand to it. Let's look at the replay before I say it's a drop catch.
Well, he might not have got a touch to it, but it was a strange. Oh yeah, he did. It went through his hands. Did him for a lack of pace, I think. Looked like Phil Salt was surprised by something. It might have been a slower ball from Alzari Joseph, and he rather just hung the bat there. The ball ricocheted off it. And Roston Chase was wrong-footed by the lack of pace with which the ball came to him. It was on its way down as he dived to his left, but it went through both of his hands, full stretch.
Joseph now turns and steams in again. He runs in and bowls, and this time it's on the line, the off stump. Bang on target. And there's no run. He's got a lot of success here in Barbados in ODIs. I think he's got something like 29 wickets now, and this is 12th ODI, which is not a bad record at this ground, because it is a ground, of course, that we've seen some good innings, but you've correctly pointed out that even though it's a pretty good batting pitch generally, just over 200 is the power score, which is pretty poor for 50 overs.
Well, I mean, it tells you that it hasn't been a very good batting pitch since 2020. I mean, you know, given the scores that we're seeing around the world on flat pitches, 213 is nothing.
And that's a par T20 score, actually. And then these days, some teams are scoring 250 and pushing for victory. So T20 has really reshaped the thinking of what is par these days.
Yeah, it sure has. I mean, one of the things, you know, and I might be trying to oversell this, but one of the things about 50 over cricket is you get to 20 for 4, 24 for 4. If you have the depth in your batting, there is time to kind of rebuild the innings and still stay in the game. Obviously, in T20 cricket, you get 20 for 4, you're really struggling. But in this, there's a chance for you to dig your way out of it.
On the line, the off stump again, pushed to the backward point area. They want a single, they dashed off for it, but correctly sent back. That would have been suicidal. 30 overs gone then, 112 for 5. Salt has got 53, Mosey's got 5. More from you then, Mark Butcher.
So come on then, tell me, where are the lively spots that all of these English fans are going to be finding themselves tonight?
I would reckon they will go in the Gap. St. Lawrence Gap is going to be pretty busy tonight, for sure. Everything happens there because it's like about 10, 12 venues.
Strip of bars, isn't it? I've not been down there since 2004. Too
wow.
old now.
I mean, it's a good place to it's a good place to grab a bite.
It was a good place for a lot of things, I seem to remember that.
I was going to use a pun there when I said bite, but I said, look, this is family radio, let's keep it clean. We're talking food. And if you want a good burger, St. Lawrence Gap is the place to go. Yeah, if you want some fish and chips, many places.
I mean, why would you travel all the way from freezing cold England and have fish and chips? Huh?
Rihanna's
some rice
Ireland.
and peas and stuff.
Rihanna's here. There's a very big event tomorrow at QP Bistro on the West. She's going to be launching her makeup line, Fenty Beauty, I believe, and everyone's going to be heading to that. Perhaps, Mark, you should get an invite. It's a VIP kind of event. I'll see about getting you a pass or two. I'm sorry John Norman is not here. I would have taken him. Short ball, cut away, out to the boundary. A field is there, so they'll only get a couple. But 2 more welcome runs. 100 then, and 14 for 5. Salt moves to 55.
Maybe I'll drop her a WhatsApp and see if she...
Yeah. Hi, Rihanna. I'm in the island. Heard you're here. Can I come tomorrow night? Well, it's definitely all happening. I think Brian Lau will be at that event as well. As Moti bowls, driven out to the extra cover area. They're just asking him to bowl on that off-stump line. And he's got the feel for it. He's got a backward point. He's got an extra cover. A cover and an extra cover. He's also got a man on the cover boundary. And he's got a sweep as well. So it's going to be very hard to pierce that offside field or even get through it to get a boundary. This is really good thinking, good bowling from Moti. As he comes in again and bowls on the line of the off-stump. Pushed out to the forward square area. Into the offside, and there's just one more run.
Yeah, Mosley seems to be, obviously, the left arm over to left hand. There is a more favourable match-up in terms of run making and keeping the scoreboard ticking over in one-day cricket. Mosley seems to be much happier just hanging on the back foot, nudging the ball with a straight bat into the offside for a single than he was against the off spin.
Undriven again out to the mid-on area. Salt's 50 and 79 balls, the 8th slowest by an England #1 batter in the order overall versus West Indies. The second slowest was by an England #1 batter in the Caribbean behind 102 balls was Michael Atherton.
Of course it was.
30 years ago, 1994.
Yeah.
Right here in Bridgetown, Barbados. Outside the line, the off stump, spinning back into Mosley, correction. No run. The drinks are going to come on. 31 overs gone. It's 117 for 5. 117 for 5, the latest score. England being asked to bat. It's been a real kind of weird match, if you want to put it like that. Wickets fell. It was 24 for 4. We then saw a bit of a fight back between Sam Curran and Phil Salt. And then at 94 for 5, another wicket fell. But since then, it's been 117 without further loss. As we head back on now to Neil Manthorp to continue the commentary after the drinks. Hey, Neil.
Thank you very much indeed to Barry Wilkinson and the Butchers, Roland and Mark, in the Kensington Oval in Bridgetown, Barbados. It's the drinks break, as you heard Barry saying, and England have limped in recovery mode to 117 for 5, having been reduced to 24 for 4 with flurry of wickets early on. In fact, 4 inside to the first power play. First to go, Will Jacks, caught behind by Shea Hope off Matthew Ford for 5. A little away swinger, very cleverly bowled. Jordan Cox then had got a snorter from Alzari Joseph, which bounced at great pace, 148 kilometres an hour, gloved him, and that too caught behind by keeper and captain Shea Hope. Jacob Bethell lashed his third ball before he'd scored to backward point, where Roston Chase hung on to a terrific catch high above his head. And there was a third catch for Shea Hope when England's captain for this tour, Liam Livingstone, was undone, driving uppishly at medium pace of Romario Shepherd, got an outside edge, and Hope did the job. 24 for 4. Sam Curran has added or contributed.
If you're looking in 57 from 86, it's not an innings, it's not Phil Salt's innings, but it's what England need. What can they scramble to? I thought Curran went early with a big shot, caught out in the deep. 117 for 5. Salt 57 from 86. Mosley 6 from 15. Neil was saying earlier that the last 5 one-day internationals here, it's a very modest first innings total, right? 230, 240.
203.
203.
The last 5.
So, 117 for 5. Can you get to 200?
Alzari Joseph is going to bowl the first over after the drinks break. It looks like he's finally calmed down now after an extraordinary episode at the beginning of the innings. And he didn't want to bowl. First delivery, bang on target. Phil Salt defends it, pushes it straight back up the wicket. In some ways, I wonder whether Phil Salt's got a target in mind, and yet I actually also just think, you know what, let me just, if I'm still here with 45 overs...
Yeah, time in mind. You might have a time in mind, an over in mind, as opposed to the score, when he can go and try and... He'll also be mindful of what's going to the other end. I just wonder as well, to add to what Bumble was saying there about red ball cricket, and they've gone with Jordan Cox. I mean, Phil Salt's played this innings very few times, and possibly England didn't see that, and that's why they've probably overlooked him for red ball cricket.
Here is Alzari Joseph once again. Short pulled. Very few horizontal bats of shots have been played. Very few have been played, even fewer have been played successfully, but he's pulled that one nicely for a single.
Well, it's not been a drive pitch, and we saw that early on when England were in disarray, the first 2 or 3 wickets going, driving outside off stump and the ball rising, new ball bounce on a fresh pitch with a little bit of moisture in it. The drive wasn't the ball, so you tend to think that the productive shots will be square of the wicket. We've seen some good square cuts. 31. There's plenty of overs left. There's nearly 20 overs left. 5 wickets left. That's more important.
Yeah, Jamie Overton, I'm still fascinated by his selection at number 8. Steered away now by the left-handed Dan Mosley, down towards wide third man, and they go through for another single. Mosley moves to 7, 119 for 5. Debut at 30 in the first game, 30 years old that is.
Do they see him as like a Kieran Pollard type to bat at certain phases of the game, and I don't think it's a great comparison, because I think Kieran Pollard is a phenomenal player and an unbelievable cricketer, especially in 2020 cricket. But they do see Jamie Overton as somebody that can impact the game in such a short space. That Liam Livingstone played that role for a little bit, but yeah, if he's not bowling.
Chopped away out towards cover, not timed at all by Phil Salt.
There'll be many other players in domestic cricket in the UK will be saying, I can do that, and I'm fit and I can bowl. So Jamie Overton is a bowler. He can get it through at a decent pace, but he's not fit to bowl. But he's shoved in at number 8. Maybe as that impact, he can hit sixes. Well, when you're 119 for 5 in 31.4, that's not ideal. Last 5 overs, he hit a few sixes.
Here's Alzari Joseph again, up to the crease now, and they get just back of a length, and it's steered away by Salt to backward point. Roston Chase dives over it rather than onto it, but it's still only a single.
I'll ask a very innocent question. 31.5 overs. How many sixes have been hit already in this 31.5 overs?
That was the same as the of the first game, where Liam Livingstone only hit 2 sixes, and Evan Lewis came out, and England only hit 2 sixes, and Evan Lewis came out and hit 5 or 6 by himself and gets into that 100. I think the argument is a little bit like the discussion we had before the game, Bumble, and talking about the wicketkeeper. You can have a luxury at number 8, Jamie Smith, if you've got 7 world-class batters above him, but unfortunately England haven't got that.
Pushed defensively by Mosley, straight back to the bowler Joseph. It's 120 for 5. The answer to your question is 1-6 in the innings, Phil Salt. The other question I have for you, Liam Livingstone hit 9 in his 124, not out. Only 3 players have hit more sixes in an ODI innings for England. It's not hard. I'm giving you 5 seconds between you. I'm pretty sure you can name them.
Ben Stokes.
Yep.
Kevin Peterson?
No. The most is 17 in an innings.
Did Alex? No, it wasn't Alex Hales.
Graham
that big one at Notts.
The greatest captain England's.
Owen Morgan?
Yes.
Owen Morgan.
17.
Is that the one at Trent Bridge?
Yeah. Against Afghanistan, I think it was. And the other player twice is Joss Buttler with 14 and 12.
How could we forget that? I said Graham Gooch. Gooch.
In a one-day game, I'd be up there with half a dozen, wouldn't he?
Maybe.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Okay, 18 overs to go. England 120 for 5. Invited to bat first. Here is Gurukesh Moti, the left-arm spinner. Bustling action. Very repeatable action, though, and lovely loop and drift that he gets. That one defended.
Is this pitch drying? I think it is. The ball's getting older. It's softer.
2 men on drive catching at short mid-off and short mid-on. Not silly mid-on, but probably just about level with the bowler, which would suggest that the ball is still gripping. That one a single through extra cover. Salt moves to 60.
Not seen him spin any yet. He's got a lovely action. Very accurate bowler. Not seen the ball really rip and spin. I'm not sure it will.
Mosley on strike. Sweep shot. Hits it nicely. Picked the length very, very quickly there, and I think it was an element of premeditation, but you get the sense that he could have changed the shot had it not been the right length. But he comes back for the second. England move to 123 for 5. I can see 200 being a game.
Yeah, I just wonder if when the lights come on and the sort of the light, natural light goes, and whether you get that sometimes in overseas conditions when the light takes effect, the little moisture that comes onto the surface just skids the ball on and makes the ball come onto bat that little bit more. And I wonder if that's what the reason why, or part of the reason why, the team, whoever won the toss, was going to bat second.
Moti in again, reverse sweep this time from Mosley, and he struck that beautifully, even better than the conventional sweep, and the result is 4 runs. Very, very nicely played, extremely quick with his hands.
And he's tall. A tall guy, Mosley. I've seen him play well. I mentioned earlier that I've not seen Jacks or Cox get any sort of runs. I've seen this lad get runs. It's a good shot. Hit down on the ball, smother the ball.
Gudakesh Moti's also a very seasoned campaigner. He's one of those cricketers, made his debut as a teenager, first-class debut. He's been playing for a very, very long time. Every now and then you see a cricketer, sometimes even a footballer, just seems to be around for ages, and then you look and you see he's only 29. Gudakesh Moti, of course, from Guyana. He's played all his cricket at home in Guyana in very spin-friendly conditions, and that's a punch down the ground by Mosley for a single to long on. He moves to 14. But amazing, Gudakesh Moti is only 29. He's played a lot of cricket, a bit like Sam Curran. His cricket age is considerably higher than his actual age. England 128 for 5, 17 overs to go after this last ball. Moti none for 42. It's about to complete his 8th over. It's right in the block hole, and clipped to that short mid-on position I was talking about, where Rutherford dives to his right and fields. 128 for 5. Hard work for England. 24 for 4. And it'll be Phil Salt's been incredible, really. I mean, if England win this game, it doesn't matter what his numbers say. At this rate, he won't get to 100 unless he accelerates towards the end. But it's been a really impressive, hard-working innings.
Well, there's 5 wickets have come and gone whilst he's been there as the opening batsman, and if they go up 5 and over from now on in, they get 2-1-3. The critical thing for England is they've only 5 wickets left, and the lesser batters. We've talked about Overton and. I can't talk to any selectors. I don't really know them that well, but I'm having a bit of a chuckle as to how he's got selected.
Well, let's not forget his Test debut. Memorable innings that he played there. Sweep shot now from Dan Mosley down towards long leg. Alzari Joseph fields, just be a single. I think England were 58 for 6. Batting first on the first day.
Yeah.
And he's strolled in at number 8. We're thinking they'll do well to get to 100. And he almost scored 100 himself. He made 94. Batted beautifully. Do you remember?
I do, but he's had a lot of injuries. He's not fit to bowl right at the minute. And I mentioned earlier, alternatives. Who could they have? Well, there's another at Surrey, Jordan Clark. Does that job.
Yeah, I think he's the most underrated cricketer in the country.
Whipped away off the back foot by Salt to long on, and they go through for a single.
Surrey's player of the year.
Jordan Cox?
Yeah, one of his best players in the last 2 or 3 years.
Jordan Clark.
Yeah.
Jordan Clark.
Yeah, for Surrey.
Unbelievably underrated.
What, he bats 8?
Yeah, bats 8. Bowls at about 85 miles an hour. Big strapping lad.
Roston Chase from round the wicket to Mosley, no run.
Surrey are the kingpin team, and I think he's like the MVP, most valuable player, player of the year.
The last 2 years, I think he's been a player of the year the last 2 years.
Forward comes Mosley, steering that to cover, no run.
Either been given the player of the year from the club or supporters, but he has had some recognition in the last 2 or 3 years when they've won the championship. Because
Cameron Steele as well is another one.
He's done well for them.
A very underrated cricketer, I think. Sweep shot from Mosley down towards fine leg again. Alzari Joseph tidies up. A single.
Some would argue, Bumble, that the all-round package, you'd get more out of Craig than you would of Jamie, because if you look at his numbers in T20 cricket, and Somerset have been very, very successful in white ball cricket in recent years, and he has played a huge part as Craig Overton in making that team successful from batting at number 8, and he's bowling.
Roston Chase in again, wide of the crease this time, angling it into the right-handed Salt, who takes a single and keeps the strike at the end of the 34th over. Salt moves to 62 from 95. England 132 for 5. I have to say that maybe it's the ball's getting softer, maybe it's because we've got the spinners on, but it just seems considerably less lively than it was in the first hour.
I'm sure that when we saw that first over and we saw the footmarks, they were very, very dark, which telling you there's a bit of dampness in that top surface. With a brand new ball and quick bowling, they did the job. The opening bowlers did the job, but it's got easier. I think Salt has played really well, and he's done himself a lot of good, because they'll not only look at him now at white ball cricket, they might say, well, he's a wicket keeper, he's a batter, technically he's looked okay in this innings. But, from a selection point of view, I love it. I love picking teams because I'll never pick the same team as a selector. But it's his job. He's done his job. And they've got every video going of every player. So that's how these guys get selected. They've got every video of everybody. I just see a few matches here and there.
Gudakesh Modi in, short wide, rare bad ball, and chopped away by Salt. It'll only be a single. They're coming back for the second. Sent back. Ooh, Salt, that was ambitious. He wanted to come back for the second. He was sent back by Dan Mosley.
Brilliant call. A brilliant call, because I'm not sure Mosley would have gotten halfway. I don't even think Phil Salt would have gotten halfway. I'm not sure what Phil Salt was thinking of there.
Keeping the strike. Here's Moti again to Mosley, the left-hander, blocks it defensively, no run. A third of the outfield, you were mentioning, Harmy, how scruffy the outfield looks. A third of it at the pavilion end looks like it's been holotined. Like, if anybody plays golf, any golfers listening or watching, they'll know exactly what holotined means. And for those of you who don't, Steve Harmison will explain.
Yeah, it does look as though it's been holotined with great big holes rather than just the little pinpricks that you normally have. I think this got relayed after the World Cup that was out there.
Sweep shot reverse sweep shot from Mosley. This time hits the fielder. He's forced the West Indies to change the field. They put a man there, and he's hit it straight to him.
I think they had pop concerts as well. I think there was a big concert there as well. So I think that's had an effect where the stage was.
Oh, that would well be exactly what it is. Moti in again. Mosley defends. No run. 35th over in progress, 133 for 5.
Yeah, the last game, Philo was saying that there's a pop concert. I can't remember who he said.
I mean, Rihanna.
Might have been.
Yeah, I think it might.
Short from Moti. 2 bad balls in the over. Just a single, it'll cost him, though, as Roston Chase fields at deep back with square legs. It's pulled away by Mosley. Mosley 17 off 29. Good, solid, mature innings from the 23-year-old, and England with 15 overs to go, 134 for 5.
He's Scottish, isn't he? Mosley, he's a Scottish guy, isn't he? Is he?
He looks Celtic.
He does look Celtic, doesn't he?
Am I seeing things, making things up? Well, he plays for Warwickshire. That's near Scotland.
There's a Scottish connection with Warwickshire, isn't there? There's quite a big
Dougie
Brown and one or two others. So, is it a Scottish name, Mosley?
Don't know. Bumble's googling it.
I thought there was a famous politician, Mosley, wasn't there? Was he the Prime Minister?
Sweep shot now out towards deep backward square leg, and Shimron Hetmeyer fields and go through for a single. There was a famous West Indian cricketer, Ezra Mosley.
Ezra Mosley, yeah. Spelled differently, wasn't it? There's a different
spell. Mosley.
Yeah.
He now lives and coaches in Cape Town. Ezra Mosley. He was a member of the West Indies Rebel Test team, and that one is Phil Salt trying to whip it away through the leg side against Roston Chase, hits him on the pad, bounces out on the offside, and there's no run. And when it became clear to him that none of that team would be welcomed back home, he decided to stay. Been there for almost 40 years, 30 years. Coaches now, 75 years old. That's a drive down the ground by Phil Salt to long off. And they're through for another single. So very happy just to keep taking singles at the moment, Mosley and Salt.
Yes, he's from Birmingham.
Close to Scotland, yeah.
Edinburgh.
Via Edinburgh.
Roston Chase, off spin. Down the wicket! Just as I said, they're happy to take singles. Mosley has a hop and a skip down the track, gets to the pitch of it, and drives it handsomely a long way over long on for 6. A sudden burst of life and energy, and is this it? Have they heard the bell?
No, I think he's been waiting for that. Roston Chase has just thrown that above the eye line, the angle change, and he's come across the ball to make sure that if he misses it, it's hitting him on the pad. So he covered it very, very well. He got there early. There was a little pause, and he went through with a big shot. An excellent shot from Dan Mosley.
Roston Chase in again. Mosley not allowing adrenaline to surge through his body, calms himself down and blocks the next delivery.
How good a shot was that? And Steve Harmison's dead right. If you miss it, make sure that it hits your body. Clean strike.
Salt 64, Moseley 24, England 142 for 5. Off the back foot, punched away through extra cover to the sweeper, and it's just one. Well, maybe that'll be it's a kind of semi-acceleration, so they'll start to look for a boundary and over for the next 5 or 6 overs, and then maybe a couple.
Well, just an element of play there. He hits a big 6, a beautiful shot over deep long on, goes for 6. And then he picks up length, next ball but 2, and goes back and cuts him. I think that's real clever play, because he's dragged his length back and he's thinking he's going to drag his length back, gets in position, he gets a single into the offside. So a big shot for 6 on the back foot, knock it for 1, just keep it ticking over. This is changing. 143 for 5. And they've got to stay in. That's what these two should be saying. 40 overs, we'll still be here. 45, still be here.
This is the problem of the night.
Wicketkeeper, left arm spin continues. The first delivery blocked by Moseley.
If you remember, the spinners had bowled well. Livingston and Curran got themselves back in the game, and then Curran gets out last over.
Pushed away by Moseley again, straight to mid-wicket, no run.
If you remember, you ran down a wicket and hit one straight up in the air in the first game, when you just need to see the spinner off. Moti's bowl well, respect him, get him through this and cash in against the seamer.
Moti in, sweep shot from Moseley, sweeps very well, both conventionally and reverse, and that's misfielded. It's a good effort from Roston Chase. It was misfielded, but only because he was quick enough across the boundary from cover to wide third man in order to get there, but just couldn't make the stop, and it's 4 runs to Moseley.
Yeah, good sweep shot. He stayed down on it and he waited for it. It was a lot fuller. Roston Chase dived over the ball, but it's very, very straight. If he misses that, he's in big trouble. But he stayed in control. He stayed down. Pace was a little bit quicker, and he used the pace, trying to get his good hands to get it behind square.
50 partnership between opener Phil Salt and Dan Moseley, of which Moseley's made 29. 53 off 66 balls. It's been a very, very good partnership, building on the 70 that were added between Salt and Curran. And it's put in England for the first time the scoring rate of over 4 and over. Just crept over 4 and over with that boundary. And I think I was being a little generous to Roston Chase. It wasn't actually a particularly good effort, really. I mean, having got there, having run around the boundary, he didn't have quite as far as I initially thought, and he should really have stopped it. He did all the hard work. Moti in again and almost gets through Moseley. Just seemed a bit late on that one. Quicker one from the left arm spinner, and there was an ooh from the bowler. It just hit the inside edge of Moseley's bat. Wicketkeeper finishes his 10 overs, none for 48. A good return from the Guyanese left arm spinner. England 147 for 5. And where are you thinking it's 50-50? Bumble, where are you? What are you thinking? 225, 230, 240?
That's so 225 I thought would be handy for England if they can get there from this position. 13 overs to go. West Indies will be thinking we've got to get them out for 200. I'm interested in that last 5 matches. The score has been very low, 203. And so they should get there.
Here's Roston Chase, and it's driven by the right-handed Salt straight back to the bowler.
They could do with it, obviously, a couple of wickets less. 147 for 5. You can't make too many mistakes.
Here's Chase again, throws it wider and spins it harder back in towards the stumps, but because he pitched it wide, Phil Salt had the room and he was playing the shot from the moment it came out the hand. Never mind that it spun back in sharply to him. He was playing it on the width out of the hand, and he's cut it away for 4.
Well, yeah, for batters at home, the way that he plays this shot, he gets right back towards his stumps and gives himself that little bit of extra time to play it behind square on the offside.
Chase pitches it up now, tries to overcompensate a little straighter, and it's whipped away with the spin by Phil Salt for a single to the leg side sweeper.
But I also think if England do get to 220, 225, I think it'll be a good test for Liam Livingston's captaincy. He used 9 bowlers in last game. I think this one he'll have to get his ducks in a row in perfect order, because all of a sudden one bad bowling change and a big over cost you the momentum of the game.
Chasing again, and it's flicked away by the left-handed Mosley to Shimron Hetmeyer on the leg side. Once again, it's a single, and I just think it's a little unfair, really, on Dan Mosley and Jacob Bethel and Will Jacks, giving them 2 overs. All 3 were expensive. They had variously 2 and 3 overs each, and I don't think you learn a great deal. Maybe 1 or 2 of them. The next one is driven by Salt straight to the fielder, and there's no run. It's Roston Chase in his 9th over with his off spin. He's up to the crease now, bowls a quicker one. He's getting some turn, is Roston Chase. 2 points about that, as a single is taken by Salt for the last ball of the over through the leg side. He does spin it now. He puts a lot more revolutions on than he used to. Certainly as a test bowler, you could still read the maker's name on the ball when it was turning so slowly. But but the second thing, Bumble, is that I think this pitch it's still tacky enough to be giving something to the spinners.
And his angle is from very wide, bowling to the right-handed batter. He's very wide on the crease on delivery, so he's got a natural angle going into the right-hander. It seems okay now, this pitch. The ball's got a little bit softer. West Indies got right into England with a new ball on a pitch that had a little bit of moisture in it. But England are just rallying, 154 for 5. Salt is 70. Mosley is 30. Who's coming back into the attack? Ford. 6 overs, 1 for 18.
And they've only got 5 bowling options of the West Indies and Shy Hope, and at this point, Manners, with 12 overs to go, as a batter and as a coach, you're going, right, one of the bowlers has got to go down here, and it's about picking which one. And I think if Phil Salt was picking one, I actually think it would be this guy.
Or Shepherd.
Yeah.
The way that Shepherd's come into the team, and he's just medium pace. It's high risk if you've only 5 bowlers. If one gets injured, you're in trouble. But if one goes a distance, you're in trouble.
Casey Carty's an all-rounder, but they've got Romario Shepherd bowling what Casey Carty bowls, basically, and Matthew Ford to some degree.
And it'll be difficult for somebody else to come in now. 12 overs to go, Phil Salt 70.
Yeah, I think he's decided that he's going to use 5 unless something goes badly wrong, and it's too late to make a change now, you would have thought. So it is Matthew Ford, took the new ball over a couple of hours ago and bowled big in-swingers. I don't think it'll be very much swing now. Got Will Jacks with an away swinger, having been bowling mostly in-swingers. Just got one to shape away from the right-handed Will Jacks. And 6 overs, 1 for 18. Very, very tidy return from Matthew Ford. He's got better and better. How about these bowling ends? We haven't mentioned them very much. Joel Garner and Malcolm Marshall. A couple of days ago, it was Curtly Ambrose and Andy Roberts. How about that for a 4-man attack?
A few sleepless nights and batters in there, isn't there? I know you have to have a big name as a bowling end, but wow, there's 4 big ones there.
Here's Matthew Ford in again, using his feet to the seamer now, Dan Mosley, but doesn't make contact as he would have liked. Single to backward point.
And also the Garfield Sobers Pavilion is there as well. I wonder if Gary's there. He might have been playing golf today. He usually gets out there at Sandy Lane. He's playing, I think, at the minute. He's a good age now, Gary Sobers. Sir Garfield.
Jacob Bethel was telling a story last week before he went out there of playing golf with Sir Garfield when he was a young lad growing up in Barbados. And they're coming back for the second run here. Have to hurry. Throw was wide. Well, Dan Mosley chopped it away to the sweeper, and it's, I think, Phil Salt who wanted to come back for the second. Mosley's been calling very well, and he's got a wry grin on his face now. It was Mosley who pulled the ball out to the sweeper on the leg side boundary. Whose call was that?
Mosley's gone. Dan Mosley was the caller. He was the driving force for this. I don't even think Phil Salt would have needed a dive here, because he would have been that far out. I think if you text it, if it's a good throw, he's gone for all money.
Was that Mosley apologising? I think it was.
I think it was, yeah.
Down the wicket comes Mosley again to Ford, and good to see being very proactive. Clear plan between Salt and Mosley. Salt has evidently said, I'm stuck in third gear. I can't get out. I'm going to stay here. You see if you can get it.
Manners, I just think they've decided which bowler's the one that's going, and this is the kid. And, he's got four overs left. I'm sure the conversation in between the last overs was which one's going to go. It's Ford. Let's be proactive against him.
It is Matthew Ford. Tries to run it down to third man now, does Mosley. And good solid piece of fielding from Brandon King. Picked up, shied at the stumps, hit them, but they've gone through for 157 for 5.
These two are doing fine for England now. Back end of the 39th over. Still a long way to go. Stay intact. Play the next section up to 45 overs. See where you are. And then he can come in with his sixes. The lad who's in to do
perfect,
the sixes.
Isn't it? That's his job. Perfect role for him now. If he can get to 45 overs. But I've been really impressed by Phil Salt. I know we've said a lot about him. It's been a different type of innings. Bumble, you've seen him a lot with Lancashire, and his 2020 game, I don't think there's a flaw in it. I think he's a wonderful 2020 player. I think he had a little bit to go in 50 over cricket.
Oh, thumped off the back foot by Phil Salt, wide of Gudakesh Moti at long off, and they've gone through for 1. They come back for the second. Good shot from Phil Salt. Just ever so slightly short from Matthew Ford, whose 7th over goes for 6. 39 overs gone. Salt 73, Mosley 33. It's 160 for 5 with 11 overs to go. Just catching sight of Joss Butler, England's captain, on the dressing room balcony. He arrived in Barbados 2 days ago. He's obviously not playing any part in the ODI series, but is, we understand, currently at this moment fit to assume the captaincy of the T20 team. The first of a 5-match series will also be played at the Kensington Oval in Bridgetown, Barbados, before the series moves to St Lucia. Salt 73, Mosley 33, 160 for 5. Roston Chase about to bowl his 10th and final over. Sweep shot from Mosley. He had to miss one eventually. He's been sweeping extremely well, but on that occasion, sweep shot flew over the top of the top edge of the bat.
Hey man, you've been going for like 45 minutes, haven't you?
Both the first 2 T20s are both at Kensington Oval. Sorry, Jared Kimber. How lovely to be joined by you. Mosley pushes this one out to cover, and there's no run.
What a stint you've been doing here today.
Hey, I have to say the overs have been going very quickly with a lot of spin. Here is Roston Chase. I shall certainly complete this spell for him. Another dot balls, another sweep shot missed from Dan Mosley, 2 in a row.
I've got one for you. What do you think Dan Mosley's average is in the 100? Batting average.
Do they do averages in the 100?
Well, I mean, some people do.
Do they still work the same way with the 16.4? Short, a little short. Actually, I'm not. Was it short from Roston Chase? The shot made it look like it was short from Dan Mosley because he stepped back and cut it through to the cover sweeper. But I'm not so sure it was that short from Roston Chase. Honestly, I'm just going to guess. I'm going to guess very high or very low. But he made his name in the 100, didn't he? So I'd 50.
7.64.
7? 57?
7.64.
Didn't make much of a name for himself then, did he?
Bowled some good overs.
Punched off the back foot down towards long off by Phil Salt. Doing brilliantly, Phil Salt. 74 off 106.
I'm very impressed with this knock from Phil Salt. Huh? This is a top knock under pressure. And he's still there after 39 overs and 5 balls on 74. So this goes to show that he can adjust his game to suit the situation.
Here is Roston chasing once again, and he's completed a very, very fine 10 overs with the single off the last ball to the sweeper on the cover boundary. And Roston Chase, like Gudakesh Moti, has completed 10 overs at comfortably less than 5 and over with 1 for 42 in his 10 overs. 40 overs gone, 10 to go. England 163 for 5. Another word from Jared Kimber or Philo Wallace. And then it'll be John Norman for just long enough to allow me to make a cup of tea and have a bathroom break.
What a stint by the great Neil Manthorp there. Absolutely legendary how long he went on for that one. Yeah, no, it's just interesting having a look at Mousley's career because, you know, he's a batter, but he's obviously very young. We know he can bowl his off-spin as well. But in first-class cricket so far, he's averaging 26. List A cricket, he's got an average of 35, so his record's a little bit better there. But you have a look, and he... you watch him live, Philo, and both of us are watching him going, he looks a lot better than any of these domestic numbers that we can see.
Yeah, he looks good, actually. He looks very compact. He looks well balanced. Seems to have a very organised game. And he's come in here and he's read the situation well with Phil Salt. Obviously, England not out of the woods yet. 163 for 5 after 40 overs. And they're looking, obviously, to get it maybe to 223, 230 if the two of these guys stay and the bat up to 50 overs.
Here is Ford down the track, and Mosley comes so close to chopping onto his own stumps. There's a bit of a miscommunication between bowler and keeper. Mosley came down the track and essentially got an inside edge back onto his pads, and it didn't go too far from the stumps. He was then sent back. There was a throw at the non-striker's end by Shai Hope. Ford had just stayed where he was. No one's backing up. A run is just about taken in the end. And bowler and keeper smile in the way Alzarri Joseph snarled earlier today. Ford again. And we'll get Philo Wallace's take on that as he's in. Right, I'm over the wicket and this is cut to cover. No run.
What I thought there happened is that she hoped to lob the ball to Ford and then realised that Phil Salt just was sauntering back and decided to try to lob the ball to the stumps, and Ford said, hey, because I can remember just last week, Barbados was playing in the Super 50 game, and Raymond Reefer, a guy hammered the ball into the point region. The fielder stopped the ball and went to throw while the batters were looking to run a single and throw the ball straight into Raymond Reefer's face. Yes, obviously.
He's been caught brilliantly. Phil Salt has tried to muscle a delivery from Ford over mid-wicket. He hasn't quite got the distance. And is that Brandon King diving back towards the boundary's edge, has taken the catch two-handed. I think he might have injured himself doing so.
He's injured his groin somehow. Did he land on the toe
for a fair catch?
I'm not sure, but he's tossed the ball back to the fielder who was alongside him, running in from long on, or running across. And that fielder has taken the catch comfortably. So Phil Salt's wonderful innings has got to come to an end. I think this is absolutely fine. They're going to go upstairs.
Inside the boundary and releases the ball.
He's landed on a camera or
he goes over and
some sound equipment right on his groin, sort of on the right side of it. That could have been very, very nasty. He didn't see it at all because he was fully diving to get that catch. And as he was launching himself, he was throwing the ball back, so he still wasn't looking straight ahead. It's been given out, which is fine. I don't think he's bad. I think it just hurt because a piece of electrical equipment hit him as he jumped, John. I think he's okay, Philo, but not that okay.
I don't know
if it had gone an inch to the left, he might not be too good.
I don't know what happens with this game when us three are on air, but
some funny things are happening.
Funny things really are happening. You've got to feel for Phil Salt as well, because it was a wonderful bit of athleticism.
Oh, it's a helmet.
Oh, it's a helmet. It's not a camera.
Oh, well, that's not a good place.
Look at him. And now Alzarri Joseph has taken the catch. He's watched his teammate essentially, really take one for the team, and he's turned his back on him. He's just.
He didn't even check to see if he was okay, but a very good effort there from Brandon King. Good game awareness, realizing that he could not control the ball while going forward, and Alzarri Joseph just sprinted from long on, straight down in line with him at mid-wicket, and he just flicked it into his running area, and a good catch, a good dismissal for England. Darren Sammy obviously will feel happy, but England would have lost the man that they were hoping that can get them up to that maybe 225, 230.
Yeah, and they're still 10 overs away as well. Jamie Overton, who we're not expecting to bowl today, is now really needed. That non-bowling number 8 is actually
we knew it'd come
an absolute master stroke from England. If Overton can whack away for 6 or 7 overs, we shall see. Easier said than done, that's for sure. He's about to face his first delivery. Ford, who's just picked up his second wicket, bowls onto the pads of the Surrey man, and it's just clipped to mid-wicket, no run. 164 for 6 then, if you're joining us on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. I'm John Norman alongside the former West Indian batter Philo Wallace, Jarrod Kimber, and we're watching the West Indies just pick up a wicket at exactly the time they needed, because Phil Salt had batted really well. It just seemed like now was the time for him to go, as Overton is pushing outside off stump, no connection, and I'm not sure the ball would have carried to the keeper anyway.
That was the first time that Phil Salt tried to play an aggressive shot of that nature. It was a length delivery, but he didn't get a lot of bat on it. But you have to give credit to Brandon King. This is going to be important for Overton. There's his second game. The first game he got a 1-baller, so he's obviously faced 2 balls. Haven't gotten off the mark yet, so he has to try and get bat on ball and try to build a partnership here with Mosley. And Mosley obviously will have to be the senior batter going into this partnership,
which is an ask in itself. Consider how inexperienced he is.
Definitely. We're just seeing Ford bowling off cutters and leg cutters. The last 2 balls have been leg cutters. Well, last 3 actually.
Last ball of the over, and this is angling into the pads of Overton, who again can't beat that fielder at mid-wicket. He's faced 3 deliveries, so I suppose that's a progression of sorts from the first ODI.
So he
164 for 6.
He got the wicket with the leg cutter, and one of Ford's big problems is he's a very good new ball bowler, and he can swing it and he can seam it around as well. He has really good control, but with the older ball he struggles, and so he's just come on and decided to bowl massive cutters, and so far, Philo, they're working.
Yeah, obviously he's more known for his T20 skills, so he will use his T20 skills now in the back end of this innings, and obviously he's looking for success, which he has gotten with the big wicket of Phil Salt, and you expect him to continue that mode, bowling the leg cutter, the off cutter, and maybe pace off deliveries. He's not the quickest, but obviously on this surface, on the surfaces in Antigua, he was very effective, so you have to say that he's one of the leading bowlers for West Indies in this ODI series so far.
Romario Shepherd, who is one of my favourite bowlers. He's had good success against England with the bat and the ball, and he's one of those players that always pops up, does really well, and then you expect him to really kick on. And he's forged a really good career in domestic T20, but just as I say that,
oh my God, that's some of the worst cricket I've ever seen. And he's rolling around on the ground. I'm not sure if it's an embarrassment or from what happened. Can you actually explain that ball?
Actually, I hope that he hasn't injured himself, because we shouldn't laugh until we make sure he's okay. But essentially, he's fallen over in his follow-through, and he's still on the ground.
He was laughing to begin with.
No,
what's going on?
His left ankle. Oh, that doesn't look good, actually. So apologies, we shouldn't have laughed. But essentially, he's dug it in, and he's lost control of the ball. And it's one of those instances where actually, you know, Mosley has decided to continue through with the shot. It's essentially a drag down, very slow pace, down the leg side, and Mosley's just pulled it up and over the fielder at short fine away for a boundary 4. And now Romario Shepherd, who's still on the ground but now on his back, is just getting a little bit of treatment to his left ankle.
Where was he bowling that from? Because his foot wasn't in the frame. Did he accidentally try and bowl that from behind the crease, or did he slip?
What it looked like to me is that the spikes on the left boot stuck in the pitch, and as he went to deliver the ball, it just came over on his left foot with no balance at all, and obviously like he's maybe tweaked his left calf, and the ball just went pear-shaped down the leg side, and Mosley said, "Thank you very much, I'm going to get a boundary." I know Shepherd obviously is struggling a bit with that left leg, but his front foot, that the spike stuck in the surface and wouldn't allow him to come over properly, and he lost control.
So we've seen people go off the field for jumping onto a helmet, for being angry, and now for getting the other foot stuck in the wicket. I mean, it's incredible. He is smiling, but it's obviously hurting him as well as he's kind of limping off the ground.
They should have a stretcher at Bridgetown. There should be a stretcher where they can put him on, and stretcher him off rather than he's walking on the foot of the surgeon.
Well, we had that situation with Ben Stokes. He had to do the same thing. There was no stretcher for that 100 game where he did his hamstring, and he had to kind of be helped off. He wasn't smiling as he walked off. Romario Shepherd is speaking French, but thankfully nowhere near one of the stump mics.
The physio, is it Dennis?
Dr. Dennis Babb.
Yeah.
He's a Vincentian.
Yeah, so
he's a wonder man.
You know, he once captained the Cuban cricket team.
Did he?
Yes.
He speaks Spanish then?
If you ever see him, ask him about it. He's a really interesting guy. I worked with him at St. Lucia. Really lovely guy. And
he's at the St. Lucia Kings too?
He was when I was there. This
Okay.
was a while back.
Right.
But captain of the Cuban cricket team. There's not many people who can put that on their resume. John Norman. He went over there to study. I think he's studying his medical degree.
But Romario Shepherd has now made it past the Toblerone and now has to somehow climb some stairs. I mean, he's a big guy, isn't he? Romario, it's not like you could get two people on either side of him to help him up those stairs.
That's why they should have a stretcher. I'm very surprised there's no stretcher there, because he has to limp up those steps. And there's an ambulance right there. An ambulance personnel.
Shafane Rutherford is going to finish the over, and could be a run out here. This is directed to backward point. There's a throw at the stumps, but Mosley's sent back by Jamie Overton and gets back in time. Either way, the throw from backward point doesn't hit the stumps, so no damage done there. Yeah, we'll hope that Romario Shepherd's okay. I mean, he's a big guy to be falling over and putting all that pressure in your follow through with your spikes getting stuck in the pitch. I mean, that doesn't sound good. Well, it didn't look good. So we'll obviously bring you news of how he's doing. Short. This is a slower short delivery from Rutherford, and Mosley looks like he wants to play this to the leg side, but it's actually got a little bit of lift on it. It's no great speed, but it's deceived Mosley, and by the time he realises that actually he could probably play this to the offside, it's gone past him. No run. Obviously
Shepherd, not the quickest medium, just about military medium. Mosley advancing down the pitch, and he decided to bowl a short ball.
This is a cutter from Rutherford, and it's pulled away, fielded at square leg. Good timing, actually, probably a little bit too good timing, because it allowed the fielder to collect the ball quickly, hurls it back, and it's just a single. 8.2 overs remaining in this eventful innings, which saw England 24 for 4 at one stage. They've recovered to 169 for 6, but Philo Wallace, I mean, having seen what you've seen on this track, is that going to be anywhere near enough?
Well, it shouldn't be enough, but it's cricket, a game of glorious uncertainties. And England will be, obviously, once the innings is finished, England will be telling themselves whatever they score, they have to defend.
Here's Rutherford again. This is on the pads of Overton, who at the fourth attempt gets a single, but doesn't get off the mark because it's a leg by. 170 for 6.
And obviously West Indies fancy themselves as a chasing side. She won the toss and said it's a chasing ground, so obviously they'll be looking to overhaul England's final total. But you have to give credit to the England batters. Phil Salt in particular got out a fantastic catch, relay catch, and he would have obviously wanted to be there. So it's now down to Mosley and Overton, who is not bowling, so he's playing that role similar to Sam Curran, both from Surrey as well. But Overton known for hitting the ball over the boundary, and we wait to see him get off the mark.
The problem that West Indies have got, though, is Rutherford comes round the wicket, and this is going to be called a wide and may not reach the boundary. That's actually smart fielding from the fielder who was stationed at short fine to come and cut that off, because it was missed by the keeper and that was sailing away to the boundary otherwise. So wides, but just a couple of runs added to the score. 1 ball left to the 42nd. Problem is, Philo, if Romario Shepherd doesn't come back, you've got 3 overs for Joseph, a couple for Ford, and then Rutherford's essentially going to have to bowl quite a few more than he expected. Pitched up, and this is just clipped off the pads and away for a boundary, and that in itself shows what the problem that West Indies could have if England bat all 50. 4 runs up from the bat of Overton. They're 176 for 6, England.
Yeah, it's not that he's not a handy bowler, but he's a medium pacer, and I think what's happening at the moment is he's trying to bowl very quick because he doesn't want to go for any runs, and he's just not very accurate. And he doesn't bowl that often, does he, Philo? He can bowl a little bit.
He can bowl. He's a better bowler than what we're seeing. I believe he should bowl more. But obviously, Shea Hope goes for the 5 frontline bowlers. Yeah. But Rutherford should bowl more. That ball was badly lined, pushed down the leg side, and Overton got enough back to beat the short fine leg. But this is going to be a tricky passage of play. It's going to be interesting to see how Shea Hope maneuver his bowlers for this final 8. Because England are still in with a shout. Mosley is looking good. We know Overton can hit the ball as well. So Shea Hope has to be very careful who he bowls and when they bowl.
Rutherford's best figures in a first-class game are 8 for 82 in a match. So, he's bowled before. He's taken wickets. He bowls a lot on those sort of lower, slower wickets where he can skid the ball through at the stumps. Maybe not quite this kind of pitch.
And he was younger then. He bowled a little quicker when he was younger. But you know what happens when you go to the IPL.
Here is Alzari Joseph, whose 7 overs have gone for just 18 runs. And this is dug out by Mosley, half fielded by the bowler, and no run. Shafane Rutherford has bowled against England before in a T20 in Tarouba.
Yes, done by Brian Lara Cricket Academy in South Trinidad, Tarouba.
He bowled 1 over and it went for 23.
Oh my golly.
Which is probably why he hasn't bowled against England until now.
I was wrong.
Joseph, though, can bowl right arm over the wicket, and this is just dabbed into the offside by Mosley. He's played an impressive little cameo here as young Dan Mosley. He's at 42 from 56. Jamie Overton is 4 from 5.
This is a good knock from the young man, showing maturity. At the young, still in the embryonic stages of his ODI career, but he's showing good maturity. You can see that he relishes this challenge, and he will be the one that Overton will have to depend on. England, you don't want to see Rashid get there at all. You want Mosley and Overton to be the 2 batters. But Alzari Joseph has bowled well, and he's a handful. He's one of the few fast bowlers that can bowl a decent Yorker.
Joseph again on off stump. This is pushed to mid-on by Overton, who sets off very quickly for the first run. Sure. And again, we've seen some wayward outfielding from West Indies.
Their throws have been everywhere, haven't they? I mean, that must have been, about 8 metres wide of the wicketkeeper? The amount of times, Philo, we've seen someone throw the ball at the stumps from the West Indies and bounce it over the top of the stumps today.
It's all about gathering the ball and having a good balance and base to throw from. Obviously, they're not balancing themselves. They're just throwing the ball like they're pelting at mangoes in the tree. Just need to settle themselves when they have the ball in their hand and get some accuracy going towards the target. Which on that occasion was the keeper, but Shea Hope was running up to the stumps and the ball was to his left.
179 for 6 then, as Joseph is in past the umpire, and no timing from Overton on this occasion, but he'll take a single to long on comfortably enough. And another run is added to the score.
Well, at least Alzari has come back and he's bowling wicket to wicket. He's bowling straight and forcing Overton to hit the ball down to mid-on. On that occasion, he got a very easy single. Shamar Joseph is the fielder. He'll bring more energy as well in the outfield. And it's good to see him coming out and getting some miles in his legs before this T20 series. We don't know what the T20 squad is like. But these two have to bat deep into these 50 overs if England get it to a respectable total.
Here is Mosley, and this is a back of a length delivery on the pads. Well, just a touch higher than that, but Mosley can't beat the fielder at short fine on the attempted pull. So Alzari Joseph got away with one there, because either side of that fielder and the ball will be sailing away to the boundary. But this is a decent over from Joseph. But England as well will be mindful of that injury to Shepherd, and they know that Joseph has only got a couple left now. They can target the other end, and possibly they can look at a score around, 230?
Yes, that'll be competitive.
Certainly a fewer than we expected at the start of the innings as Mosley. A good forcing shot, actually, and decent running. Will they turn 1 into 2? No, that'll just be a single. End of the over. Mosley's 43, and England 181 for 6.
Good throw there, John. There's no chance of a run out, and it was a good throw. I think there's been about 5 or 6 decent chances for run outs to be converted. Not to mention a couple of the underarms that were missed and some confusion there. So there's a lot that the West Indies can look at fixing, but they're in a good position. This score gets up to 225, 230, as you guys talked about. England's back in this game. I don't think it's an easy pitch to hit through the line. We've seen some bad batting, and I think, Philo, when the ball was new, it did nip around a little bit and cause some issues. So they'll give themselves a good opportunity here, England, if they can get to 220, 225.
Yeah, but it's going to call for smart batting to get up to 225, even if they get to 230. But as John said, it's going to be how Rutherford control these overs.
Here's Rutherford now, and this is played to the left of backward point by Mosley, who's a big Aston Villa fan. talkSPORT sent Gabby Agbonlahor out to Bruges. Aston Villa were playing Club Bruges or Club Brugge in the Champions League. Do you have a Premier League team, Philo?
Yeah, Tottenham Hotspurs.
Unlucky. How they doing? How they doing in the Champions League this season?
Not bad. We lose games and we win games.
Backward point again brought into the action by Mosley. Again, all along the grounds. Aston Villa lost 1-0. I don't know if you've seen, well, you wouldn't have seen it, but Tyrone Mings gave away a penalty for Aston Villa in the Champions League against Club Brugge in ridiculous fashion. Even more ridiculous than some of the scenes we've seen today at this ground. On the pull at Mosley, and he's going to bisect the fielders at deep square leg, and the fielder running round at mid-wicket. That's a handsome boundary, seizing on the length and the pace this time from Rutherford. 4 more runs added to the score.
That's a very good shot there from Dan Mosley, just picking the length, going deep into the crease and just swiveling and hitting it through mid-wicket. No pace at all from Rutherford, and down to the boundary for 4.
Beaten this time though, and that was a touch flat-footed by Mosley. He's trying to guide the ball through third, but he's just beaten past the outside edge. Lucky not to take an edge there. 47 not out there, Mosley, from 62 deliveries. 185 for 6. 4 runs coming from this Rutherford over, only bowling because of an injury picked up by Romario Shepherd, as this time Mosley pushes a ball on the pads towards mid-wicket. The fielder runs in, and it's just a single. 186 for 6 here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
Yes, good batting here from Mosley. He got a bad ball, he put it away. Rutherford came back with one just foolish and faster. And then the next one, trying to tuck him up, he tucked it into the leg side for a single to get Overton on strike. It's going to be important that Overton finishes this over already. Rutherford's ball 1 over and 4 balls, gone for 12 runs. So 5 runs already out of this over. So he needs to finish with a dot ball or less than a 6 or a 4.
We shall see. Boundaries have been at a premium for much of England's innings. Last ball of the over. Overton just makes a little bit of room for himself. He moves towards the leg side and then pulls this delivery along the ground to mid-wicket for another single. End of the over. England 187 for 6. 6 overs remaining. And Wes Dons on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel in the chat facility has said, "I thought I came here to listen to cricket, not football." Well, I'm sorry I mentioned Aston Villa, but if you ever watched football when Clive Tildesley was commentating, the fine football correspondent, huge cricket fan, and he would make mention of cricket throughout his football commentary. So what's good enough for Clive is good enough for me in reverse.
I'm pretty sure I spent about 20 minutes moaning about a Denver Nuggets game the other day on the talkSPORT commentary. So if you want to come back for when the Nuggets are playing later, I might be moaning again.
I think I mentioned the Philadelphia Eagles a couple of occasions.
We did, yeah.
Yeah, and that mentioned Tottenham. But hey,
thank you.
In the main, it's all about the cricket. And Alzarri Joseph is about to bowl his 9th over from the Joel Garner end, who I was fortunate enough to meet earlier this year with Harmy at the Oval. One of Barbados' famous sons, and Jamie Overton has just climbed into this delivery from Alzarri Joseph and planted him back into the Malcolm Marshall end for a big 6. 193 for 6.
Yes, I call it a light delivery, laying for an off stump, and Overton just opening himself and allowing that big bat to swing straight through the line of ball and hitting it into the top tier of the 3W standard. The visitor tried to catch it, but it had too much steam on it and it went through his hands. But a very good shot, a good start to the over for England, And we'll see how Alzari can bounce back with the 5 balls.
Will it be a bouncer? No, it's pitched up actually. A slow delivery, and it has Overton playing forward, and he'll take a single to long on 194 for 6.
I'd hate to mention any other sport, so I won't. I'll mention the sports entertainment wrestling, because Alzari Joseph has been playing the heel all day. And I'm just wondering what it feels like when the specialist number 8 from the opposition launches you back into the second tier of the grandstand. Because he's been ticking, Philo, all day. Yeah. Is this the guy you want to hit back over his head for 6?
Yes. Yes, I want to hit him back over his head because I want to see what's inside of him. Because he's a lonely man on that field. With the way he behaved earlier, he's a lonely man on that field. So he has to bowl properly.
Mosley, 2 away from 50, short delivery, and he's going to reach 50 in fine fashion. What a knock from the youngster. And he has rocked back and pulled this short ball over the fielder at short fine and away for 4 more runs. So 10 runs coming from 2 balls. England move towards 200, and they've got Dan Mosley, 52 not out. What an innings.
Top knock from the young man, showing good composure, good game awareness, good common sense and skills. Short ball outside the body, and he just swivel and hit it down behind square. There's nobody at fine leg, and the ball just bunks one over the ropes for 4. He raises his bat, punches his heart, and said, "Thank you very much. I have a half century in the one-day international." Well played to the young man. Let's hope he can go on to get a few more runs, and we see many more good innings from him.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what it's all about. He will feel so good tonight, no matter what happens later on today. Again, short. This might be called wide, and indeed it is. Down the leg side, Alzari Joseph might be a little bit bitter about that, because Mosley did move towards the offside, and I think that's what Alzari Joseph is saying to the umpire. It should probably stop about now.
I think he should. The umpire call a wide, the ball's on the leg side, the umpire's call a wide. Just put your tail between your legs, go to the top of your mark, and come back and bowl a proper delivery.
It's not the best thing to argue with the wide down the leg side. It's like, I get it. You think there was maybe a little bit of thigh pad or anything else, but how's he going to win that argument anyway?
He's so hot-headed, it's unbelievable. He needs to cool himself. Stand up in the mirror.
199 for 6, and Joseph again, this time on the thigh of Mosley, and there's a throw in, and I think that Mosley may have been run out. Smart bit of work by the keeper. It was a wayward throw back towards the striker's end.
TV umpire to director.
Had to run in front of the stumps, collect the ball, and almost underarm it back towards the wicket. But I think the batter might actually be safe. A better throw though, Philo Wallace, and he'd have been gone.
A weak throw from Evan Lewis. But I think Mosley, I've never seen a batter dive like that, with both knees tucked under and his bat out in front. So it's very good from the young man. Good awareness to dive and get his bat in. But good work from Shea Hope. Just a weak throw from Evan Lewis.
Yeah, it's been part of the game today. Some poor outfielding. Mosley 54, pitched up and driven off the pads for a single. Mosley moves to 55. The score 202 for 6. 5 overs remaining. And England are now looking at 230, maybe even more.
It wasn't just a weak throw. He was about 4 metres from the stumps. It was brilliant by Shea Hope to get it back, but it's just another terrible... If they threw the ball anywhere near the stumps, England would have been bowled out for 140 today.
Yeah, but they're not throwing the ball balanced.
No.
They're all throwing the ball not balanced, and that is something that the fielding coach, Ryan Griffith, will have to identify and try to correct going into the T20 series, because you need your fielders in the T20 game. It's just they're not balanced when they have the ball in their hands to throw. So there's no power, there's no direction, and that is why the English batters are getting away with those close runouts.
15 runs coming from this Alzari Joseph over, and it's not over yet. Here is the man from Antigua. And that's a nice delivery to finish things up. It's a Yorker cutter, and Mosley misses the ball, or Overton rather. And that is the end of over number 45. It's a changeover in the comms box. Philo Wallace and Jarrod Kimber will be making way. Harmy's in. Manners, you want me to do one more? That's the face of someone who wants me to do one. No? You sure? Well, Philo's off. Jarrod's off. Harmy's in. And England are 202 for 6. This is a a comeback of sorts. I mean, look, when West Indies chase this down inside 35 overs, maybe not. One thing I have noticed, though, Steve Harmison, is balls per 50 is coming down as the innings progresses. Obviously, England had to go very slowly at the start because they lost all those wickets, but does also suggest that run scoring has become a little easier as the ball has got softer.
A little bit like that, John. Yes, I agree. Ball's got softer. I also think under the lights, ball skidding on, and I think it could be a nice. I mean, the new ball might be nice to just come onto the bat in these conditions. It did the last time we were out there when you played in the World Cup recently. You know, the ball just skidding on lights. So a lot of teams, you know, they did bowl first because the second half was easier to bat on. So there could be a little bit of that.
Matthew Forde is in and slants this across Dan Mosley, who moves extravagantly actually to the offside. And Forde essentially follows him, pushes it past him, and no wide is called, correctly so. Seen some haphazard fielding today, Harmy.
Yeah, that's the only thing from the West Indies point of view that they'll be disappointed with. There's been, I agree with that, there's been also some bits of brilliance.
Again, movement towards the offside, and this is carved to... This is carved to short cover. It's reached the fielder on the full. Mosley is scampering through for a single. He drops his bat. The throw comes in, and Mosley, well, he falls over the line.
It's hilarious.
But the bowler isn't backing up properly, doesn't field properly, and Mosley continues.
He dropped his bat halfway, so he's done half the pitch with the bat, and then he's gone to like what you were when you were kids, when you ran and you put your when you only had one bat, didn't you? You dropped the bat, and then it was like rush batter. You dropped the bat, and you had to run to the other end and put your foot in and shout in at the top of your voice. But when he went to put his foot in, he tripped over it.
Forde again, short, and slow delivery, I think, from Forde. Another cutter. Overton is through the shots on the pull, and what should be a really tight second is comfortable because West Indies misfield again.
You put your foot in, and it was, when you were a kid, it were RST, running to save time. RST. You called it out. RST, running to save time.
It's just summed up this match in a lot of ways. I mean, I've never seen someone fall over the line before. Anyway, Overton again, and it's short and wide, it's a cutter, and there's no timing. On the pull, it goes straight, and it's fielded at long on.
John, him's a man must have fallen over the line. He must have.
He wouldn't have run in the first place.
All right, yeah.
It was crazy, though, because the first point of contact from his body that was over the line was, I think it was his knee. It was either knee or his hip as he hit the deck. Because he tripped before the line. Yeah, possibly it was his head.
Forward again. Mosley has done this 3 times now. He's taken 2 big steps towards the offside. The bowler's followed him. He's not hit it. He's hit his pad and nearly gone onto the stumps. And it's a leg by.
It's a root shot, isn't it? Joe root shot that he plays. Quite nimbly as well, as he scoots across. He's not just mastered it yet, but England, I think they're going okay. End of the 46th over, they got 4 overs, 24 deliveries to go. Can they get to 250? 250 is useful.
Well, with Romario Shepherd off the field, Shafane Rutherford is going to have to bowl a couple more, so possibly if Overton gets his eye in. Again, this is a slower delivery. He's actually, at the start of his innings, he was bowling for swing. He's not anymore, obviously. He's bowling slower balls, he's bowling cutters, and this is an inside edge from Overton, fielded by the keeper, Shai Hope. 4 wickets remaining for England, 4 overs remaining for both teams. Forde and Joseph are going to bowl 2 of them, and you feel that Rutherford's going to have to bowl the other 2, and that may be England's best chance of getting 240, 250 after word from Steve Harmison or Bumble. It'll be Neil Manthorp.
Yeah, it does look as though Rutherford's going to have to bowl 2, and that's beautiful for England if they can really cash in there. If they can take them 2 overs for 18 20, 22, then they'll go a long way to getting to that 250. And I think Bumble, I think you're right. I think 250 could be a really, really good score. I think the ball's getting, the wicket's getting easy to bat and it's coming on and skidding on the lights. But still, I think 250 on the board, you'd snap your hands off.
Well, it's a worker, isn't it, from the disastrous start that they had. They've manoeuvred a position. 4 overs to go.
And massive credit to England coming back from 24 for 4. Alzari Joseph into the left-handed Mosley, who's heaved this over deep mid-wicket, but not over far enough. And a straightforward catch in the end on the deep mid-wicket boundary for Evan Lewis. I thought Mosley had got a lot more than that, to be honest. I really thought that he'd got hot. He did, actually. I think he's come out in the middle of the bat, but he's just not got the elevation. Hasn't got the height, the trajectory. And it's a straightforward catch in the end. Does Alzari Joseph deserve some credit for following Mosley, who'd backed away outside the leg stump? Little off-cutter, was it?
It might have been, but there's absolutely nothing from the West Indies at that wicket. Nothing from the catcher, nothing from the bowler. Just moving back to the positions. There's something going on.
I think that might have a lot to do with who took the wicket. I think he's totally disrespected their team by walking off. And I think his teammates are now showing him that tough love, that he shouldn't be getting. And I mean, I'd love to. I mean, obviously, I'd like to see England get a few more runs. But I'd love to see him get a little four-for. And then the media guy go up and go, you're going to have to speak to the media at half-time and put him up.
Or also, if he gets a 4-for and he has to walk off with a ball in hand, and congratulations.
See what his team does to him.
Yeah, see what the team do. But, you know, that's in the future. Jofra Archer is the new batter for England. 207 for 7, so I should think that 250 might be scuppered now. It is a slow delivery. As Mosley gets himself into a super position, it's a good catch right on the boundary in front of the sun-soaked England spectators. Oh, they're going to be sore in the morning.
Alzari Joseph in again to the new batsman. Jofra Archer beats him outside the off stump as he tries to run it down to third man. Just to sum up as quickly as I possibly can and as succinctly as I can what we're referring to with Alzari Joseph. He was brought on early to bowl by his captain Shai Hope. He didn't want to bowl. It was the fourth over of the innings. It apparently didn't want to bowl from that end. He bowled with a look of thunder on his face, made absolutely no attempt to disguise his disgust at his captain's decision. Alzari Joseph in again, driven by Archer down the ground. That's nicely played, just for a single to Brandon King at long on. He took a wicket, he bowled a second over and then stormed off the field, having been given a talking to, not a demonstrative one, by Shai Hope, his captain. He then stormed off the field without permission, without consulting the umpires. It left his team down to 10 men. The coach did his best to try and calm things down, but it all in all was an embarrassing eyesore. It's a low full toss, tempted off cutter from Alzari Joseph, and it's driven out towards Darren Sammy. I said at the time, didn't I thought he did really well to try and defuse the situation, but it is absolutely evident, isn't it, that his teammates have now metaphorically turned their back on him.
Yeah, they have, and you know, this broadcast group should be looking to get his camera as near to that dressing room, because it might just kick off in there. There's something not right in the camp.
Here is Alzari Joseph again up to the crease now, bowls full and straight to Jofra Archer, who clips it nicely off his pads. He can bat, Jofra Archer, we all know that. Not just as a hitter, he can actually bat. And Imbery, first action back after 18 months on the sidelines, was a second 11 going for Sussex, batted at 5, scored 100. Sussex second 11.
The first shot he played down the ground was an absolute beauty. I think one of the top order batters had played that shot would be going, what shot that is.
This is his last delivery for Alzari Joseph. His figures are okay. 2 for 41, good over this, just 3 singles.
Very good over from Alzarri Joseph, 2 for 41. Well, last ball of his 10th over coming up now, 210 for 7 England. Wide outside the off stump, a slash, a thick edge, a bottom corner maybe from Jamie Overton, flies away past short third man down to the boundary for a fortuitous 4, but the kind of boundary that you accept with 3 overs to go. You throw the bat, you take an edge, you take your chances. Sometimes it comes for you, sometimes it doesn't. Jamie Overton moves to 23. England with 3 overs to go, 214 for 7.
Useful 23 from Overton, and that's the end of Alzarri Joseph. He can reflect on his day's work so far. It's been eventful. 10 overs, 2 for 45. England 214 for 7. 3 overs to go. 18 deliveries. Who's going to bowl 2 overs? Who's going to bowl these extra 2 overs? It's going to be Rutherford still.
Yeah, Shafane Rutherford. I don't think there's another option.
Casey Carty, but
oh yeah.
That'd be a big ask to come in for 2 overs right at the very end.
It is Shafane Rutherford then, and England need to capitalise on the... He's a bit more than a part-timer. That is short, and it's pulled away down to deep backward square leg, fielded by Gudakesh Moti. I was going to ask both of you, actually, because that incident with Alzarri Joseph happened very, very early on, it was smoothed over as best we thought. We've now had over 3 hours of cricket since that happened. I was going to ask you, do you just sort of let temperatures calm down and let it sort of brush aside, or can you not let such a disciplinary indiscretion go? Do you have to pursue it and punish the man? That's wide outside the leg stump. It's called a wide.
I think you deal with it later. You might just have a quiet word and just one of the seniors or the coach or the coaching staff, let's talk about this at a later stage.
It's been seen around the world, Bumble, and it will be continued to be shown.
Yeah, we will deal with this in our time.
Slog from Jofra Archer, and it was a slog ball, to be fair. It was a full-on leg stump, and he's absolutely heaved it. It's only got 2 out to deep square leg. But you can't... something official has to be done.
Oh, yeah. Something official has to be done, but I agree with Bumble. Especially what you've got is you've got 2 batters, or 3 batters, got to get their head round. Whatever England get, just say England get 240. They've got to get their heads around that, going out and getting that 240. The last thing you want. I think, if anything, I'd be trying to make sure Alzarri Joseph is not in the dressing room too much at half-time.
Down the leg side, and it's a poor delivery from Shafane Rutherford, and he's got away with it, but it'll be called wide, I think. Yeah, I'd be very surprised if it wasn't. Leslie Reefer, but slow on the signal.
It'll be either Darren Sammy, who's the coach of the team. The manager is Lewis. Leg spinner Lewis. Roll Lewis,
yeah.
No, a good man, Roll Lewis, and so his skills will come in. He's manager. That's his title. He will have to manage that situation the best he can.
Jamie Overton is standing very still and hitting down the ground, which is what he's best at doing, just a single to Roston Chase at long on. I'm all for Harmy, being, I guess, sympathetic and empathetic towards the players. It's an international game. It's high pressure. Tempers will get frayed, and let's not overreact. But very unusually for me, I think, fine, 1 match ban, something very prominent. That I was appalled by that. Mark Butcher even said, that he'd never seen anything like it before, and I'm sure, I don't know whether either of you have. That's pulled for 6 over long on by Jofra Archer. Shafane Rutherford forced into a roll, bowling at the death because of injury to Romario Shepherd. He's a part-timer. This isn't his job. He's just back of a length. The ball stuck in the pitch, a little off-cutter, and it's just sat up and begged to be hit, and that's what it was.
It has sat up. He's just run his fingers across it, and he's got length, got to be a little bit full. He probably doesn't want to get Jofra to get underneath it, but it has just sat up, and the pace he's bowls and the height he bowls from, I mean, that was a give me. That was a real gimme ball there, and it wasn't a hard shot for 6.
Another short one, bowling it into the pitch, trying to get some cut. It's sort of slower bouncers, but he's slow anyway.
I think he's got to try and take one side out of the game. At this pace, as a part-time bowler, he's bowling straight, he's bowling short, he's bringing both sides in, particularly leg side. 2 strong batters at the crease, 229 for 7. Coming to the end of the 48th.
England 229 for 7, put into bat by the West Indies, slumped to 24 for 4. Now 2:29 for 7 on a slow pitch, which has assisted the bowlers. That's again leg side and flicked away for 4 more. I do feel very sorry for Shafane Rutherford being forced into this role. That was an extremely expensive over. He bowled, gone for 13, so that over's gone for 19. The 6 and a couple of 4s, and it's exactly what England needed. It's the break, the bit of luck that they needed.
Yeah, got to bowl one side of the pitch. He's bowling either side, and leg side in particular. That's a damage, real damage over. Forward to bowl his final one, and so Rutherford's going to bowl the last over of England's innings. 2:33 for 7. Overton, a good hand from Overton, 28 from 18. And again, Rutherford, he's trying to bowl, he's trying to be clever. He's a part-time bowler, trying to bowl a slower off-cutter, not good enough.
Yeah, he set fields for that sort of slower off-cutter into the surface. But when he's gone full, I mean, it was an easy ball. He had fine leg inside the circle and deep square leg in front of square.
Matthew Ford, I think, needs a wicket for the West Indies here. Cleverly bowled, pace off it. That one sat down rather than sat up, and Archer swung straight over the top of it. Dot ball.
And wide of off stump, a slower delivery, a better bowler, a better opening bowler. This is what he does. He's doing his job, and so he's clever. I should think he'll bowl lots of slower deliveries in these 5. Predominantly slower deliveries, wide.
Here is Matthew Ford once again. Still time for him to be expensive. Oh, another slower ball, beautifully bowled. Anybody who's listened to the majority of this series will have worked out now, it's not hard, that I'm a massive Matthew Ford fan. I just think that if you can produce figures like this, bowling at that pace, you've got to be highly skillful. And he's had some scruffy spells.
Yeah, I mean, the first game he started, I mean, that's an excellent execution of a ball out the back of your hand. Not only to come out the back of the hand perfectly, the seam position was perfectly upright, and he landed in the right spot, which was just short of a length, just outside off stump.
Ford in again, there's a little bit of pace on, and Jofra Archer drives it to Ford, who does his own fielding. They scamper through for a single.
2 foot outside off stump again. You know, he's a clever bowler, bowling full of length, a little bit quicker this time. Dot ball, single.
Seems as though this is where he's more comfortable. I think he's more comfortable with the old ball than he is with the new ball. Remember in the first game, that new ball spell first up, he was both sides of the wicket. I mean, he was bowling wides, he was bowling full, he was bowling short.
He is known as a terrific death bowler, and that's another one. That would have been a wide, but because he bowls at such an inviting pace, Jamie Overton couldn't resist the temptation to go after it. It's too wide to hit in the end. He just gets a toe end on. It's a dot ball.
And it's slow, so he's got 2 deliveries to go. Rutherford to bowl the final over. He went for how many? 18 in that last over? 19 in that last over. Another of those will get England to 250.
Just over. Here's Matthew Ford to complete his spell. Short pulled out towards deep square leg, and it's a shame, Matthew Ford. Oh no, he's got a ball left. But no, he doesn't. Yes, he does. So 3 dot balls and a single from the first 4 balls, and then he's tried to bowl another slow one into the pitch, and he's been pulled away.
Should get the 250, England. Another delivery from Ford to go. Overton this time stays back. Short ball, short and straight, 4.
It was a good shot. It was a really good shot because it was high. The ball got high. He bowled it into the pitch, but it got high. It was up sort of grill height. It was a good shot. You had to wait for it, and he executed it perfectly.
Here's Ford again, full and wide, outside off stump. Jamie Overton goes for it, doesn't hit it cleanly enough. Evan Lewis takes the catch at long off. A very good innings from Jamie Overton, but he's shaking his head in frustration because he knows that he needed to be there. England needed him to be there, or that's what he thinks anyway, for the last over to be bowled by part-timer Shafane Rutherford. But it's been a terrific innings from Jamie Overton. Plenty of reason for him to smile, although he's scowling at himself at the moment. But once again, Bumble, my inclination is to give credit to Matthew Ford. I'm just such a big fan of his variations in his trickery with his medium pace.
Well, that last delivery is a slow delivery. It's right outside on the extremes of the offside, right at the bottom of the bat. Comfortable catch in the end, which brings Rashid to the crease. Archer, I think, will be on strike. 1 over to go, 2:38 for 8. Archer will have Rutherford. Now, Rutherford, 2.5 overs, none for 32. This is almost for England. It's like a bonus over.
And Overton, we talked about the role that Overton plays in the side, and he's getting 32 very, very valuable runs there. He really has. The 6 down the ground was a beautiful shot. This is an excellent bit of bowling. The bat just twisted in his hand. Just twisted in his hand, and I think because it was wide and it was full, couldn't get the power behind it.
Last over begins from Shafane Rutherford, and the first delivery is heaved at by Jofra Archer, but makes no meaningful contact.
And somebody's had a word with him. Ball wide. Don't bowl at the stumps at this pace. Off spinner, taking the pace off. Ball it wide of off stump. Dot ball to start.
Here is Rutherford again. Bowls wide. There he is, wide of off stump. Exactly what he needed to do, and it's chopped out towards long. Oh no! Misfielded by Shimron Hetmeyer. That's a shocker. That's awful. And Shafane Rutherford can't even be bothered to scowl. He just can't believe that Shimron Hetmeyer has let that one go through his hands at long off.
Oh, and he's got a handful of fresh air. Missed it completely. He's run past it.
Got a bit of grass as well, didn't he? The fingertips have got grass in them. All his weight was going one way, and unfortunately he couldn't stop himself.
It'll be Jofra Archer on strike now then. He's 18 off 12. Good little cameo. Short, pulled out towards deep mid-wicket. That one has certainly got enough on it. And it lands in a confectionery stall and bounces over a row of plastic cups full of what looks like rum. 248 for 8.
It's on its way to Nancy's rum shack, is this. Short of a length, straight, it gets the treatment. Archer. What a timely innings this is. I said this is a bonus over for England. England will get the 250. Not the greatest. You look at 350s in modern day 50 over cricket. This is not that. They've got themselves a working total here. 248 for 8.
Just a working total. You wouldn't go middle class.
Yeah, it's bordering on.
I think it's all right. I think. Oh, sure. High full toss from Romario Shepherd. He is a part-timer and he's being taken to the cleaners here. I think he's trying to be too clever, to be honest. I think he's trying to bowl deliveries that he's be better off just. You know what? Just if he'd set himself a target of 12 or 14, I think he'd bowl differently.
I think if he set himself a target of one side of the wicket, like Bumble's saying, he might have a better chance. That's a no ball as well. So he's had a no ball. It's gone for 4, so that's 6 so far.
19 in his last over, and this one has already gone for 10, 11 actually. Short, pulled away, more runs, 6 more, over deep backward square leg. He's having a shocker, Shafane Rutherford. He's brought up his half century in 3.5 overs.
And he's knocked a fella through a deck chair. There he is, having a sip of something. Maybe at the run shack, I don't know. Short and straight. Sweet Caroline booming round the ground. And he flattens that spectator. He's having a lovely time. He's singing away. He's no shirt on. Banjoed him through his seat.
Well, England are well past 250. 259 for 8, and Jofra Archer's played a stinging innings of 34 not out from 15 balls. Absolutely brilliant from Jofra Archer. Little off-cutter again. He's still trying to be smart, is Shafane Rutherford. I tell you, you know what? If he just tried to bowl 6 in the block hole, and he gets 3 right, then it maybe go for 14.
How many is this? 6, 4, 10, no ball, 11, 17, 19, 2 deliveries to go.
What's that? 47 runs off 17 balls. The last 17 balls has cost 47 runs for the West Indies.
261 for 8, looking for 270.
It sounds like you're conducting an auction. Anyone take us 270?
Any more now?
Scoring rate over 5.25 and over now, and that one again, slower ball outside the off stump. At least it was outside the off stump. Shimron Hetmeyer draws ironic applause from the England supporters for fielding it cleanly. Jofra Archer has just run 3 because he ran all the way down to the non-striker's end and back again, because I don't think Adil Rashid responded. Well, I think he did run 2 actually. He's finished on 38 from 17 balls, with England managing a far more than creditable. Even if they'd made a good start, never mind that they were 24 for 4. That makes this an outstanding total. 263 for 8. Jofra Archer finishing unbeaten on 38 from 17 balls. That is an outstanding effort from the great fast bowler. And England, to my mind, David, Bumble, Lloyd are favourites. And as I said, it's nothing to do with the fact they were 24 for 4. Yes, brilliant recovery. I think if no wickets had fallen in the power play rather than 4, I think both of you would have read the conditions as being a probably 240 sort of type surface.
Well, from the 5 matches that you said, previous games, that's surprising. The highest score is, the average score is 203. Which team feels good now, halfway stage? Who feels good now? England.
Absolutely England, and as well as that, when you go into the respective dressing rooms, 5 overs ago, I think Alzarri Joseph might have gone in and got away with it a little bit less. I think now that West Indian dressing room, the shambles at the end, they're having to use Shafir and Rutherford, and what happened with Alzarri at the start, I'm not sure that's going to be a great dressing room to go in. I still think this is only a par score. I actually think the ball coming onto the bat, under the lights, skips on. I think England have got a par score. I still think they're going to have to work really hard to defend this. I really do. I still think under these lights, the ball coming onto the bat, it will be a little bit easier to bat on second half. But at 260, England have got a chance of a game winning.
I hope they're not messing about with 9 bowlers. Bowl your best bowlers.
Absolutely.
And have a real burst with the new ball and see where that gets you. And so when you look at the West Indies dressing room, the changing rooms now, how do they deal with the situation that they've had with Alzarri Joseph? They've got to get down to the business of scoring 271, deal with that later.
Well, I must say there's a difference between a par score and a par target, because if Harmy's right, and he mostly is because he's played there under lights, and he said that it's going to get 20 runs easier to bat in the second innings, then I think England's, if we take it that it is going to be 20-25 runs easier to bat in the second innings, then I think it's an above par performance from England, an above par score, but a par target. Does that make sense?
Above par performance, I think it is.
Well,
I think so, yeah.
20 off for 4,
exactly,
they've done absolutely fine. But the mental aspect of what's gone on in the field for the West Indies, how do they feel in their dressing room when the captain comes out first? There's obviously something been going on. They don't look very happy, and that can just impact on the field. Impact on the field when they're having to bat. When they're having to score runs, thinking about what's gone on the field of play in an international game.
Yeah, 100% agreeing. I think that's why you keep Alzarri Joseph as far away from the dressing room as you possibly can for the next 40 minutes and let Brandon King, Evan Lewis and Casey Carty a chance to get themselves some fuel on board and get them ready to go and tackle England. Deal with what happened with Alzarri. I mean, yeah, whatever the outcome, the punishment, the ban, or whatever you want, that can be severe at the end of the game, irrespective of what the result is, because he's been bang out of order. But there's so much riding on the next 40 minutes and making sure there's no distractions for them 3, especially the first 3 batters.
He will understand, Alzarri Joseph, there's something coming his way. But I hope there's somebody in there who's just going to protect him a little bit, get him away, as you said, get him away quietly, and concentrate on what they need to do. He scored 264 runs. The misdemeanours, the discipline, will take care of itself down the line, because as Neil says, everybody in the world has seen it. They will deal with that. Right now they've got to deal with 264 runs.
Okay, after the break, I'm going to ask both of you whether you've ever seen a player banned from the changing room during the break in between innings. I've seen plenty of players who had no inclination to go into the change room, but that was on themselves. I've never seen a player... Sorry, lad, you're not welcome. You can go and get your sandwiches somewhere else and go and take them, go sit in the stands. But we'll take a short break, and when you come back, we'll be with Philo Richards and Jared Kimber talking about some of the greats of the West Indies game.
It's a pitch-perfect delivery. International Cricket Live. The West Indies versus England in the third ODI.
What a shot on talkSPORT 2.
International Cricket Live. The West Indies versus England in the third ODI.
On talkSPORT 2.
Welcome back to talkSPORT 2. We're at the lunch break, or the dinner break, between England and the West Indies in the third one-day international, coming to you from the Kensington Oval in Bridgetown, Barbados. England have posted a very commendable 263 for 8, leaving the West Indies to score 264 to win the series. This, of course, being a decider after the West Indies opening 8-wicket victory on the DLS and England's rousing run chase of 329 in the second game, in which Liam Livingstone, the captain, made 100. England were 24 for 4 today, before recovering to 263 for 8 on the back of a hard-working 74 from opener Phil Salt. He made 74 from 108 balls. Now we're going to have a little bit of fun here in the commentary position on talkSPORT 2. We have former West Indies opener Philo Wallace and Jared Kimber alongside me, and we're going to ask Philo a couple of questions which we happily acknowledge to be impossible to answer, but Jared is going to force Philo to make some very difficult choices.
Am I?
Yes, you are, Jared, because you're going to present after Philo has made his choice, or when he's struggling to make his choice, you are going to present evidence that is going to prove one argument is stronger than the other. So here we go. A couple of impossible questions on the history of West Indies great players. We've got a couple of matchups for you. 3 matchups we're going to give you. You have to choose one. You've only got one. You can't say or it depends on the conditions or the opposition, or it depends on the... No, we want you to make the impossible choice. And then we're going to talk about a couple of great but underrated or underappreciated West Indian cricketers. And Jared will have his own input, of course, having watched and commentated and written about cricket for a very, very long time. Not quite as long as me, but a long time nonetheless. So, Philo, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. I hope I don't have to go to my friend Lawson in Barbados for the answers.
Well, we know that you're a proud Bayesian, so that will give a little bit of bias. So first of all, here we go then. And they're all, I think, as hard as each other. You've got one. You can only choose one, okay?
Okay.
All right, so here we go. First one. Courtney Walsh against Curtly Ambrose. Told you they wouldn't be easy.
Oh, look at the pause. Oh, he's put the microphone down. We need music. Katie, can you put some music on?
That's not fair, man.
They don't get any easier.
No, it gets worse. I've seen his list.
That's not fair. Courtney Walsh I will go Courtney Walsh.
Oh, I
didn't expect that.
I'll tell you why I go Courtney Walsh. I can remember Barbados playing Jamaica and Barbados. Courtney Walsh was captain, and he made a declaration that was untoward, and he bowled an entire day. Only breaks he had was water break, lunch break, water break, tea break. He bowled an entire day in a first-class game because he made a bad declaration. And
then he had to defend it.
Yeah, then he had to defend it. So he bowled to defend his bad decision. He was a workhorse then.
Oh, he was a workhorse for
Gloucestershire.
21 years.
Gloucestershire. and I think that I'm not taking anything away from Sir Curtly. But when you look at the services that Courtney Walsh has given to cricket, both regional, international, and then in the county circuit, is unbelievable. And I think that he's one of the standout unsung heroes of West Indies fast bowling.
Do you want to circle back to that, Jared, or do you want to have your say now?
What you tell me.
Okay, we'll circle back to it. Let's go on to the second one, because I think this is even harder. Okay, so Isaac Vivian Alexander Richards or Brian Charles Lara. You can only choose one.
We need the music back again. Look at that. Philo's like, I came in for some Nando's, commentate some cricket. I didn't realise I was going to lose all my friends back home.
Have some coffee, talk some decent talk with some nice gentlemen. I know they're putting me under the pump. I will go with Sir Vivian Richards. I'll tell you why. Sir Vivian Richards, in the era that he played, it wasn't easy to be a batter in that era. And West Indies obviously were ruling the roost, and he stood out as a beacon. He challenged all the fast bowlers that he came up against. He batted spin well. He put fear in all of the international teams that West Indies would have played against. And he's the one that always used to be, I can get it done, never say die attitude. And he led from the front when he became captain. And he was a very outstanding fielder. And you can see his cricket improve as he got older. He even went down to Glamorgan and played and improved. And he improved as a leader. He improved as a spin bowler. He was always a top fielder. And he commanded the respect of his team. And the players he played against also had the respect for him. And he was the one that I believe that really stood out and brought West Indies cricket to the fore in this never die attitude. I'm not taking anything away from Brian. I played with Brian. He was my captain when I played for West Indies. Played against Trinidad, and we had good battles. But Sir Viv stands out because of that hardcore West Indian never die attitude.
Do you want to go science analysis or emotion, or a little bit of both, Jared?
Well, I thought you wanted me to come back at the end.
No, I was coming back to Walsh Ambrose, but because I thought you went for Brian Lara over Sir Vivian.
I did. I have them ranked very, very close to each other. The thing that gets me up for Viv Richards is that his strike rate. We don't have his full strike rate in Test cricket, but we have enough of it. Going back through old scoreboards to be able to have scorecards to have a look at it, and it's like. It is a huge boost. There really isn't, for about 90 years, there really isn't a player who stands that far ahead of everyone else when it comes to strike rate. And also, I think the way he intimidated players was on another level. Having said all that, I think when Brian Lara decided to make runs, I don't think anything was going to stop Brian Lara. And he also was going to go on as long as physically possible. And I think he was not as good a player as pace as Viv Richards, but I think Viv Richards may be top 5 players of pace of all time. but I think he was still a very good player of place, Lara, and I think Lara is probably a top 5 player of spin that we've seen. I think Lara averages something like 80 against Warne and 110 against Murley from the scorecards that we have available to us. That's 2 pretty handy bowlers to dominate, isn't it? And Viv Richards didn't have to go up against the best bowling attack in the world of his time because it was in his own team. So if you factor all that in, but we're talking about like splitting with hairs here.
So you're telling me that Lilly and Thompson and those guys were not good?
No, they were great. And
so Viv never used a helmet. And the pitches in that era, I believe the pitches were quicker.
I think the 90s were still pretty tough. So for Lara, I think in the 2000s, Lara got a lot of better pitches. I'm not disagreeing with anything you've said.
Okay.
What I am saying though is that I just think that Lara was like a millimeter, like the smallest amount, like a bee's cough, better player.
Okay.
You didn't. Wait a minute. No manners. He's pretending like he made this decision easily. There was 40 seconds of dead air when you asked the question, and suddenly it's like it's the most obvious thing in the world.
You have to inhale before you exhale.
Do you think, just very quickly before we move on to the third one, which you're not going to find any easier at all, but do you think that Sir Vivian, because he captained and played in a better team than Brian Lara, is that affects the way that we remember him and judge him? And is it easier or harder to score the runs that Lara did in a team that lost more than they won?
Let me start with the last verse. Brian played in not so strong a West Indies team and dominated with the bat. Obviously, it's a lot harder. He was captain as well, so a lot of responsibility was on his shoulder in relation to batting and his leadership. Some people will question his leadership, but when you look at it, he got the players to perform as well, Brian. Not as consistent as he would like, but he got them to perform. There's still one series in between all the disappointments, but he scored a bucket load of runs. You can't take it away from him. But Sir Vivian Richards played in an era in a side where you had, yes, the players man for man, they were very good, but you still had to be the performer. You couldn't lead that team or play in that team without performing. You had to perform. You had to do your job. And he came in under Clive Lloyd, and you could have seen, you saw what Sir Vivian Richards would have brought to West Indies cricket. He brought that aura of confidence. His batting improved, his whole demeanour improved, and he then became the iconic figure within West Indies cricket because of his batting skill, his attitude, his leadership skills, and the way in which he got the team to perform. And one thing you can say about Sir Vivian Richards is that the players respected him as a cricketer. You know, they said that he will look down, he would say this and that, but he commanded that respect, and that is what leaders do. You go into a team, you're leading a squad, and you are respected by those players, and that is what stands out for me with Sir Vivian Richards. I'm not saying that Brian Lara was not respected, but the respect on 2 different levels, and that is the crux of the matter. And the era which Sir Vivian Richards played, you had to have that kind of leader, a leader who was not forceful. West Indies cricket would not have prospered.
Okay, Philo Wallace, those are just your warm-ups. We're now one of the great partnerships in the history of all Test cricket, never mind West Indies cricket, of any era, and I'm going to ask you to split them and choose one.
I can't split them.
Desmond Haynes and Gordon Greenwich. Did you see that one coming?
Neil, I can't split them. I played with both. My first ODI, my first regional 50 over game was in Barbados against Guyana. And Desmond Haynes, Gordon Greenwich and Desmond Haynes were in the team. Desmond Haynes was the captain. And Gordon Greenwich patted me on my shoulder and said, "Yo man, go with the senior guy, let me see what you can do." He batted that 3 or 4. So he sat the pavilion and watched me play. I got run up for 40 something. I was angry. And
your fault?
I back up too far. So it's my fault.
Your fault. Okay.
Yeah. Desmond Haynes can't run me out. I got run up myself. So I got out, backing up too far in Antigua, and I was angry. Malcolm Marsh was also in the team. And he said, young man, you want to play in the 4-day game? I said, but the 50 over game ain't finished yet. He said, we'll get you in. So I played in the 50 over. The 1-day game was the Wednesday, had the break on the Thursday, and then the Friday was the 4-day game. And Gordon Greenwich gave me a long blade bat. This was in 1991. I was 21 years old. He said, I watched you on Wednesday. Your bat is too short. I said, because I didn't make the run out. He said, no, the bat is too short. You need to stand a little taller as a 6-footer. I scored 135. In my first 4-day game, I scored 135 with the long blade bat that Gordon Greenwich gave to me. But I opened all the time for Barbados with Desmond Haynes. He stood down from opening to allow me to open with Desmond Haynes. And both of them were great. I'm telling you, they were great. Gordon was always there to add advice. Always in the corner. You can't go into his zone unless you ask questions. Huh? You don't walk into his zone. His corner is well protected and tidy. Very professional, man. Everything is packed away quite nicely. And Desmond obviously more outward person, but very, very knowledgeable. And always encourage you when you're batting to bat long and always try to get off the mark early to get that pressure off of you. And then I went to Pakistan as well, the same winter, and open batting with Desmond Haynes. And then we left Pakistan, I went World Series and open batting with Desmond Haynes in Australia. So I've played with both of them, and I can't split them. They're both great, and they've done yeoman service for West Indies cricket, Barbados cricket, county cricket internationally, and they stood out as beacons. Desmond grew up in a place called Haynesville. I came from Haynesville, so Desmond Haynes in the early days was the man that everybody wanted to emulate. You want to be the next Desmond Haynes. And you couldn't get away from it, because when he comes into the village, everybody used to say Desmond is back, and he would come and sit down and talk with the guys. He would practice, he would have drinks, and he would talk cricket. So we all wanted to emulate Desmond Haynes. I can remember one time I asked him for a pair of gloves. He said, you have to score 100 to get a new pair of gloves. If you don't score 100, your gloves don't get old. So I had to get runs to get the gloves. And then he offered me my first contract with Gunnermore, and I've used Gunnermore for the rest of my career. So both men, I can't split. They were good to me, and I think that they deserve the accolades that they'll get.
Jared Kimber is very good at reading body language. So what's the inner Philo saying, Jared? What's the inner Philo? Who's the inner Philo selecting? Who the outer Philo won't admit to?
Oh, Gordon Greenwich. That was clearly, we all read that, right? Like everyone on the YouTube saw that. No?
No, I'm not splitting them at all. No, I'm not splitting
them. Jared did a little bit of, obviously, analysis, and he's always got his own opinion, personal opinion as well, but he's very good at taking one hat off and putting on the other. So from a cold statistical point of view, I think you found it slightly easier to split those two.
Yeah, I was just looking at Test cricket. And I'll get to one-day cricket in a minute, because I think that's quite interesting as well. But in Test cricket, Desmond Haynes really struggled away from the West Indies. He was a brilliant player in the West Indies, but he only averages 33 away from the West Indies. And I think the majority of those runs were against New Zealand, who still had Richard Hadley, so it wasn't like they were, but it was a bit of a one-person attack and everywhere else. Whereas if you compare that to Gordon Greenwich has an incredible record, because he averages over 50 in England and in New Zealand, and a lot of West Indian players struggle traditionally in New Zealand, especially. And I know Gordon Greenwich grew up in England, so it is a little bit of cheating, but you don't get attacking batters who are usually great against the lateral moving ball, right? So you look at Sehwag and Hayden, they don't like it when the ball's, and Warner's the most recent example. Gordon Greenwich is the big player who's very different to that. For me, and the other thing, and it'd be interesting, Philo obviously played with him towards the end of his career. I actually think he probably plays on about 3 or 4 years longer than his peak. So at the end of his career, his average comes down, whereas at one stage he was going to have a great average. I've got him ranked very high. I think I love Desmond Haynes as a player. He's one of my favourite as a kid. And when I wanted to talk about one-day cricket, it was him and Jeff Marsh who basically invented the anchor role, right? I'm just going to play through all 50 overs. So if you don't like that role in one-day cricket, they're the two to blame. But they perfected it so much so that we see it today. So for me, Gordon Greenwich is the better batter. But it was such a great partnership. Everyone loved watching them play, didn't they?
And they used to feed off each other. And the thing is that they had such good communication skills. That was the key to their success. And they knew that when one was struggling, the other one would pick up the slack. And in between there, they had a guy called Malcolm Marshall, the late Malcolm Marshall, who used to help both of them. Because when Desmond was out of form, Malcolm would take him into the nets and bowl him.
I don't see how that would help.
Yeah, because
the world's best bowler taking you into the nets and tormenting you.
It's not tormenting. No, it's working on what is going wrong and helping you to get better. Philo, we spend extra time working on each other's game.
Sorry, I know, Jared, you were going to say something. We do have a second part to this, which we may have to do. We need to take a short break now. But the second part of this topic was great West Indian players who didn't receive the acknowledgement and plaudits that perhaps they deserved. And here are some names for you to think about before we have a little break. Shivnarine Chanderpaul, Richie Richardson, Larry Gomes, Gus Logie and Carl Hooper, and there will be many more. But they, I think, are great cricketers who perhaps haven't been fully recognised for the achievements that they managed through glorious careers, all 5 of them. We'll take a short break and be back with you in a moment.
Hitting you for 6, International Cricket Live. The West Indies versus England in the 3rd ODI.
He's lashed it through on talkSPORT 2.
Every ball, every run, and every wicket. International Cricket Live. The West Indies versus England in the 3rd ODI.
Driven and caught! What a catch! On talkSPORT 2.
Here is Ford again. This time it's full and doesn't swing, and it's pushed rather than fully driven by Will Jacks through extra cover for a glorious 4. Drive at a thin edge, and Matthew Ford has made the breakthrough, and Jacks has gone.
Sweet shot through the offside before, tried it again, nibble gone.
Edge, does he? No. Got a glove? Yes, he has. Jordan Cox has gone.
He's gone for 1, 10 for 2.
Roston Chase with a screamer. Jacob Bethel's gone now.
England 14 for 3. Big trouble.
This delivery is edged and he's out caught by the keeper. Shea Hope has got another one.
Skipper goes and England are in the deepest, darkest mess right now.
Cut away, beautiful shot for Sam Curran, enjoying that.
Swatted like a bothersome fly. Phil Salt has greeted Romario Shepherd with 6 of the best.
Short ball, pulled powerfully through mid-wicket. That's Sam Curran power. Flighted, and this one is hit in the air. This is a chance for catch. Roston Chase gets the breakthrough. And despite that wonderful fight back from Sam Curran, England still in tatters now at 94 for 5. Salt's half-century. What a half-century. 50 from 79.
Mosley has a hop and a skip down the track, gets to the pitch of it, a long way over long on for 6.
Oh, brilliantly. Phil Salt's wonderful innings has got to come to an end. Jamie Overton has just climbed into this delivery for a big 6. 193 for 6. Mosley 2 away from 50. Short delivery. He's going to reach 50 in fine fashion.
Alzari Joseph into the left-handed Mosley's heaved this over deep mid-wicket, but not over far enough. And a straightforward catch. That's pulled for 6 over long on by Jofra Archer. Jamie Overton goes for it, doesn't hit it cleanly enough. Evan Lewis takes the catch at long off. A very good innings from Jamie Overton. Short, pulled away, more runs, 6 more, over deep backward square leg.
It's on its way to Nancy's rum shack.
263 for 8. Jofra Archer finishing unbeaten on 38 from 17 balls. That is an outstanding effort from the great fast bowler.
Welcome back for the second innings of the 3rd ODI. If you're watching on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, you're watching Jarrod Kimber dance. if you're just listening. Well, it's probably a good thing. Are you on? You're just dancing away?
I'm just here for the dancing now.
You're here for the dancing.
But the hits are going up. I can see the counter.
It's been a funny old day, Saint. England, who were reduced to they were 4 down very early on in their innings, have hit back. Slight fortune in the way of an injury to Romario Shepherd, who we are being told has been suffering or is suffering from cramp.
There was something about it because Philo said that he got his stud stuck in.
Yeah.
But he still bowled from like a metre back or 2 metres back from where you normally were. It's almost like he got his left and his right foot mixed up at a certain point.
Did we even see a replay of the incident? We didn't, did we? The TV director decided to show a replay of the dismissal that occurred shortly beforehand. So we never really saw. One thing we did notice was that Romario Shepherd walked off not quite smiling. He was kind of smiling while he was lying on the floor.
Yeah.
But he hobbled off, but didn't look in any distress or any real pain.
But they stretched him straight away as if it was cramp, didn't they? But they had other things to show.
But that was strange in itself.
It was, yeah. But they also showed us who was it? Brandon King diving groin first onto the helmet. Have you ever dived onto a helmet, Bumble?
I beg your pardon.
That's all we have for you today. The second innings will be simulated. John Norman's gone.
It's just been one of those games. Jofra Archer's in, and it's a beautiful cover drive as Brandon King gets off the mark. First ball, square of the wicket, past point, cover point, and away for 4. Good looking shot. And there was a feeling that under lights the ball might just come onto the bat in the way the batters like. That will not be a shot that fills England hearts with much pleasure. David Lloyd.
Well, Steve Harmison said it'll skid on nicely. So there's a conflap straight away after that first delivery. It's a lovely shot. You just feel on the bat, just knock it through extra cover. First delivery. There's a slip in position and a short extra now.
Yep. They've added a fielder to the offside as Archer is in again. Right arm over the wicket, width again and driven again. 2 boundaries from 2 deliveries. The target's at 264, and Brandon King and the West Indies 8 without loss.
Good pace from Archer. Pace might just help the batter as well. Threads it through quite powerfully through extra cover. Look at that set, nice set, gets low in the crease.
Just too full though, early on. He's just way too full.
Yeah, well, I can understand if they're looking for a bit of swing, it might not swing at this pace.
That slip still in place, touch straighter, and this is defended this time by Brandon King. No run, 8 without loss, start of the second innings.
Keep your nerve. You mentioned slip in place, 2 4s, first 2 deliveries. It's easy to say, get rid of slip. No. This is a proper bowler with a new ball.
And he scored some runs as well, back end of the innings. Jofra Archer, 38 from just 17 deliveries. It all went a little bit awry for the Windies towards the back end. Shafane Rutherford, very expensive, brought into bowl Romario Shepherd's over as this time just clipped away backward a square by Brandon King. He moves to 9, and Evan Lewis will face his first delivery. Do you think that West Indies just... Well, they fell away. I mean, some of the fielding in that innings was a little bit poor.
Well, there's a lot going on right from the very beginning, and the team didn't look in a happy place. And I was just going to mention to the pair of you, having been involved in selection at this level, it's high risk if you go in with 5 bowlers. If one goes the distance or if one gets injured, you need a valve. You need somebody to come on as a bit of a safety.
2 slips in place now for the left-handed Lewis, who is forward, and that's a decent looking defensive shot. It was a block really, zips along to mid-off. Good pace from Archer, touching 144, so what's that?
Just under 90.
That's about 90 miles an hour.
I think the other thing with the 5 bowlers Bumble is. It was the worst time to have the injury, because if that happens in the middle, Shafane Rutherford can bowl throughout the middle, and that's what he usually does when he bowls domestically. You see him in T20 cricket, but he had to bowl at the death. And he was not really suited to that.
No, he wasn't. You want him bowling when England are trying to preserve wickets rather than score boundaries. As Lewis comes forward and he pushes hard for this first run, and he's called back for a second. There is a slight misfield from Mosley, who batted really well today. And it looks like Lewis might have maybe pulled something in his knees. He's not looking too smart either way. A little bit of a limp there. That's not what West Indies want, but would be quite fitting with this game so far.
Well, everything's been going on in the game. We've had injuries, we've had strops. I mean, that was high dudgeon. That really was. I've finished me over and I'm going off. Alzara Joseph. I thought they'll sort it out eventually. In the meantime, they've got to get to 264. They've started nicely that first over, going for 11.
They have indeed. And Reece Topley is about to bowl the second over of the innings. One of two changes for England today. We kind of poured just a little bit of scorn on the non-bowling number 8. But Jamie Overton, actually, 32 from 21. England needed the additional bat, didn't they?
I can reveal something.
Nope. As Topley is in. He's over the wicket, and this just slants away from the left-handed King. No run.
Jamie Overton, prior to this game starting, has marked out and marked his run-up.
Maybe he will bowl.
I think he will bowl.
Well, he certainly did it with the bat. 32 from 21 as the innings picked up as it moved towards its conclusion. 40 for Sam Curran, 57 from Mosley, 30 for Overton and Archer, and a fine knock from Phil Salt. This will be called a wide down the leg side, and it's misfielded by Phil Salt. Just speaking about him. That was an impressive innings as well, actually. England at one stage 24 for 4 and 94 for 5. So just batting out the 50 was an accomplishment of sorts.
Phil Salt has hurt his finger here. He kind of crocodile fingers this one a little bit. He had them pointing towards the bowler. If he gets injured and can't keep, does that mean that Joss Butler has to come out? Is there anyone else in that squad?
Jordan Cox.
Jordan Cox is there, that's right.
Topley again. And playing a miss from King. Salt looks like he's okay. So yeah, Topley one of two changes from the win. The second ODI in Antigua. No Mahmood or Turner today. And England have got a score. They do have a score to defend, and I suppose when they were 24 for 4, just getting up to 263 was an achievement in itself. Runs here though, and it'll be 4. Well, will it be wides? Oh no, just off the pad. It was misdirected by Reece Topley, but it's come off the pad of King. It's been misfielded by Phil Salt behind the stumps, diving to his left. Probably will feel that he could have done a bit better here, and the runs will go against the keeper.
It's just flicked the pad, dived,
and it's just dived on Phil Salt, isn't it?
Keeper, so
Topley again. This is pitched up and on off stump with King coming forward and just pushing this to Bethel at mid-off. Bit of shape there.
Just a little bit. Always good to have a left arm over with a new ball, white ball cricket, just on the angle to see if you can shape it back in to a right-hander's pads. Good to see Topley again.
Yeah, he's a class act, is Topley. And here he is now, past the umpire. And this is cracked square of the wicket. Through points and away for a boundary. It was in Brandon King's arc. Went through with the shot. And that's 4 runs towards the back end of over number 2. Still one ball to be bowled by Topley. Just got this one wrong.
Yeah, it's not full enough. I think there's potential for a little bit of swing from Topley. Once he gets his angles right, a couple wide down the leg side, one wide of off stump.
Last ball of the over, and it's defended by King. So Another decent over for West Indies. They were off to a good start. 20 without loss, chasing 264 to win the game and take the series.
It's interesting, isn't it, how much different this ground reacts under lights, because earlier today the ball was just stopping. It's almost tennis ball bounce at times, and you see Phil Salt get behind a ball to try and defend it and wait an age for the ball to reach him. Now everything's coming onto the bat so much nicer, so England might have to bowl a little bit fuller to try and get some swing, because it doesn't look like it's about the seam.
No, I think they've got to get fuller and they've got to get straighter. As it is now, they've been either side of the pitch. I thought it was so important to get wickets with this new ball. West Indies have got off to an absolute flyer, 20 off 2.
They have indeed. But in Jofra Archer, they've got a match winner. We just got a little hold up in play. Jared was mentioning the fact that Phil Salt just got a bang on the end of the fingers and he's just getting a bit of treatment.
I don't think he's good, you know.
No, I agree. He's taking a couple of pills, a bit of water, a couple of painkillers. We saw Sam Curran earlier today pick up a hand injury when attempting to... well, he was at the non-striker's end. Was it non-striker's end? Was he... Yeah, he was sent back by Phil Salt and he had his glove off. And in running the back, scraped his hand all along the strip. So we'll have to see how that affects his bowling, of course, the left armour. But Phil Salt, oof. Yeah, he's taken quite a nasty bang to the end of his finger. But he's taken his pills, he's got his gloves back on. Lewis, the left-hander, is ready to go. And Jofra Archer, whose first over went for 11, is in. And this is punched to mid-off, where it's fielded by Jamie Overton. No run, start of the third.
Keeper's in trouble, having the physio on and 3 pills and plenty of grimacing. The ball hits him right on the finger end and it pushes that finger back into the joint. I know they've got all these Wicketkeeper protector gloves, but it doesn't land in the middle bit where it's supposed to.
Well, there's not a huge turnaround between this match and the start of the T20 series, which is also on talkSPORT, and England are doing exactly as Jared and David Lloyd suggested, and the ball suddenly is being pitched up on off stump, 145 kilometres an hour. Lewis jabbing the bat down onto the ball. He's not trying to score there. He's just trying to get the ball out. He's blocking.
Yeah, early on, a lot of teams think that Evan Lewis is, can sort of walk past the Yorker a little bit, miss those full straight ones, so they will try that.
Archer bowling from the Malcolm Marshall end with 2 slips in place. He's just pulled his length back just a touch. It's still quite full, but Lewis this time has freed his arms, helped the ball over mid-on and away for the boundary. And that is 6 from the bat of Evan Lewis. And the West Indies start continues at some pace.
Well, he's knocked it straight back where it's come from. It's just a length delivery. It's quick. It's where you'd expect it to be, and he's pumped it straight back down the ground. 6.
Get the feeling every time the ball's not going to be on the stumps here, Bumble, they're going to play a shot. They think it's coming on quite well. There's not a lot of swing. And we saw that occasionally from England, but unfortunately England was so far behind by that stage, it didn't really matter. But any time they've been giving any width.
I'm just looking at this field change now. There's a deep fine leg and a deep backward square leg.
Archer is in, and this is on the body of Evan Lewis, who just rides the bounce, and there's a big gap in the field towards the leg side, so he'll take a single. He'll get off strike. Yeah, even at this really early stage in proceedings, looks like England might have a little bit of a problem here, not just taking the wickets, but restricting the runs as well. The two are connected, of course. 26 without loss, 27 without loss. 2 balls left of the third. Archer's gone for 18. Brandon King, 13 not out. He's facing now. And again, this is on a length and defended by King. And West Indies don't need to do anything daft either.
Well, it looks a good pitch now. We talk about under lights and maybe a bit of dew. Just making the ball skip on. It's coming on at a lovely pace. Of course, you do get your pace from Archer, but what a response from West Indies. King on 13, Lewis on 9. 27 coming to the end of the third.
Last ball of the third over, and it's Archer, and he's in, and he has trapped Brandon King in front of the stumps, and Archer has gone up for the leg before decision. Liam Livingstone indicating he feels the ball was too high, but Archer, I think, wants to continue the conversation. 6 seconds left on the timer, but England will not review this.
Nice high. New ball bounce. Jofra Archer straight and through the defences. It wraps him high on the pad. In fact, it misses the pad, hits him on the thigh pad. Big appeal from England. No response from the umpire. It is high. Yeah, all confirmed by captain, wicketkeeper. Bowlers always think they're out. It's a lot lower than that, thinks the bowler.
Yeah, it was back leg, but it was above the pad and clearly going over the stumps. But good comeback, that final delivery from Archer, beating the bat past the inside edge. But Archer has been expensive from his opening 2. Topley went for just 5, was a bit more, but was a bit wayward. 4 leg byes coming from that over, and a wide. And it's going to be Evan Lewis. 9 from 6. Still 2 slips in place. And this is bowled and left alone. Just a touch of movement away from the left-hander. No great pace from Reece Topley. But this is the problem England have got. West Indies do not need to go chasing, do they?
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised, actually, with that ball that he didn't throw his hands through it a little bit, just the way they've been batting so far. But it's like a first morning of a county game, that last one from Topley. Just wide of off stump, swinging away, the batter shouldering arms.
Topley again, this is pitched up, dug out by Lewis, and no run.
You'll know what I mean by this, John, but Bumble probably hasn't played a lot of computer games in his time. One thing I like watching with England is when they come up with a theory, the players just spam the same button over and over again. You know when you're playing one of the, like Mortal Kombat, John, you only know one move, and you just press the same button over and over again. England are like full and straight to Evan Lewis, and we've now seen like 3 Yorkers on off stump. So everyone will try that, and then they'll go to their secondary plan later.
Topley again, and there they go again. Full on off stump. Lewis comes forward and defends again. 27 without loss.
X. So, I mean, that's the analyst, is it, who's giving this information, and that's where you're going to get him, and that's where you're going to bowl to him.
That's the big plan here. And look, he hasn't looked particularly comfortable against it. Like, I understand it, but it's an odd length to bowl to an opening batter, isn't it? Like, it's right on that off-stump line. Very, very full. Gives him a chance to punch it.
And also needs to nail it every time, doesn't he? Same again. This time driven back to the bowler, Topley, who fields. Applause all round.
Well, he's going to be left arm over, Reece Topley, at no great pace, but will get bounce. And it's a swing. A left armer can give you that little bit of extra with the angle, potential to swing. You mentioned 2 slips in position. The ball to the left-handed batter just swinging away towards slip.
Here is Topley again. And this is a problem, isn't it? It's on the pads, it's clipped up, and it will plug in the outfield. Sam Curran is going to scamper back to field. But I'm not sure that was the plan from Topley. Just drifting in on the pads, lifted up over the fielders inside the circle. And the only surprise is it didn't go for more runs than the 2 it picked up.
Yeah, he was lucky that Evan Lewis kind of got under that in the end, mishit it a little bit. But that was a poor ball. It was a length ball on leg stump again. He's struggled a bit with his radar. We've seen him be wide. We've seen him be down the leg side. Just needs to get this right. But I think the one thing we're noticing now is we've had, 1 ball swing in this over? And it was gentle swing, wasn't it?
It is. There's nothing more than that. Field change again, but 2 slips still in position. It's back at deep square leg that they're manoeuvring a fielder. Right on the boundary.
Last ball of the over then. Bowled by Reece Topley. He's gone for just 2. West Indies 29 without loss. And this time played with the full face of the bat is Lewis. The length just dragged back just a touch. But dealt with comfortably enough by Lewis, who's 11. King 13. And West Indies, after 4 overs, chasing 264, 29 without loss.
So no threat from England so far in these first 4 overs. Topley presentable, they're good figures, 2 overs, none for 7. Archer has bowled okay, but he's gone for 18. He will bowl again. He'll get the pace up there, he'll bowl quick enough. But it might be that the West Indies batters need that little bit of pace on.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how quickly England change things, but they're sticking with Archer for now as King tries to come forward and just opens a face a touch, drops the ball down towards backward point, no run.
Do you know, we see shots of the crowd, and there's a big contingent from the UK. And it always amazes me, particularly in Barbados, sit down dancing. The crowd of a certain age are all sat down dancing. It takes some doing that, sit down dancing.
You missed mine from before.
Right.
Yeah, I pulled some moves.
It's on YouTube. Down the leg side, and Phil Salt is throwing this ball in the air. He thinks there was a little edge. There's no convincing the umpire, though, who was signalling wide before it even reached the keeper. And England don't seem to be pursuing this. The problem is that Jofra's beaten the bat once in his first 2 overs.
The one that hit the thigh pad?
The one that hit the thigh pad. And Reece Topley, I don't think he's beaten the bat.
It's been a staggering lack of opportunities, hasn't it?
Again, dropped down into the offside and fielded at point. 30 without loss at the start of the second innings. England did impress with the bat once they recovered from 24 for 4 and 94 for 5. We saw Phil Salt top scoring with 74. Dan Mosley with his first 50 in international cricket. 40 for Curran, 30s for Overton and Archer, but as things stand at the start of the second innings, 264 seems a little light as a target as Archer is in again. This is pitched up and driven by Brandon King. 4th stump line, fielded at mid-off, no run.
Well, both batters, that's 146 Ks, by the way, so the pace is there from Archer. King and Lewis look tight. England slumped to 20-odd for 4 and didn't look tight. They were flashing at balls which were bouncing and climbing away and nicking it. These two have looked okay.
They have indeed. Archer again, still got a slip in place. There's a good-looking shot from King as he tries to get on the front foot and cuts this ball in front of cover, but it's fielded, and it's still 30 without loss.
Well, West Indies did say this was a chasing ground, and I think Jordan Cox must be looking out at the moment going, is this the pitch where I got the ball that came up and hit my gloves on the way through? Because at the moment it looks so even-paced and ball's coming onto the bat perfectly. So it just shows you how much lights can affect some pitches. And I think they put the stat up before that there's been 11 games here and 10 completed games so far, and 8 of them have been won by the chasing side. So certainly you can understand why both teams probably wanted to chase.
Archer again, and this time he does draw King forward. He's trying to push into the offside. Inside portion of the bat goes to the right of mid-on and fielded at mid-wicket for a single. 1 ball left of Archer's 3rd over, the cheapest one by far. But England's still searching that first wicket here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel.
Yeah, they wanted a better start. Only to get into the West Indies with an early wicket. That's not happened. Both batters are looking confident after the shenanigans of what went on in the West Indies fielding stint. Now Archer around the wicket.
Evan Lewis facing up, and he has driven Jofra Archer all the way over long off. Might have bounced just before the boundary, but Archer over pitching, Lewis cashing in, And that's a boundary at the end of the over. West Indies 35 without loss.
That's searching for that full ball on off stump again, but it's not the right length. It's basically half volley, just outside off stump. And the minute they've had a chance to sort of free their arms, they're just trusting this surface so much. And that was a beautiful shot. He deserves a 6, isn't it?
It might, well, he did. It was just inside, but an effortless shot.
Oh.
Effortless.
He's so good when he's on form, Evan Lewis. And we haven't seen much of him the last couple of years, but when he's in form, just an incredible player to watch.
I'm not sure. He's still not looking like he's moving that comfortably either. He looked like he pulled up.
He's always
chasing a 2.
He's one of those. You're talking about Evan Lewis? No, he's perpetually limping.
Forward comes King and just tries to place this to the right of Bethel at point, but can't get it past the fielder. No run.
2019 World Cup. I was watching him in the nets and he got hit on the hand and he was giving it the big one, like his hand was about to be detached, and I was waiting for all the teammates to come in. No one even walked up to him, as if because he just overreacts to injuries so much. And I talked to some of the players afterwards and they go, yeah, we don't worry until we actually see a bone poking out with Evan.
There's been a couple of players for England like that over the years.
Name and shame. I know who you're thinking about.
I'm thinking of 2. Cut away. What a stop by Bethel at point. It bounced and was flying past the fielder, but he's managed to get 2 hands to it and he's saved a certain 4.
Super fielding in that business position of backward point. So athletic from Bethel. Diving full stretch away to his right. Kevin Peterson must have been 1, I would think.
Yep, KP was 1.
Johnny Bairstow?
Was 2. Full. And let's see the pace of this delivery from Topley. He looked a touch slower, but Brandon King gets well behind it and just pushes this to mid-off.
Gordon Greenwich for the West Indies, for listeners from yesteryear. You used to look out when Gordon used to limp. He'd limp himself to a double 100.
He did it quite a lot, didn't he?
He did all
quite
the time.
Often. Was it his back would get stiff and then his hamstrings?
Yeah.
Topley again, and again this is a fraction over pitch. It's been fielded at mid-off, and there is a shy at the stumps. The batter's got in, I think. It's Sam Curran. Pick up and throw. I'd like to see this again if there was... I think... Possibly the batter might have gone if a direct hit. Yep, he would have gone.
And he's so close. This is really close from Sam Curran. Desperate dive in. He'd have been at least a foot out.
You know what happened there, John? What arm does Sam Curran throw with?
His left.
He hit that to the left of the fielder and took off and didn't realise it was a left-hander until it was too late. Also, he's probably played a lot of cricket against the West Indians, and none of them could throw it based on today's evidence. So maybe there was an element of that as well. Have you seen a team throw as poorly as the West Indies did today, Bumble? It was incredible. It's like they had super glue on their fingers.
36 without loss, and up on his toes. A little bit of bounce from Reece Topley. Lewis defends. Yeah, we have seen some poor fielding today from the West Indies. But it was that poor start from England, really. 16 for 3 at similar stage to what West Indies now find themselves in. 36 without loss.
Against 10 men.
Against 10 men. Here is Topley again, and just threatens to square Lewis up a touch. Again, pitched up, he's angling in on off stump. Lewis knows where it's going, but he comes forward and defends, and just 1 run from the over. So a good one for England, but they need more than that. They need wickets. West Indies 36 without loss, with Lewis and King opening up, both 15 not out, the target 264.
Well, if you're just joining us, and the extraordinary thing about the 10 men, just going back to the beginning of England's innings, Alzari Joseph got an almighty strop on with his teammates, his captain. He took a wicket and promptly walked off the field as if to say, I'm not playing in this game, not taking any further part. He was calmed down after 2 or 3 overs, came back, bowled his stint, and it was all going off. And Jamie Overton into the attack.
Yeah, here is Jamie Overton, who got runs with the bat. He's going to bowl his first over and Brandon King will take a single to square leg, just backward of square. On the leg sides, 37 without loss. We weren't sure whether Jamie was going to bowl, and he hasn't bowled a great deal this year, but here he is playing for England, and England will be hoping that he can deliver.
He used to bowl quickly. He's had lots of injuries.
He did. There was a feeling that he was pushing 90 miles an hour. He was called up to the England team a year before last, nearly scored a century in his only test to date, and then he's had stress fractures of the back. He's played a little bit for Surrey as a batter only in T20 cricket. He's a talent, and he's bowling now. This is the outside edge of the bat from Evan Lewis. No foot movement whatsoever. No slip in place though, and he continues through with the shot. Thick outside edge, flew through that vacant slip corner and away for 4.
It's width again, isn't it? It's the first real, I wouldn't even say half chance, but it's the first sort of major mistake we've seen from the West Indies. But he could throw his hands through that because it's just so wide outside off stump, and it's such a different pitch from before. I think you just have to be hitting the stumps or keeping them in play at the moment, and England are getting that wrong. But they'll be happy that a little bit of extra pace there, some bounce, got an edge. I didn't see what the speed was.
Overton again, and this is well wide, and might be called so, and is. So possibly tempting a similar shot, but getting it a little bit wrong there, bowling it way too wide of the batter who lets it go through. Another run to the score, 42 without loss, West Indies. Start the 7th over, the target 264.
Well, a racing start is this. They've looked so confident and assured. England a bit all over the place, wides.
Here is Overton, and this is short, dug in and caught. Jamie Overton has struck. He's dug one in, and Lewis has clothed it to Adil Rashid, who had to move maybe 2 or 3 yards coming in. Takes the catch. Truth be told though, Bumble, that is a wicket out of absolutely nowhere.
It's hit the maker's name of the bat. Might just have been on him a little bit quicker than he expected, but it's not a quick delivery. Adil Rashid is at mid-wicket. Evan Lewis, the dangerous Evan Lewis, has gone for 19 from 17. England needed that wicket. West Indies have got off to a flyer. It's 42 for 1.
Yeah, it's just starting to get a little bit dangerous there. He just looked like he rushed him, even with the edge, the ball before. It's the pace, the speedometer isn't saying that he's bowling massively quick, but just a little bit behind that there. And that opens up something. They've got a new batter coming out. And it looks to me, Bumble, like this wicket suits Jamie Overton's bowling a little bit more than we've seen from the other two bowlers as well.
Well, the way that they've bowled has been okay. You certainly wouldn't be giving them a 9 out of 10. I should think it's more about 6.5, but a change of bowling has brought that first wicket. Casey Carty comes to the crease. 25 innings for him. It's not a quick delivery. It doesn't look quick, but it hits the splice of the bat right at the maker's name of the handle, and it's a gentle catch, if there is such a thing, to Adil Rashid at mid-wicket. So Overton gets England's first success.
Maybe it was just the bounce more than anything. Either way, England have taken a wicket, and Overton is in, and on the pads as Carty will take a single to Sam Curran, who comes in from the boundary at square leg. 85.5 overs in all cricket in 2024, so he's bowled a few. 30 in the county championship and the rest in T20s. That's Jamie Overton's workload with the ball. But he'll be delighted to have picked up that wicket. And new batter now at the crease in Carty, and Brandon King has not scored many runs for a while, so there'll be pressure on him as he defends on off stump. There's a slip in place now. King has gone past 20 just twice in his last 10 ODIs playing for West Indies. He's 16 from 23, so he's not coming in good form. Overton struck in his first over, and I just wonder whether there might be some more bowling changes to come. As he's in, and he digs another ball in, but this time King just lets it sail over his shoulder. He crouches, and a wide is called.
I'm surprised at that. I didn't think it would have been a wide call by the umpire, so he's got to bowl it again. 1 for 8 in his first over, Jamie Overton.
Bit leggy?
Yeah, it's leg side. Yeah, I'm wrong. It's leg side and it's high.
He actually looks suspiciously at the foot where he landed, doesn't he, Overton? But that might be distraction technique, as he's in again, and this time forcing shot from King. Can't beat the field. There's 2 fielders inside the ring on the offside. So that's the end of a successful over for England. They have struck. Lewis has gone for 19. Overton with the wicket. The target 264. And what better time to throw to Barry Wilkinson and Roland Butcher in the Caribbean with the West Indies 44 for 1.
Game set up really nicely, Roland, and when you look at the fat pattern of the West Indies chasing, you would give them the advantage. But the momentum that England picked up later on in the last hour of that match, of this match, correction, it has been a kind of momentum that you've got to watch them, because if they bring that into the field, like what we've seen in the last half an hour, the West Indies could be in trouble. But Reece Topley is going to continue. He's bowled really well. He hasn't picked up a wicket, but he's only conceded some 8 runs from 3 overs. As his dad Don, who's just in the box next to us with some friends from England. I think he said one of his friends is from Norfolk. Did I pronounce that correctly?
Norfolk, yes.
As this delivery from Reece Topley's on the line of the middle stump, played into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, Barry, the game is nicely set up. I think, to say whether West Indies will be in front of the game, we'll have to think about the par score on this ground. As we said, it's about 213. So, anything beyond that is a challenge. I think West Indies made a good start, but this is not going to be an easy chase by no stretch of the imagination.
Reece Topley comes in again and bowls to Casey Carty, and Carty this time is beaten with a good delivery on the line. They all stop. They're appealing for a catch at the wicket. The only person is appealing really is Reece Topley. I said they, but it should really be he, because only Reece Topley was interested and no one else.
Yeah, that delivery much too close to Carty to try and run it down the third man. There's a slip in place as well, so the maximum he would have got for that, if he's lucky, is a single. It's a very dangerous shot to play where you've just come into the wicket, just trying to run it too close to him, and just goes past the outside edge.
Here comes Topley in again as he passes the umpire now and bowls to Carty, and Carty's driving. This one coming off the outside edge, out to third man for 1. So Carty goes to 2, 45 for 1. The target is 264. Required run rate 5.15.
Yeah, good start by the West Indies, but if we take ourselves back, Barry, the West Indies had England 20 out for 4, and really the middle order batted exceptionally well, and then the flurry at the end. But the Achilles heel, as we spoke about earlier, I'll come back to that in a minute.
As Topley bowls to King, and King gets a delivery that's on the line of the middle stump, defends it up to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, I always felt that the situation of the West Indies playing 5 bowlers, that would hurt them, and it certainly did, because it meant that with 5 bowlers, they've all got to bowl their full quarter of overs, and with the fact that Romario Shepherd got out as well, that really also forced the issue. And we saw that Rutherford was very expensive.
Here he comes again and bowls, and this one is pulled beautifully through mid-wicket. 4 runs. Short ball, and there was King on the back foot quite early and smashed it through the mid-wicket. What a shot for.
Yeah, just a little bit too short there by Topley. Didn't quite get the length right, and almost on the front foot, and just pulled from the front foot. King made a good contact. Looks as if he was going to play that shot regardless of where the ball was pitched.
Here he comes in again as he turns now, passes the umpire and bowls to King, and King this time is defending a good delivery on the land, the off stump, pushes it to cover, there's no run.
Yeah, good response by Topley. He's completed 4 overs for 13, so he's done a pretty good job. Probably get a break now, and I think think West Indies at this point, after 8 overs, 49 for 1, they'll be very happy with the way things have gone so far. They'll know that partnerships are going to be important, and got to give England credit really for the way they rallied from that hopeless position of 4 wickets down quite cheaply. They were able to get up to over 260.
Yeah, they gotta try and make a real fight for it. 215 more runs to win. 42 overs, a required rate of 5.12. It's a kind of a mini test match you have, because they don't need to go helter-skelter. If they bat sensibly, they'll just get the runs. As simple as that. Well, it's going to be Overton to continue. Here he comes in now. Bowls to Carty, and Carty this time is steering a delivery out to the short third man. Doesn't score. He was trying to get a single. He was thinking of a run, but was set back there as Cox was able to just dive and pull it down. No run there for him.
Yeah, Overton's bowling with a bit of energy. I thought Archer was a little bit lackluster in terms of his first few overs. He was just loping up and just putting the ball there, but it seems that Overton's bending his back and trying to extract some life out of the pitch.
Here he comes again now, bowls to Carty, and Carty this time is turning the ball back with a square. He'll get one, and that's all there will be for him. So one more run, and that takes the total now to 50. 50 coming up for the West Indies. In over number 9, King on 20, Carty on 3. West Indies 33 dots, but that's not crucial. They've had some 6 4s and 1 6 in the innings. I think Evan Lewis would have struck that 6. As Overton from Malcolm Marshall end, back to his mark, steams in now past umpire Leslie Rifford Jr. and bowls again on the line of the middle stump, defended, played back to the bowler, and still another dot ball. That's now 34 dots in the innings.
Yeah, well pitched that delivery, and King just covering that one outside the off stump, and just looking around the crowd, Barry, there's a bit of a hush at the moment. It seems very quiet. I think the spectators waiting for something exciting to happen.
Here he comes in again and bowls a delivery that's down the length side, turned forward a square. They get one. They're going to come back for the second. Is this going to be close? No. 2 runs easily achieved. Well, the crowd is predominantly English, so when you hear a roar, you know that a wicket has fallen. And when you hear silence, you know that it has been a good shot. You can, when you're at Lloyd's, in fact, or even the Oval, anywhere in England, you can go to the washroom or stay outside and tell what's happening just by the roar of the crowd.
Absolutely.
It's a fantastic place to watch cricket, England. Probably the best in the world. Where's your favourite ground?
Well, I think Australia might have something to say about that. But,
nah. Nope.
Nope. I think obviously Lord's is a special place for a test match. When you walk in there on the first day.
Here comes Overton now and bowls again, and this delivery is on the line in the middle stump. Gets the ball out to the backward square, and there is no run.
Yeah, the thing about a test match at Lord's is it is not just a game, it's an event, and the spectators, they treat it like an event. People get in there early, go to the back of the pavilion, the Harris Gardens, and they find a spot, put their hamper there, and then go and watch the game and come back. It is that sort of an event. It's a place where you meet people you haven't seen for a while, etc., etc.
Here he comes in again and bowls, and this delivery is down the leg side, and well fielded there by the keeper, off of the pad. 9 overs gone then. The West Indies need 264, and at the moment they're going pretty easily on 52 for 1.
Yeah, things are going along nicely. Brandon King is on 22, obviously. Evan Lewis, the 1 man out. And I think at this point both teams will be quite pleased with the position that they're in, because West Indies still need further 212. So England will feel also that they're not out of this game, 1 or 2 wickets, and suddenly there's a bit of a fight going on. But just going back to what you're saying, Barry, I mean, it's almost at Lord's as if the cricket is incidental. The atmosphere around the ground. I mean, at lunch you walk on the back of the media centre.
As Topley to continue and bowls to Carty, and Carty this time is just punching the ball to cover, can't score. You were saying?
Yeah, you go to the back of the media centre and you look on the nursery ground, and people are just picnicking, and and then it's the hour play into the afternoon session and people are still there picnicking. It's that sort of event.
Yes, a real treat to watch cricket in England, even watching a Premier League football match. The last Premier League game I saw in England, as this delivery again is punched beautifully, backward of point, that should go into the boundary for 4. It does. Just on the line of the off stump, and there was Casey Carty, not hitting it hard, Roland, but he just punched it and placed it well.
Yeah, that was a good shot. It wasn't the worst delivery, perhaps just a little bit wide, but nicely played there by Carty, really getting deep in his crease. Didn't try to hit it hard, just stroked it along the ground. Placement was perfect.
When you look at this team, don't you think this West Indies team is good enough to play a test match? As Topley comes in again and bowls to Carty, and Carty is driving this time, wants a quick single out to the mid-on area. Throw comes in there from Sam Curran, doesn't hit, and 1 run achieved.
Yeah, another sharp single there, just pushed into the offside. Good thing about that was that Carty, right from the off, decided that he was going for a single. Let's see the replay. Would have been gone. But it went wide. I'll answer your question in a minute, Barry.
Thank you. I look forward to the answer. I'm eagerly waiting. As Topley comes in again and bowls to King. And King this time is pulling again. That was a ferocious shot. 4 runs. It was short. He was onto it very quickly. And he was able to get it into that vacant space there at mid-wicket. 4 more runs to Brandon King and the West Indies, and they march beautifully along to 61 for 1.
Yeah, second boundary of the over. Not the best delivery, short. Brandon King's not going to miss out on that. Very strong on the back foot when it's short, particularly if the bounce is not high. And just dispatch that for 4. Yeah, I'm not judging your question, Barry, but I'll have to look at the individuals and think of their merits of playing Test cricket.
As Topley comes in again and bowls to King, and King is pulling again, but straight to mid-wicket, and there's no chance of a run on that occasion. That one was not as short. He got onto it quite quickly, but it got onto him also very quickly, and he was cramped for room.
Yeah, the leg side is also being reinforced. The fielder came across from the offside. He's that short mid-wicket, so there's a square leg and there's a short mid-wicket there for that pull shot.
Brandon King having a pretty lean 50 over. 30 runs in the first ODI, and then he only got 7 in the second. Now he's on 26 on out. As Topley bowls again to him. And this time he's driving beautifully through cover. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Even the England spectators would have enjoyed that. It was pitched up and Brandon King was on the front foot. A bit like Virat Kohli, I dare say. And driving it through cover for 4. 10 overs gone. The West Indies now 65 for 1, and leading the charge is Brandon King on the throne. He's on 30 from 34.
Yeah, good shot there by King. Wideish delivery. The length was key, and he's not going to miss out on that. And perhaps an over too many for Topley. Thought perhaps he should have had a breather after that last over, but King took full advantage of that. He moves to 30. And looking at the merits of these players individually, Barry, Evan Lewis, I'm not sure whether you'd want to start with Evan Lewis as an opening batter in Test cricket. So, it is 5 days. He may be able to adapt, but I think he would have to play perhaps a lot more red ball cricket. Brandon King would have probably an opportunity, even though he'd have to make some changes as well.
Down the leg side and flicked away. 1 bounce. Well fielded in the end by Sam Curran. It was on the line of the leg stump and it was flicked in the air. It literally lobbed to Brandon, to Sam Curran. And in the end, he fielded it quite well to just limit the West Indies team to 1.
Yeah, so, Brandon King goes pretty hard at the ball. Obviously in Test cricket, Can't hit through the line of the ball that easily.
That's Overton to continue. Comes in again now. Bowles, a Yorker. Very good Yorker. Dug out there by Brandon King. They're actually appealing and they're thinking of a possible review. Did that hit pad first? Are they going to go for it? No, they're not.
I was just listening to the sound of the bat on ball. I guess slow motion would have to tell us whether there was pad first, but certainly it was a solid thump on the bat.
Middle of the bat.
Middle of the bat, yeah.
Not even close. That would have been an embarrassing review had they gone for that. Here comes Overton as he bowls down. This delivery is driven. Full toss. Straight to mid-off. Didn't make the most of that, Brandon King. That was pretty full. Very juicy. But I don't think that he read that length very well.
He missed out on that, Brandon King. Just shuffling across to the off stump. Got it on the full. Just couldn't place it to the left of mid-off.
No one in the slip cordon. There's a third man, however. Also a point on the boundary as Overton bowls, and this time King is driving beautifully, but there's a fielder there on the boundary that I just spoke about. That would have been another glorious boundary.
Yeah, full and wide. And Brandon King certainly goes after it. I think he would have to you'd have to change his game somewhat, Barry, in Test cricket, particularly that type of delivery. There wouldn't be a man on the point boundary, but with a red ball, there would be 2 or 3 slips in place.
Here he comes again and bowls, and this time Carty is just carting it down to the backward point region. Is it going to the boundary for 4? Stopped just about now, and a bit of a relay fielding there between, it looks to me like Cox and Topley. And in the end, they get a couple, saving a couple as well. Carty goes to 11, 69 for 1.
Yeah, nicely played, and Topley getting down there, the big man, certainly saved a couple of runs.
Here he comes again and bowls, and this time Carty's driving straight to cover. Still can't score. Casey Carty is fitting beautifully in this one-day setup in T20s and ODI. Target 264, 69 for 1 at the end of the over.
Yes, and just looking at Brian Charles. He was over in the President's Suite a little while ago. It looks as if he's over now in the what do they call over there now, Barry, this side?
I'm trying to find out where they are.
I think they've got to be over there somewhere, because you're seeing some scaffolding underneath, so I presume now he's probably in front of the party stand.
Whoever he is, he's signing his book to some England fans and spectators, and we look forward to that book launch on Friday night. It's being streamed. I hope persons in the UK will be able to watch that stream. It should be a very interesting night. As Adil Rashid now comes in and bowls to King, and King is on the front foot and pushes the ball to cover, and there is no run.
Yeah, Rashidi's got an important role to play here. Now the captain's asking him not only to stop the run scoring, but he's asking him to pick up a wicket.
Here he comes in again and bowls, and this time he's driven beautifully, but there's a fielder out there long off, so they only get 1. They actually jog that single. King moves to 32. It's 70 for 1. When are we going to see Sam Curran bowl?
I don't think for a while, and there's no need to bowl the Sam Curran. I think what we've seen so far on this pitch, Barry, is there's been very little turn. We'll see whether the wrist spinner can get some.
Rashid comes in again and bowls. Outside land, the off-stump, goes for a cut, misses, taken by the keeper, no run.
Quicker delivery there by Rashid. Yeah, not much spin there, just really more bounce than anything.
Here he comes in again and bowls, and this time he's on the front foot again. Played it square into the offside. Still no run. This is good bowling from England. Adil Rashid has been a pretty consistent performer in ODIs for England.
Yeah, good one there, bowler. Rashid is very accurate.
Leg spinner comes in again. This one comes off the inner portion of the mat. And there is still no run. One ball left in over number 12.
Yeah, that last delivery looked as if it was the attempted googly, even though there's not much turn in the pitch, but it forced the false shot there from Carty, who was driving on the offside.
Last ball in the over. This one is played down to short third man. Still no run. Good pressure there from England. Good over from Adil Rashid. Only one run conceding. 70 for 1. Carty's got 11. King's got 32. Target is 264. We're now seeing the dancing girls, a Caduman-like atmosphere here at Kensington Oval, as there's a bit of party atmosphere being brought in. So look forward to the rest of this game. And we also learned earlier that the T20 squad will be released tomorrow.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. And that first over there by Rashid, just conceding the one run. Very, very experienced bowler, Adil Rashid, and he's got a job to do tonight. I'll hand over now to Mark Butcher.
Yeah, one Butcher replaces another. Thank you so much, Roland. As this delivery is short and pulled in the air out to mid-wicket. One bounce there out to Jacob Bethel, and that will give them a single to take King now to 33. 71 for 1. Carty is 11 from 16. He's back on strike as I say hello again to Mark Butcher.
Good evening. How the devil are you? Tell you one thing.
Good.
Definitely much more fun batting second, isn't it? In terms of the way that the ball has behaved off the surface. Pitch dried out after a blazing hot afternoon.
This delivery is bang on target. And that one coming off the inner portion of the bat out to the short fine leg for 1 run.
I was very surprised to see that West Indies' highest run chase here at Kensington Oval is 267, 268. Yeah, against England all the way back in 1998.
Mark admiring his work, really. He made a very good observation and comment earlier about Azari Joseph. And we're seeing that the Wisden has picked up an article that's online already. Wow, they're fast.
I'm on their team, so.
This delivery is on the line of the off stump and driven straight to cover, and there's no run.
I thought it might have been the quote about me suggesting as he stormed off that he might go and do some yoga or listen to some whale music just to calm himself down.
I did hear that comment. That would have been funny. But it's interesting that all of the big and international magazines online have taken Joseph to task for his behaviour earlier, and I think that there might be some repercussions from it, as this delivery is beating the batsman. All ends up on the line of the off stump, and there was King searching for it. He was on the front foot, missed it, beaten all ends up, taken by the keeper.
It's encouraging this from Jamie Overton, no matter what the result of the match and therefore the series. Encouraging for England's prospects in white ball cricket, that they were desperate to have somebody that could be a main part of the bowling attack, perhaps a middle overs specialist in the bowling attack, who could come in at 8 and bash the ball. And he's proven on the count with the bat that he's fine with that aspect in the bowling.
Short ball, there is King looking to pull, misses, taken by the keeper, no run.
Which has been in scarcity, really, ever since he's come back from the stress fracture. He did a lot of work with Azhar Mahmood, who's now bowling coach, assistant coach for Pakistan, when Azhar was bowling coach for Surrey. Shortened Jamie's run up, tried to get him to shorten his delivery stride a little bit as well, so he's taller at the crease. And he just started to bowl quite magnificently when the injury struck, so it's really encouraging to see him back.
Here he comes in again and bowls, so this delivery on the line of the middle stump, this time defending out to the mid-on area. Another tidy over there from Jamie Overton. I've been very impressed with him. 72 for 1 after 13. The target 264. As we have an impromptu break where the 12th and 13th men are on the field, just giving the batsmen a little chance to wipe down, and so too the England fielders. England 263 for 8. Salt made a tremendous 74 from 108. Mosley, I thought, batted really maturely for 57. Sam Curran was as positive as ever, 40 from 52. And Archer, he was the man that lit the bottom of that innings with 38 not out from 17 balls. 43 for 35, Shepherd 2 for 33, Alzari 2 for 45, and then Chase 1 for 42. But the Wendy's were short of bowler because we saw limping off the field was Shepherd, Romario Shepherd, who had a cramp, and that meant they were bowler short. Rutherford had to bowl, and my goodness, that was like the ice cream truck coming a calling for England. Here comes Adil Rashid now. He bowls to Carty, and Carty's driving, coming just off of the outer portion of the bat, no run.
Yeah, just on that, I mean, Shea Hope bowled Rutherford all of Romario Shepherd's overs, 3.5 overs that he had left, off the reel at the end. And he got hammered, none for 57 off 3.5.
As Rashid bowls again, whipped away out to the mid-wicket area, no run.
One thing England will be hoping here is that they can drive that run rate required up towards 6.5, 7 with Rashid here before Shea Hope perhaps gets to the crease.
Again on the line of the middle stump, bang on, played into the onside, no run.
Hope is one of the better players of spin, not only for the West Indies but around the world in the middle overs. And with the rate down at sort of 5s where it is now, they have no difficulty.
Outside the line of the off stump, there's actually a wide.
Very, very slow from Rashid on that occasion. It did turn, but it was just 67.5 kilometres per hour. And of course, Hope then comes in with the rate down at around about 5s.
Driven again in the air, bit of airy-fairy shot, but still out to the fielder there at the point boundary, and a 1 run taken.
He doesn't have to then come in and take any risks. He can just run the ball around, get towards the back end of the innings, and it would then be a comfortable run chase. Of course, no one comes out and is guaranteed to make runs, but that's the ideal scenario for the West Indies. The ideal scenario for England is that you drive this rate up with these two at the moment, and then bring Hope out.
Again down the pitch, Carty trying to score, King rather trying to score, but very good bowling there from Adil Rashid. Can't score, Rashid feeling his own bowling and just putting a little bit of pressure on this partnership. 33 is King. Here comes Rashid in again and bowls to him, and this time it's down the leg side, easing that pressure, and they'll get what I think should be a couple of runs. They do, picked up just about 2, so the brace completed. Now 76 for 1 after 14.
Yeah, should learn not to try and make it a long-winded point while Rashid's trying to get through an open.
That's fine.
But anyway, the basic gist is that if you can make Hope come to the crease when a higher rate is required, the chances of him making an error and not being there to guide West Indies home become greater. Liam Livingstone is now going to bowl with 2 right-handers in. Leg spin, you would imagine, from the Malcolm Marshall end. Rate just 5.2 for the West Indies, so no dramas at all. Excellent start from King in particular. Got away with those 2 crisp cover drives off the first over from Jofra Archer that got him going. And Evan Lewis, despite being dismissed, played a couple of magical shots as well down the ground off Jofra Archer. And the West Indies are ahead of the game.
Here comes Livingston now, bowls to Carty. And Carty is sweeping, wrapped in the pad, he's out LBW. He's going upstairs straight away because I think he's suggesting that he got some bat onto that. But he's gone upstairs straight away. But if there was no bat involved in that, that's a clear out because he swept that off of middle stump.
TV umpire to director,
let's have a look and a listen as to what is happening there with that review.
Out. I've checked the feed, it's a fair delivery. Can we go to front on, please?
So fair delivery, as you just heard the umpire say.
Front on coming up now.
Well, if he missed that, he's out.
He's gone very close to the bat. So
if there's no bat involved there, Mark, I think he's gone.
Thank you.
Well, if he hasn't hit it, that's stone dead.
Aldridge coming up now.
Oh, no, he
Leslie,
did it.
I've got a spike and the ball is on the bat. So there's bat involved. So you'll be overturning your original decision to not out. You're on screen now, Leslie. Can you signal overturn? Thank you.
You would have to give Casey Carty the benefit of the doubt there, because he went up straight away. Straight away he said, no, I'm not out.
Well, no benefit of the doubt required. He hit it. That's what the technology told us.
Well, when I said the benefit of the doubt, I meant from the fact that we were so convinced, but he knew that he had hit that ball. Oh, that one's gone down to third man. It was short outside the line of the off stump. It was a bit uppish, punched by Carty, and he is going to get another boundary to move now to 17.
You're going well with your benefit of the doubt right now, because he edged that.
He did.
He definitely, that was a nick. The ball just bounced and turned on him a bit from Livingston. Quicker delivery. And Carty was aiming that a lot more in front of square, but it just kicks and bounces. Nick, genuine edge. Raced away for 4. Bit of bad luck for England. He's moved another fielder behind square on the offside because of that.
This one is swept well in the air. Is it gone for 6 out to backward point? No, it was gone for 4. Backward square correction. It was down the leg side, and Carty swept it well, and it's gone into no man's land, I'm afraid. And that's 4 runs.
Yeah, good shot. Played on line. Ball pitched well outside the line of leg stump, and it was a bit of a free hit. No man back there, only 4. How many have England got out at the moment? Only got the 4 fielders out. They could have more.
A drive out to cover. No chance of a run there. 84 for 1.
Yeah, Liam Livingston choosing to keep. Now, what am I talking about? There is only 4 allowed out in the second phase.
Bang on target there from Livingston, just on the line of the middle and length stump, and there's no run there for him as he plays the ball back to the bowler. 84 for 1 after 15, 35 from King. Carty's got 21.
One thing I would say though, I'm a little bit surprised that he's got the option of that free hit, the sweep shot out towards where the regular sweep fielder would be, deep backward square, because Livingston has chosen to have both mid-off and mid-on back. And I would have thought perhaps if you're going to leave a gap somewhere, that mid-on against the 2 right-handers is the one. He turned the ball quite prodigiously there in that over. So rather like Roston Chase to Sam Curran, you want him to try and hit it over the top against the spin.
King looking to sweep again. They're appealing there with Neil Rashid saying down leg, no need to go upstairs for that. They already lost the review. Phil Salt trying to talk up, trying to talk up the Brandon King, saying how many panic sweeps can you play in 1 innings, as he bowls again, and this one is driven straight to the fielder at cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, both extra cover and mid-wicket are very straight. Just encouraging King to open or close the face to get 1.
Undriven this time, out to the long on area, and you got it right, Mark. Just a single.
Yeah, I'd probably have that guy up. Perhaps not to King, because he's not quite as good on the sweep as Casey, but with Casey I'd have mid-on up, stick 2 men back on the sweep and say, are you good enough to hit me against the spin over mid-on?
This time he's gone square into the offside. Still no run. 264. This is going to be a game that's going to go down to the wire in terms of how it's being approached. We thought we would have had an early night. We were even making fun that we should play one of the T20s earlier on.
Well, you were.
I see Wicketkeeper was pregnant.
Hey, listen, I had no interest in overtime, I've got to tell you.
Not in Barbados, I suppose. Unlike my good friend John Norman, he loves to have a flat white. A flat white coffee, that's his favourite. I used to fetch him many of those, a flat white. I'm sure he's drinking them up now, guzzling it in the cold in England. So 86 for 1. King has got 36. 1 ball left in over number 16. As Adil Rashid Really, really good bowling. 7 runs from just 3 overs as he comes in again and bowls. And this delivery is wide of the off stump, taken there by the keeper to end the over. It's King 36, Carty 22, 16 overs gone. And the West Indies at the drinks break are 86 for 1.
I wonder if Adil Rashid ever expected that not only would he be the leading wicket taker in an England team, but also the leading run scorer as well in this squad before the series started. Had the most caps with 140, 202 wickets, which is now 205. Caps now 143, and leading run scorer 889. And he was a long way out in front then as well. But he's been a fantastic performer for England, part of that World Cup winning side in 2019. He's been the absolute mainstay right the way through the Morgan era, and now through the Butler era, and passing on a lot of information to Jaffa Chowan as well, the young leg spinner from Yorkshire who's out on the tour. Not played a game yet, but he will be picking up valuable experience and information being around the England dressing room with the likes of Adil Rashid.
So it's 86 for 1. Let's head back up now to Neil Manthorp.
Many thanks indeed to Mark Butcher and to Barry Wilkinson at the Kensington Oval in Bridgetown, Barbados, home of the Pickwick Cricket Club since 1864. Casey Carty 22, Brandon King 36. West Indies going along very nicely indeed on 86 for 1, and not for the first time at this stage anyway. Stephen Harmison has read the game far more astutely than I have. I thought England were probably 20 runs to the good with a total of 263 for 8. Harmy said they were 20 runs short, and there's a long way to go, and either of us could have our hunches proved right. But Harmy, you did say, and obviously Philo Wallace has personal experience, that batting would become easier under lights with the ball skidding on. It was gripping, wasn't it, in the first half of England's innings, stopping in the wicket. There was turn available, and it was pretty hard going. And you know, England slumped 24 for 4, but West Indies looking very good in the early stages of their run chase.
Yeah, I think you were spot on there, looking very, very good. I don't think England bowled as well as they would like. I think Jofra was slipped onto the bat lovely, then Reece Topley a bit too short, a bit too full. Reece looked stiff. He looks as though he hasn't bowled for a little while. He started quite well, and then I think once Carty and Lewis and King and Carty got to the pace of him, they made it. Reece Topley bowled that little bit shorter in length, and they jumped on it. They really did. Brandon King jumped on it. He's not a big player through the leg side, but I think it was because of the length, the short ball length, or the drag down length. I don't think it was a proper short ball from Reece. I just think it was a little bit of a drag down, and with no real pace on it, and it was comfortable hit. But I think it's slipped onto the bat lovely. I think it has been a difference between first innings and second innings power plays, and I think it was a lot harder to bat on in the first half.
Here's Liam Livingstone continuing with his mixture of off breaks and leg breaks. Leg breaks to the right-hander. This one is a little too short outside the off stump. Slapped away out to the sweeper on the cover field, Dan Mosley. And they'll go through for a couple. Batted beautifully earlier on today, did Dan Mosley, with an innings of 57 in a partnership of 70 with Phil Salt. 2 partnerships of 70 with the opener Phil Salt, who made a hard-working 74 off 107 deliveries. Punched off the back foot now by Casey Carty, who's reached past 50 in 4 of his last 7 innings. So he's in a rich vein of form, and he is batting like a man full of confidence. He's being proactive, and he's certainly trusting his defence. But oh, there he goes. He is proactive, and he's heaved that one over the top of mid-on. He hasn't timed it at all. He's just got enough on it to clear Sam Curran at mid-on. Philo Wallace, Casey Carty is, like I said, he's being proactive, and he's not afraid to go over the top. Mistimed that one, but you know, he's showing the intent.
Yes, he's showing intent. He's not a fluent player of slow bowling, but at least he's showing intent. But I have to correct you. Pickwick no longer plays at Kensington Oval. They now have their own ground in St. Philip at Fortescue Oval, which is next to RLC Rum Refinery,
It's still the spiritual home of Pickwick Cricket Club, though.
There's no spirit there anymore. That spirit has left a long time. The spirits have moved to Foursquare.
Really?
Yeah.
How sad. I'm suddenly overcome by a wave of melancholia.
Yeah, the only way Pickwick will play at the Oval is if they make a finals.
So, tell me, the ground was completely rebuilt. I mean, it went from a cosy 15,000 seater, and it was knocked down in 2005 and completely rebuilt at a cost of 135 million to seat 28,000 for the 2007 World Cup. Forward comes Brandon King again, pushing into the covers, and there's no run. Very few grounds are basically demolished and rebuilt with the same kind of love and affection that locals have. Most grounds that get knocked down and rebuilt are generally hated for generations, who miss the atmosphere of the old original ground. But that doesn't seem to be the case with the Kensington Oval. I mean, it's completely transformed. Very, very few parts of the original ground remain. How do you feel? Am I misreading it?
No, you've read the script quite well. I thought you had it written out. But yeah, Kensington was knocked down in 2005 to accommodate the World Cup in 2007.
Adil Rashid begins a new over. High, wide, full toss outside the off stump. It'll just be a single to Archer on the cover boundary.
So the government has put some... obviously the government has infrastructure there and some... an interest in Kensington Oval. Kensington Oval is managed by a company called Comey, Kensington Oval Management Inc. And the Barbados Cricket Association and Comey, they share the facilities down there. There's no home ground there, no home club at the Oval. That's 6 by Brandon King. It is straight over the head of the bowler, down to long on for a mighty 6. Adil Rashid continues to struggle. He looks short of work and obviously not in good bowling form. So Pickwick had to move to Foursquare. So David Seal, he gave them land and said fill it up to next door to Foursquare factory, rum factory, which makes all the rum in Barbados. And it's called Foursquare Oval now, where they're based in St. Philip. And they've done wonderfully well, actually. They're in the finals. Their first division side made the finals, and the intermediate team, they're also in the finals as well. So they're not doing too badly. They're coming around. They're under the guidance of a young coach called Andrew Emptage, and he's been doing some good work up there with them.
Giving it plenty of air at Adil Rashid at the moment, and he's paying the price. That was a glorious straight drive from Brandon King. Absolutely beautiful, but it was given a lot of air, and I'm trying to work out why Adil Rashid has decided that conditions are suiting a slower style at the moment. There is turn, but it's slow turn. It's not quick turn. This one is steered away off a thick outside edge. Reece Topley chases after it at third man, but they come back for 2 more.
Yeah, when he normally bowls that slowly and with the loop on, he tends to be setting you either up with the googly or he bowls the googly that way by throwing it outside off stump, and it comes back, and he just hasn't had the control on it.
Here is a googly. There it is. Slightly quicker through the air, and he's defended it. No run.
Yeah, and Haley Matthews play at Pickwick. Also, Sheerhope plays at Pickwick. And the former Barbados and West Indies fast bowler Tino Best plays at Pickwick as well.
Tino Best still plays?
He does a little thing, not a lot.
Here's Adil Rashid, quicker one, and there we go. That's why he's tossing it up. As Zahami says, he's setting the batsman up just to get them used to the slower pace and then fire one in. But it is defended. 18 overs gone, 99 for 1. Carty 28, King 43. Target for the West Indies is 264 to win. They need another 165 off 32 overs. So were there, I should know this, but were there floodlights at the Kensington Oval before the 2007 World Cup, before the stadium was rebuilt?
Street lights.
Street lights, no.
Did I say street lights?
No, I'm telling you, street lights, not floodlights.
Yeah. There wasn't any. We played there in the series in 2004. There was no lights then.
Liam Livingston driven to extra cover, straight to the field and no run.
Yes, when it was remodeled, then they had lights installed, and now they've pulled it down for the just concluded 2024 T20 World Cup, and everything is new towers, new lights, HD light, LED lights and stuff like that, so it's a lot brighter. All the stands, on top of the stands now they have the solar panels to help aid with the light, to obviously cut down the light bill. So yeah, all that infrastructure is there. The dressing rooms are a lot nicer. There's also an ice bath. The only time I use ice is if I'm going to have a libation. But now they have ice baths so you can drop your whole body in after a hard day's play.
Apparently Harmy is a big fan of the ice bath after a hard day in the field. That one is slap driven out to the cover sweeper.
Depends what got into the ice bath with me. If it was a nice drink that was free flowing. Physio once turned up with a big bag of ice, Philo, to my room in Sri Lanka and said, "Can I put this in the bath?" There was about 7 of us playing darts. Yeah, feel free.
As long as you put 24 beers in there with it.
He'd got the shock of his life when he was just about to tip it out, and there's about 20 cans of beer in it.
Yeah, he never said what the ice was for. He just put it in the bath. But no, in my time there was no ice bath. We used to go to the beach and get a sea bath.
That's what the sea was for, yeah.
Vitamin C after a long day in the field. Here's Livingston again, and that one is quicker and bounces actually, and it actually gloves Brandon King. A little bit of kick and turn there from Liam Livingston. We thought he may have overbowled himself a little in the second game, and he was expensive, but he backing himself, failed today with the bat after his 124 not out in the second game to lead England to victory. But he's given himself the ball once again ahead of the other spinners in the team, 3 of them. This one is a low full toss, and it's clipped out to Archer at deep mid wicket, and they go through for 2 more.
Yeah, I'd like to see Sam Curran get an earlier bowl than he did the other day. I think the game was. I mean, he's got something against Sam Curran. He makes something happen. We just seen a replay a second ago. Was that a thin edge behind, and was that not given?
No, it was a drop catch.
Drop catch.
Yeah, Salt didn't hold on to
it.
it.
Come off the glove. I thought it missed everything. I thought it just hit Salt's glove and it went down to short third. But I'd give Sam Curran an earlier go because England need a wicket. England are desperate and need a wicket. And Curran's been expensive, but he makes something happen. And I think at this minute in time, I think Liam Livingston's a little bit in gambling mode where he possibly needs to risk going for a few runs to try and break this partnership because it's building nicely.
Here is Adil Rashid, spin at both ends, leg spin at both ends to the right-handers. This one is chopped out into the offside and nicely fielded by Jordan Cox, diving away to his left. The thing is, if you're going to gamble, Harmy, it's like being at a roulette wheel, isn't it? You need a system. You can't just randomly put chips all over different numbers on every single spin of the wheel, and that's somehow what it feels like with Liam Livingston. You need to have a system. You need to try and if you're gambling, you're gambling, but try and give yourself the best odds possible. This one again pushed into the covers, no run.
Yeah, I agree, but I think Sam Curran's a frontline bowler. He's picked as a batting all-rounder in this team because he's batting at 6, but he has wicket-taking qualities.
Here's Rashid once again, once more, lots of air here, and again Phil Salt fumbles it, but I don't think that one was edged. But again, just tossed it up. Adil Rashid really giving the ball some air at the moment, particularly with his leg spinner.
Yeah, that's just, it hasn't really turned, has it? It's just gone, it's more or less gone straight on.
It just fizz off the pitch.
Hit the shiny side, it hasn't sort of gripped the seam, and it's just skidded on.
Slip in, wide slip, almost second slip actually, you'd say. That one is steered backward of square on the offside to Topley at backward point.
I don't think it's a gamble with Sam. I think that the Jacob Bethel or Dan Maudsley would be the gamble. That would be the roulette gamble, predator chips. I mean, Sam Curran's a frontline bowler.
Here is Rashid again, googly, and he's turned it quite sharply, but Casey Cardy played that so easily that I would venture to suggest he read it early.
Well, he went on to the back foot.
Yeah.
Googly spun back into him. He just worked it behind square. He doesn't pick a lot of the deliveries. He's very strong on the back foot. So once you're not picking it, you go back and the ball comes in. Automatically, you just turn your wrist and run the ball down behind square. But that is what he's done, and he's done it successfully. So what I like, he works the ball around, and when it comes into his strength, he tries to hit it to the boundary.
Here is Adil Rashid as well, slipping a catcher at short mid-wicket. That is too short, and it's pulled. 1 bounce, 4 over deep mid-wicket. Lovely shot. Well, you know what? I think if he's not picking it, he's certainly He's not picking the spin. He is picking the length incredibly quickly.
Yeah, he's picked the length very quickly there. That was a short of a length ball, and it was picked beautifully and dispatched beautifully because there's men out in the deep, but he's picked his corner, and because it's so slow coming off the pitch and it's sat up, he had a little bit more time just to pick the spot that he wanted, go through with the shot, hit it a lot straighter, and he's brought up an excellent 50. It really has been impressive, an excellent 50, and another reason why I'd bring Sam Curran on. These two players, Philo, are both players who want to play on the offside more than they do the leg side. Left armour going into the sort of leg stump, a little bit of off cutter, a little bit of angle. I think it would suit England having a ball going in towards leg stump as opposed to the spin of Liam Livingstone and Adil Rashid. And he's gone for a seamer, but he's gone for his main man, and try and, when you need a wicket, you look to your best bowler, and that is Jofra Archer, and here he comes.
Just want to say Brandon King with that boundary reached 50 from 60 balls. Here is Jofra Archer back into the attack. 3 overs for 24. He's expensive. The attack was taken to him, particularly by Evan Lewis, who hit him for a straight 6, straight back over his head very early on. Brandon King, 50 off 60 balls, 7 fours and a 6. A very, very fine innings from Brandon King. And unlike his partner, Evan Lewis, Brandon King's been short of runs. His last 10 innings, he's not past 50 until this one.
He hasn't passed 50, but obviously, when you look at how he started here tonight in Barbados, he got a lot of drives and he executed them quite well to give him confidence.
Archer down the leg side, hits the batsman on the thigh pad. They scamper through for an easy leg by.
I thought that Jofra was not aggressive enough to Brandon King, and he strayed away from the plan in Antigua bowling into him. He ran him wide and he got bat on ball, and he got into his stride quite early. And you see that the quality of Brandon King, and once he gets in, he's going to score. Even the last ball he played from Rashid was short. He picked the length and he banged it away. So he carries the extra strength as well. So that is why he's such a dangerous batter once he starts to middle the ball.
Here's Archer, quicker one. That was noticeably as fizzed past the outside edge. 140 kilometres an hour there. He's been sort of more high 30s. I've got a technical question for you though, Harmy. And only as a fast bowler you could answer this. Why are Jofra Archer's trousers so short?
I've got no idea, unless he thought it was going to rain a little bit more in Barbados than it actually did this afternoon. There's quite a few like that. Who did we have?
They're halfway up his shin.
Will O'Rourke for New Zealand. John Norman will back us up on this. He looked as though he had Ian Bell's trousers on.
That's short and pulled away. Right, nice roll of the wrists from Brandon King, and goes Casey Cardi. Beg your pardon. He moves on to 32. No, actually, I thought you were going to say, like, you don't want your trousers flapping around your ankles.
It's the modern thing. I used to like having the longer trousers. Some people like the shorter ones. I think some people don't have a choice. Like Reece Topley probably doesn't have a choice with the length of legs he's got. But no, I think it's each to their own. Some people like the tight trousers.
Back of a length now, and nicely played. That just had no pace on it at all. Didn't come off the pitch any zip whatsoever, and Brandon King was able to play it all the time in the world.
He did. He played it lovely. I'll tell you a story. We did something today for something coming out in the turn of the year for Andrew Flintoff, and he did me once. I mean, he did me like a kid, but it was a beaut. And a few practical jokes coming out of the side, and we used to get 2 pairs of chinos and a pair of great pants for your dress and everything like that. And he said he would go and take them up, got them taken up for us, and he got mine taken up. And he got the trousers. What, my right leg was 32 inches and my left leg was 34 inches. I mean, what a sight I was.
Archer again. That's a drive ball, and it is driven, but not timed by Brandon King. It pushes it straight to Dan Mosley at extra cover. No run. Over comes to an end, 21 gone. Just a reminder, for those of you who are maybe getting up to start your night shift and you have missed out on the action, England made 263 for 8 in this series decider. They were 24 for 4 after being asked to bat first. Phil Salt made a hard-working 74 from 108. 2 partnerships of 70 with Sam Curran, who made 40, and Dan Mosley, who made 57. And with Jofra Archer's 38 not out of 17 balls, including 2 fours and 3 sixes, they were able to recover to 263 for 8. And the West Indies have lost Evan Lewis in reply for 19, caught mistiming a pull shot against Jamie Overton to Adil Rashid, but Brandon King and Casey Carty have recovered superbly, if recovered is the right word. They've actually kicked on. They've built the innings very nicely. Sweep shot now from Carty, gets the bottom edge, runs away over the rapid Kensington Oval outfield, and it's 4 more runs, and Adil Rashid's looking more and more out of sorts.
Yes, a badly line leg break from Adil Rashid. Got too much leg side, and Casey Carty just got enough bat on it to beat Jamie Overton, running back from slip down to the boundary for 4. But he's totally out of rhythm here. Rashid obviously not played a lot of cricket in the last couple of weeks, and you're seeing it. And obviously he's the one trump that Liam Livingston will be looking at to get wickets or to even break this partnership.
Here's Rashid once again. Again, lots of loopy air on that, outside the off stump. Quite a long way outside the off stump. I should imagine the umpire thought twice about calling that one as a wide, but decided that it was well within reach for the batsman, even though it was right on the wide guideline. That one again driven firmly out to extra cover, where it's fielded by Jacob Bethel. Straight to him, hit him up on the chest, I think, missed the wrists.
Yeah, it was. I'd love to see the pitch map of Adil Rashid's 5.3 overs so far. I would go as far as to say it's probably the most sporadic or inconsistent that Adil Rashid's bowled for England in a long, long time.
I agree. Slog sweep over long on. It's hit all of that. It's gone 15 rows back in the stand at long on. That was a good old-fashioned slog sweep from Casey Carty, but not predetermined or...
No, he's gone on length. He's gone on length, and he's gone on the loop. The air that Adil Rashid's given, the air that he's given it, and the fullness of length. Casey Carty has not really had to reach for it too far. He hasn't had to strive to hit it too hard. The perfect slot for him. If he was asking for a throwdown to hit that slog sweep, that would have been the ideal position for it to be in.
Here's Adil Rashid once again. More air, same shot, doesn't time it. Bottom edge out towards deep square leg, and it'll just be a single.
That's the one you tried to hit too hard. As a batter, you try and hit too hard, you lose your shape, and that's all he's done there.
Yeah, and that one was a lot fuller than the previous one he hit for 6, and I'm happy to see he hit the previous ball for 6 to push the pressure off, but that one was a lot fuller, and he's looking to play the same shot, and luckily for him he got the inside edge and drag it into the leg side to get a single, to get off strike, so he can just take a little breather and just obviously watch Brandon King at the other end.
Here's Adil Rashid again, and forward comes Brandon King playing defensively. Two of my favourite cricketers in this West Indies team, well, you know the one, Matthew Ford. I think he's a wonderfully skillful, deceptive, clever bowler. But Casey Carty is the other one, and I do like his bowling as well. He bowls these huge, booming in-swingers, if there's any swing on the ball. But you haven't seen him bowl in this series, have we?
So he must be injured, because he can't be that good. Shane Rutherford bowled 3.5 overs for 57, so... And he had to bowl. Those just looked as though there was no... If Casey Carty was fit to bowl, surely he would have bowled one of the last 2 overs after what happened with Romario Shepherd. But no, exciting cricketer, talented, skill level, where he hits the ball through the offside. But the thing that Philo keeps saying, and he's said it for 3 games now, and it's power. These guys have got power. They can hit the ball over the rope, and that's it, isn't it?
That's the extra edge they have, to hit the ball over the ropes, and they can hit it over the ropes at will. But one thing I'm impressed with Casey Carty here is that he looks like a nerdler. He works the ball around, but he supports. He's played a supporting role for the batter that is in. So Brandon King is never short of maybe batting 4 or 5 balls in the over, because Carty has the skill to get to single. And when I saw him hit that 6, I was pleased, because it is against the spin that is his weakness. And it's good to see that he can play those kind of shots and take the pressure off himself and continue to rotate the strike. He's 44 from 52 balls, and he's batting well. And Brandon King is 51 from 64, so he's almost there with Brandon King.
Here's Jofra Archer, his second over of his second spell, and back of a length and played away defensively by Brandon King. I can't remember which coach it was I heard first say this, or heard of him saying it, but there is a certain belief that if you're not very good at playing spin, stop playing it and hit it. Do you know what I mean?
There's a lot in that. I mean, tail enders, that's always the best way. Like, I'm going to get a few, because you'll get me out, especially against a wrist spinner. So I think, and I also think if you get in a better position.
Archer in again, driven up towards mid-off. Jamie Overton fields. He's right on the edge of the circle, so it's an easy single.
To get in a better position, if you are looking to attack the ball, you will get in a better position to defend it. I think if you're negative in your movements, negative in your mindset, especially against a rin spinner that turns it both ways, I think there's more chance of you getting out, I think, caught in and around, but also hitting the half tracker straight through to mid-wicket or deep square leg.
Jofra Archer, he knows that he needs to take a wicket. That's why he's been brought back now, a little bit earlier than perhaps he might have thought if things were going better. This one steered away off an open-faced bat, third man. It's an easy single. England need a wicket, or 2 or 3.
Yeah, they need a wicket. And what I'm seeing from Jofra Archer is that when he has the new ball, he doesn't show a lot of aggression. He doesn't bowl a lot of short balls with that new ball. In his second spell, he always comes back. He looks more aggressive with the half new ball than with the new ball, which is quite strange to me. We saw that delivery from him just now to Brandon King, just bouncing and leaving him a bit, and obviously got it on the third man. And I haven't seen a lot of swing from the England fast bowlers at all. That's why Harmy's point is quite valid with Sam Curran.
Archer again, short, pulled away. The pitch seems to have got really quite innocuous. It seems, I don't understand, I don't know if this is true or not, that I'm imagining it, but the pitch seems to have got slower. That's unusual under lights.
It would slow down because obviously it's a day and night game. They had some sunlight, so what moisture was there when England batted would have been taken away by the sunshine. Obviously, it's very hot. You can see Brandon King's shirt is thick on his body, a lot of perspiration on his arms, and that dew fact might be coming into play, but allowing the ball to come onto the bat, but not as fast.
Archer short outside the off stump. King tries to pull it from outside off stump through mid wicket, but makes no contact, and the over comes to an end. I was just about to ask you about the dew, because Adil Rashid had the cloth and he was working really hard on it. I thought either there's lots of dew or somebody's been sweating all over the ball.
Yeah, I think there's the dew factors there. I think the ball's getting softer. Obviously, it's 11 overs old from one end, 12 overs old from the other end. But I look at Jofra Archer's last over there. He's bowled 2 short balls, and there's a technical issue here with Jofra. He's possibly trying a bit too hard because he needs a wicket, and he's losing his left side a little bit, and he's just coming over the top. And when he's letting go of the ball at the release point, his hand's coming down the inside of it, and a little bit of a leg cutter, not quite a full leg cutter, but like a leg cutter. And because of that, it's not got the full wrist behind it. There's a lot of velocity into the pitch, and it bouncing and going through. So because of that, I think there's an element of each thing there, that the ball's going soft, the wicket's getting obviously a little bit more docile, and I just think there's a little bit in Jofra's action that he's possibly trying a bit too hard, and he's coming down the inside of the ball. And when you come down the inside of the ball, you lose about 2 or 3 mile an hour in pace.
Well, you've got your wish. Sam Curran is going to come into the attack from the Joe Garner end.
Halfway through the innings. Yeah, interesting. That one is first delivery from Sam Curran, and nicely played by Casey Carty. Again, just using the pace, not a lot of it, but what there is, and guiding it down to third man for another single. Now, he didn't come into the attack until the 35th or 34th or 35th over in Friday's second game. Sunday's second game.
Yeah, he was a massive afterthought, wasn't he? A huge afterthought.
He was like he was the 6th bowler used, wasn't he?
Yeah. Was he 6th or 7th? I'm not sure if he was 6th or 7th, but I just look at him when you need a wicket, when you need something to happen and make something happen. He's in a contest. He's always in a contest, and at this minute in time, England needs somebody to get into a contest. They really do, because they're just dying slowly.
Here's Curran once again, and King pushes it down towards long on, and it's fielded by Will Jackson. We were both wrong, but you were closer than me.
Bowler.
He was the 8th bowler to be used.
Yeah, I mean, his bowling has gone pear-shaped, and Captain Livingston obviously don't have the confidence in Sam Curran as a bowler. But as Harmy said, he's a wicket taker, and he gets things to happen. And as a captain, you got to believe in yourself and believe in that bowler, that he's the one that you can turn to bring some success in relation to England. Now they want to get a wicket, so Sam Curran has to be the person who has to deliver if he's possible.
Sam Curran around the wicket, short, pulled away by Casey Carty out towards deep mid wicket. And again, it's another single run, and they're all coming so easily at the moment. The point is, if you need to buy a wicket, try and do it when you've still got 100 runs or so in the bank.
But there's nothing selling out there, so there's nothing to buy. You got to earn a wicket out there. It's hard work, Neil. Nothing is easy. Not even a wicket at Kensington Oval. This third and final ODI.
There is a theory with the West Indies batsmen that if you pay enough, you can buy one. But I have to say, these two are looking very, very solid and unlikely to be giving anything away cheaply or at all.
I think the seal. I think there's no seal here. I think it's just a hard grind for England to get this wicket. Brandon King is entrenched, looking to obviously look for 100 if he can. And Casey Carty is looking for another half century and continue to build on his good form. So I think it's going to be a hard grind. England has to try to find a wicket somewhere.
Oh, shot! Oh, down the wicket, Brandon King. Half a step and then a full step, skip and a hop and bang through extra cover. And for the umpteenth time, Philo Wallace will tell us how much harder the West Indies batsmen hit the ball than England's do generally.
It's called measuring. That's what it's called. Sam Curran is not the quickest. Brandon King again looking to favour that offside, came down the wicket, the leg side of the ball, give himself room to use his arms and bang it through extra cover with a lot of power. And that was a length delivery that he ran down the pitch to, so it's a very, very good shot.
Watching this bowling attack with Jofra Archer a little bit off and Adil Rashid a little bit off, England's bowling attack worryingly looks very, very toothless.
Hard to disagree with that. That Curran in again completes the over with another length delivery outside off stump, which again is driven. Beautiful shot from Casey Carty and Brandon King, and he's suddenly burst into life now. Brandon King, gosh, 59 off 72 balls. West Indies suddenly seem to have grabbed this game by they've had it pinned to the ground for a while, but they've grabbed it by the throat now, and England are really, really struggling under pressure. Another comment from Philo Wallace, and then for the next half hour you'll be with David Bumble, Lloyd and John Norman.
Yes, Brandon King continues to show good form. Casey Carty continues to show consistency. They're putting the English bowlers to the sword, and they're taking this third and final ODI by the scruff of the neck and showing good intent of looking to win this ODI series too. Or Brandon King obviously had a lean period coming into this third and final ODI, but he's strikes some form, a good surface, and he's executed some very good shots.
Thank you, Philo Wallace. Jofra Archer continues, and this is just clipped down to final leg for a single from the batter, Casey Carty, who's moves to 48 from 56 deliveries. Brandon King, who hadn't gone past, or rather gone past 20 twice in 10 ODIs, well, you can make that thrice in 11. He's 59 from 72. And, yeah, England starting to look a little bit desperate. Liam Livingstone fielding the ball in the last over. You could see him looking up. Well, if you could ring a ball out, he would have done.
But he said, I could lip read, and he said, this is wet through.
Yeah, and that's not going to help matters at all. Under the lights in Bridgetown as Archer is in, length delivery, and this is wristily played through points for another single. Runs coming way too comfortably.
You can lip read.
I can, and
can you tell me what Alzari Joseph was saying earlier today?
I could do, but not. I don't think he's that sort of sure, really.
I think the umpires will.
I could tell you exactly what he said. My mother used to work in a weaving mill, which was very, very noisy, and I had to go down and get the key because she didn't trust me with the key, and we would lip read across this weaving mill to each other. Have you got the key?
Archer again. This is a shout for caught behind down the leg side, but nothing given. 136 for one, no wide either.
It's in my purse. Where's your purse? It's hung up in that room over there. So I can do a bit of lip reading.
Why did you have to lip read? Was it too noisy?
Yeah, my mother had a weaving shed.
They don't have many weaving sheds in Tooting, so I was just a bit unsure of what a weaving shed is.
A mill.
What's a mill? Archer again, and this time Carty just tries to place the ball down to third, but gets a bit too much on it. It's fielded at backward point. He remains at 48 not out. The score 136-1 here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Jarrah Kimber and Bumble Lloyd, David Bumble Lloyd alongside me. Is it start the car time?
It is, very much so. I think they played superbly well, these two, King and Carty. England have been up against it. They started badly, 2 overs for 20. Not the easiest conditions, but they started badly.
Archer again, length delivery, tucked away, leg side by Carty, who moves to 49.
Yeah, the teams practice now bowling with wet balls in training, so they'll actually dunk them in the bucket sometimes and bowl. But all it does is allow you to feel a little bit more confident. It doesn't help you with trying to bowl cutters. Like Sam Curran's coming in and trying to bowl these massive cutters. Because it's wet, it goes straight anyway, and you still struggle with your line and your length from that point of view. I'm a little bit surprised we haven't just seen 2 overs of bounces. Something quite full on, maybe a 6-3 field outside off stump, something along those lines.
Last ball of Jofra Archer's 6th over, and this is outside off stump, but it's not particularly short. Doesn't get up particularly high, and it's just steered to backward point from the bat of Brandon King. He's 60, Carty's 49. He'll face the first ball of the next over. 25 overs gone, halfway there in terms of the overs, and West Indies are past the halfway stage in terms of their target.
But there's been a real calmness about the pair at the crease, and I think that's admirable. You're chasing down it's a tricky target, is that 263, especially when they got the run around in the last few overs in the field. So you get it together. The shenanigans that went on will be well documentary as we go forward in the field. Put that behind you, get down to the business of scoring runs, and they stand at 137 for 1. So I think they've been excellent.
As has Casey Carty. He's come into this game in a little bit of form, and he's scored in all 3 matches against England. Dug in by Sam Curran, and Carty just ducks out the way. There's no need to play. A half century in the last match, of course. Looking to go back to back. He actually scored runs against Australia at the start of the year as well, and he went okay in Sri Lanka. So he's having a run in the side. Are you surprised at all that Curran was kept back until 23rd over as he comes in again? And Carty will reach 50. Guides the ball down to third. This is a shot he was attempting in the last over. Strolls through for a single. Raises the bat up to the dressing room. Looks back to Brandon King. A little touch of the gloves. 50 not out to Casey Carty. The West Indies move to 138 for 1.
He's done well, Carty. He came into the side without really many runs, especially in limited overs cricket, and he's managed to just find a method. He's not a fast scorer. Him and Shai Hope are almost perfect for a chase like this as well, especially once the dew comes in.
On the pull is Brandon King, and he loses the bat. Well, it is slippery out there. It's not quite as dramatic as that the photo that's gone around the world after Ben Stokes was out. But the ball has missed the stumps by some distance. Phil Salt has got to kind of jump out the way as the bat has gone behind Brandon King. And then all smiles on his face, Phil Salt apes to throw the bat out the ground.
Well, you say that, but just for a minute, I thought he was auditioning for a play, Phil Salt. He thought the bat was coming at him for a second there, didn't he?
Yeah, no, it was heading in his direction. Curran again, and this is a better shot. Sweet timing from the bat of King, who this time just rolls his wrists over a length delivery, which is not getting up particularly high, and takes another single backward of square on the leg side.
It's very slippy out there. You can tell from the bowling and the fielding, and now the batting as he loses control of the bat and throws it towards the wicketkeeper. Mark Richardson, New Zealand, did it celebrating a century, ran a single, and then shadowed the shot with a flourish and threw it over long on.
Short again, and this is pulled by Carty. It's well outside off stump. He has to really drag this back to the leg side. It also looks humid out there as well.
Yeah, I mean...
so is dew, humidity.
Everyone looks like Daryl Mitchell, don't they? Everyone's sweating incredibly. Not quite at Daryl Mitchell levels, but there's a lot of sweat out there. Mark Richardson, also famous, Bumble, for challenging people to run and doing it in a Kathy Freeman bodysuit. Do you remember that?
I do,
John?
yeah.
It's hard to not remember that once you've seen it.
Didn't Chris Martin continue that, although not in the cat suit? Here is Curran again, and this is pushed into the covers for another single. Runs coming very, very comfortably. Yeah, at the end of a test series, the number 11, didn't Chris Martin continue they picked the slowest member of the opposition team and they'd race across the outfield? Wasn't it Chris Martin?
Slightly different kind of athlete than Mark Richardson, though.
Yeah.
Chris Martin, I would have thought.
So what do England do here? 123 needed from 144 deliveries, 9 wickets in hand.
Well, they need a bit of magic from somewhere. It's difficult to see from where. In the last game, 9 bowlers used. They kept trying everybody, 2 overs here, 2 overs there, which was a bit farcical. We've not seen that so far. Jamie Overton with the 1 wicket that has fallen. West Indies looking comfortable, looking impressive.
I mean, if you're going to ask a bowler just to bang it in, I mean, I suppose Overton is the person you turn to. You don't want Archer to be doing that. And
Overton had no pace when he bowled. He's coming back from injury. He hasn't been bowling. Reece Topley looks like he's stuck together. Very, very stiff. Livingston as captain will continue with a bit of all sorts. Bit of leg spin, bit of off spin, bit of this, bit of that.
Well, they've got a lot of spin options, but the problem is the ball's so wet. But it is weird to have, Bethel and Mousley in the side and not use them. But I suppose maybe he just backs himself a little bit more, the wetter ball.
Here is Livingston. This is just a tossed-up delivery on leg stump, and King clips this to the left of Sam Curran up inside the circle at fine leg, who dives to his left. That would have been 4 otherwise. Bit of a loosener at the start of his 4th over. He's gone for 17. Livingston is in again, and at this time he draws King forward, who gets a thick inside edge, which flies out to Curran again, similar part of the field, and King moves to 63, 142 for 1, and the 100-run partnership's up.
Well, they played very, very well, Brandon King and Casey Carty. There's been a real calmness about the batting.
Pitched up, and this is a lofted check drive from Carty, and that is beautifully placed. Archer running around from long off. There's a fielder out at deep point, and the ball has bisected both fielders, but Carty hasn't tried to overhit this. He's just placed the shot, and it's reached the boundary before either fielder could stop the ball.
It's such a lovely shot, is this. Manoeuvres his body into position to get the ball over extra cover.
And this time he shows a deftness behind the wicket. He apes to move to the leg side, then holds his position. Livingston follows him. A little paddle push. Fine down fine leg and away to the boundary for 4 more.
He bowled 2 balls in this over that had been down the leg side. Brandon King missed the first one with a sweep, and that one was more length. But again, it's a wet ball, and he's a part-time leg spinner. You can't expect him to be landing the ball all the time.
Tossed up a little bit more, and this time Carty's forward and just pushing this delivery up to long on. Another run, and 150 up now for West Indies. 151 for 1.
Who are the other options? Jacks would be an option. Occasional slow bowling.
I think the 2 younger bowlers are the best options, aren't they? Bethel and Mousley. Yeah, I think those are the 2.
Last ball of the over. This is on a 4th stump line, cut away by Brandon King. There's a deep point out there, and it's another run. They do have plenty of options in terms of bowlers. They've got 8 of them, 9 of them, like in the second ODI, they could call upon. But who's going to take the wickets?
I think Bethel, as the finger spinner who spins the ball away from the two right-handers, might be worth a go.
Well, it is worth a go. He'd be thinking that, there's not a lot happening. And you can see the progress of the West Indies. They started way above England and they've stayed up there. There's not been any sort of drama to the innings at all. I mentioned it before. I just like the calmness of these two at the crease. They look so calm. You can get a bit skittish when you're chasing a target, and of course if you've not lost any wickets, that's the key. Don't lose wickets.
Yeah, I think both of these thinking of cashing in now as Curran continues, and again he's rolling wide of the crease, he's angling the ball in to off stump, but no great pace, no movement, and King will comfortably prop forward and take a single to long on. I mean, when you've struggled like Brandon King has, and you're in and set, and there's no real pressure on you in terms of the run rate required, it's less than 5 and over from here on in. You got to make these, you got to make it count.
Yeah, they both want to go on and get big scores. There's pressure on them from other players as well.
Curran again. This is shorter and swatted down into the ground by Carty. He's going to get 4 here. Was that a good bit of fielding? We'll have to have a little look at a couple of grabs at it. It's Pepper at deep mid-wicket. He got a hand to it, but he didn't manage to drag the ball in enough. The ball continued towards the Toblerone. I mean, it's whether his right arm and hand is still touching the Toblerone. I think it is.
But he's moved the boundary rope anyway.
Just move on. It's 4.
4 to the score. Carty moves to 64, and he's going at nearly a run a ball.
The boundary flying all over the place. It's 4.
At least he didn't land on a helmet. Curran again. This is thrashed through the covers. Carty has just started to open up. Glorious shot past extra cover, and no chance for the fielder on the boundary. 4 more to the score, and the Windies suddenly seem like they want to get this done in a hurry.
And the scrambled seam, they're all coming down dead straight. They're coming onto the bat so well. Another slap through extra cover.
It's just sitting up to be hit on that length. And Carty now better than a run a ball, as this is pitched up and pushed to mid-off, who fires the ball towards the striker's end, fielded by the keeper, Phil Salt. And it's another run to the score. 10 runs from 4 deliveries, and Sam Curran's been expensive.
It's the first time in Carty's ODI career he scored at more than a run a ball in a one-day international. His strike rate in limited overs cricket is 71.8, which is quite low for modern cricket. He's scored a 19 off 20 balls before, so at the moment he's just above run a ball, which tells you this is a special innings for him, and hopefully a chance to kickstart his career.
He's got a bit of consistency about him. Slow delivery from Curran, and it's defended back to the bowler. You know, he's averaging bang on 39.
He doesn't fail a lot.
No, he doesn't. He's played 28 matches, average of 39. He's never scored higher than 88. He's got a lot of starts, hasn't he?
The amount of times I see him get in and think, okay, this is the time he's going to go on, and he gets out. And I thought when Adil Rashid and even Livingston was at the LBW that he got the edge on earlier, thought maybe that was the point. We might see something different. But he's managed to get beyond that level that quite often causes him some issues. But he's definitely a very good starter of his innings, which, to be honest, most players are not.
It's kind of the opposite, isn't it? Oh, a lot of players. Last ball of Sam Curran's third over. We're going to head over to Kensington Oval, where Barry Wilkinson is getting ready. Again, it's full. It's on off stump. And Sam Curran fills from his own bowling and fires the ball back at the stumps. But Brandon King is A, inside and behind the crease. B, so
Can I see your
unflustered.
best side on angle, please?
He actually puts the stumps back, rearranges the stumps and places the bells back on the wicket before then walking out of his crease to have a little chat
Coming up now.
with his strike partner. Let's head over to the Kensington
Stumps,
Oval.
thank you.
Barry
I've made
Wilkinson
my decision.
with the former England international Roland Butcher.
So 162 for 1, he's pretty safe. Thank goodness for him, and thank goodness for the West Indies, even though they've got some wickets that they could probably play with at this stage. They're in a really good position, with Carty looking very, very sharp. He's actually outplayed King in a number of his strokes. He's on 69 and King is on 65. The man gone Lewis caught Rashid Bull Overton 19. That was eons and eons ago. This partnership now is pretty high. It's actually worth some 132 runs. And the West Indies need 102 more runs from 132 balls. Less than a run a ball. If they mess this up, I don't see them winning another 50 over game from here. As this one is well flighted and driven beautifully out to the extra cover region. Jofra Archer, who's gone wicketless tonight, is down there at the mid-off area, and they get 1. So 163 then for 1. 121 is the fantastic partnership. We've got Livingston in his 5th. He's bowled none for 29. England fans are quite sedated at this stage, as this one is driven in the air out to the long on area for 1, and that would take the total now to 164 for 1. So this is a situation where the West Indies, having won the first 50 over game, and that was of course on Thursday last week, lost the second on Saturday, and the series tied at 1-1. Brilliant hundreds from Shea Hope, and then one better from Liam Livingstone. 66 now to Brandon King. So that one just was well flighted. Lovely evening, no cloud in the sky at all. As he comes in now again and bowls, this one is flighted again, on driven straight to the mid-wicket area, and there is no run. So in over number 29, the target is 264. Required run rate is well below 5. It's 4.64 as a matter of fact. Here he comes in again and bowls to King, and King this time is driving through cover, beating the fielder there, diving at cover, 4 more runs. So Brandon King has gone now to 70, and the West Indies have raced on now to 169 for 1. Really and truly, both of these men are no doubt iron centuries, and they have enough runs to get it. Both of them could very well get the 3-figure mark. They're well set. They've played some delightful shots, and it's been great cricket all round. Short ball, pulled, fielded on the mid-wicket boundary, and just 1 run. So that single takes the total now to 170 for 1. 170 for 1. 71 apiece between King and Carty. King 71, Carty 71. Carty 71 from 70, King's 71 from 87. What a fantastic partnership we've seen here. Many people would have panicked a little bit when they saw Lewis, how he got out and the manner that he got out. But since he was dismissed, we've seen some very sensible batting from the West Indian pair. A couple of decisions that would have gone against England. They thought they had a wicket at one stage, only to be told it was the inside edge when Carty was sweeping and was thought to be out LBW. So, what will the captain do now? He's going to bring back Reece Topley. I'm looking at his dad, Don, who's just in the room just below us. He's also doing some bat signing. I think he's got a bat just walking around the ground getting some bats signed for his mates. As his son Reece comes in on balls, and this delivery is pitched up on driven straight to the field at mid-wicket, and there is no run. So Topley, 5 overs, no maidens, none for 26. As the total moves to 170 for 1. 170 for 1. 94 now from 125 balls. As Topley turns, goes back to his mark in the Joe Garner end. He runs in now again and bowls, and this time this is a drive, a full-blooded drive, but it's gone to the sweeper. So just another single. So that means that King now goes a bit closer to what should be a well-played century if he does get there. He's on 72. Carty is on 71. Beautiful night here in Bridgetown, Barbados. Pretty good crowd. 6,200, I understand, is the crowd's figure. And that is indeed a very good crowd, helped by the large amount of England spectators, I must tell you. As Topley turns again as he runs in down bowls, and this delivery is on the line in the middle stump, defended and played into the onside, and there's no run. As I say hello now to Mark Butcher.
Good evening. Sorry, I was a bit late. I've been out the back searching for a bit of inspiration for England. Couldn't find any. It's been a magnificent partnership, this 129 from 140. And the ball is gathering dew and going gun barrel straight.
This one is craftily played down to the third man boundary, but there's a fielder there in Adil Rashid. It was short, and there was Carty just steering it, coming off of the edge, but it was a controlled edge, and he picks up another single. Both now of these batsmen are 72, identical innings almost. Carty's got a run of ball 72, King has got 72 from 89. The race to the 100.
Yeah, I think Carty was sort of under the pump a little bit for his strike rate in ODI cricket prior to this series. The last 6 months or so, it's getting better.
Short ball that is pulled. There's a fielder on the mid-wicket boundary, so he'll only get a single. One to this fielded cleanly. It is. Throw comes in. It's a good one. Not above the stumps, but good enough. And they only get one.
One thing I think that England might have done, and it's perhaps, well, it's probably not never too late. You can always cause a bit of panic in the opposition as the finishing line comes into view, but I think they could have gone short ball, much more aggressive at both of these two players with Archer and Overton.
This one is short again, and this time it is pulled and pulled down to mid-wicket for another single, and I agree with you, 73 apiece again.
Yeah, 30 overs gone. West Indies need just 90 from the last 20. And most importantly, they have 9 wickets in hand. Shea Hope with his pads on. A very long batting lineup. Romario Shepherd, I'm told, will be fit to bat. And therefore, inspiration is required. It might even need to be divine inspiration at this point for England if they're going to win this series. West Indies looking to score back-to-back victories at home against the old rivals. December 23, the last time. Series relatively similar in that the chasing sides had the better of things. It's got to be said that England did well to raise themselves to 264 after being 24 for 4. But ever since the very first ball, really, Jofra Archer drilled through extra cover by Brandon King. West Indies have looked in total control of this run chase. No panic, no fuss, some excellent stroke play. And they've given England no sniffs whatsoever.
Yeah, it's been easy going. I mean, the pitch looks a different wicket. You made the observation earlier that it's nice to bat at night, it's not as hot. The pitch is obviously flattened out. It's looking pretty good now, and it's really a great opportunity just to settle down and just bat. It's almost like a long test match where you've got so many runs to get, you've got so many balls, 120 balls for 90 runs. I don't think any team should blow this now. Even Bangladesh should get it. Today they blew it of a great opportunity. They lost 8 wickets with 23 runs, chasing a small target, and lost the match.
So there's still hope, you're saying?
There's still hope. Whether it will happen or not is another thing.
Maybe not twice in one day.
No. Adil Rashid now to come in and bowls to Carty, and Carty's on the front foot, searches for this delivery, pushes it to the cover point area and gets one more run. He goes now to 74 to maintain his run-a-ball innings. At 74 run-a-ball, 175 for 1.
Be interested to know what the numbers are in day-night cricket nowadays in terms of teams winning batting first or second.
Yeah, it's a good stat. I'm going to put Gary Morgan on that one. Gary, there's some work for you. Perhaps let's narrow it down to what, the last 5 years?
Yeah, give him a 5-year period.
Here comes Adil Rashid now, and bowls, and this delivery is short and punched beautifully through extra cover for 4. He had a lot of time to place that ball, a lot of time. It was short, it was outside the line of the off stump, and he placed it well. It was not a top shot, but it was placed through the gap. 4 more runs, and the total now races to 179 for 1.
Well, King has been princely through the offside. If you'll excuse my mixing up of royalty.
Again, on driven. Straight to the fielder there at the mid-on area. No run.
Such is the confidence that King has played with. He's picked the wrong one from Adil Rashid, which he couldn't do early in the season.
He comes down the pitch and this time drives inside out to the extra cover area. I got excited because I thought it was going to go for 6, but he's only a single after all of that excitement. And 1 run to take the total to 180 for 1. King goes to 78, Carty on 74. The partnership continues to bloom and bloom well.
Yeah, he's just trying to expand his game a little bit here. I mean, there's a 1-day 100 begging for both of these players.
Here he comes in again and bowls, this time to Carty, and Carty this time is cutting this. Backward of point, misfielded there, and they're going to get just 1. Well packed up.
Yeah, the huge figure of Reece Topley at backward point didn't get down quite as quickly as somebody like Jacob Bethel might have done. 31 overs gone, 181 for 1.
Yeah, 78 there for King. Carty's got 75 from 75. The England fans now looking at a really dejected.
Yes. There is glumness. But hey, be beautiful sunshine on the beach tomorrow morning. Don't look too upset. There are worse places to be.
So this is now Casey Carty's best score versus England. Previously 71 in the last match. So Casey Carty beginning to build a reputation as a pretty consistent batsman. He's had opportunities in tests as well. Here comes Topley in now in bowls, and this delivery is driven straight to cover. Still no run there for him. The West Indies, and you look at the stats, 83 more from 113 balls. They really shouldn't blow it from here. Surprised I haven't seen Jacob Bethel bowl that, because we've seen Archer none for 33, Topley none for 30, Overton 1 for 17, Rashid none for 38, Livingston none for 36, Curran none for 23, and nothing from Mosley or Bethel. You're surprised by that?
Well, but yes and no. I mean, they used 9 bowlers in the last game in Antigua, but I think the issue really is Reece Topley is down having the bails employed to scrape the mud which is gathering on the bottom of his spikes. It just tells you that there's a lot of moisture out there, a lot of dew. We've had the sort of the temperature change here in the evening, and England you can tell from looking at the white ball that it's gathering a lot of moisture. The seam looks sort of very, very dark, and obviously there's a huge change in terms of the moisture content out there on the ground, because Reece Topley's carrying half of it on the bottom of his shoes. So that might be the reason they're not going with the finger spinners, because they're gripping the ball, trying to get any sort of purchase on it is not going to be much use. So that's the only reason I can think of.
I'm not a fan of using the bills to clean your boots.
Well, they're not the Zings, so they're not that expensive.
Well, I have to read the ICC rules about use of these extra paraphernalia.
Well, I mean, listen, the laws of cricket are multiple, but if there was one in there about not being allowed to use a bail to scrape mud off the bottom of your shoes, I'd be very surprised.
You know, one thing that has fascinated me is when you look at dressing rooms around the world, Butch, I'm surprised that there's no kind of like low sink to clean your boots at the end of the day. You always walk them back into the dressing room, as this one is short and is pulled high, hard and handsome into the Greenwich and Haynes stand. Gone for 6. Carty now opening his shoulders and showing his repertoire. He goes to 81. 187 for 1.
Yeah, striking it over 100. Casey Carty. He's played some wonderful shots today. My favourite being the little bunt over extra cover that he played off the bowling of Liam Livingstone, I think it was. Just opened up the body. Beautiful control of the bat face over extra cover for 4. But that pull shot for 6 was pretty good too.
Here he comes in again. This time is driven back to the bowler, who threatens to throw the stumps down. Carty just backs away and say, "Hey, take your shot."
Yeah, it's well, I know why the England fans are looking so glum. What the game needs is a little bit of jeopardy. It's needed it for about the last 10-15 overs, and that's not speaking as an England fan. That's just, even as a neutral, you just want there to be some sort of a contest when the series is on the line.
Outside of the all stump, coming off the under edge, no run. I've got some stats that we asked Gary for. In 144 day-night games since January 2019, batting first, the team has won 65 times. Chasing, the team has won 74 correction. There's been 5 no results. So there you have it. They've been more successful chases than they have been batting first.
But it's not as stark as you would imagine.
No, it's pretty close.
Yeah.
Here he comes in again and bowls, and this delivery is hit in the air beautifully, back down the ground, should be 4. It's labouring towards the boundary, so too is the fielder, but he just retrieves as he gets there now, and another 4 for Carty, who's winning the race to the century. He now briskly moves on to 85, I make it, and the West Indies need now 73 more from 108.
Yeah, I mean, he's just brimming over with confidence right now. Talking with Carlos Brathwaite next door about his sort of progression over the last 3 years, and how year on year the numbers have improved. How he's been entrusted by management to hold down this position at number 3, given a run in the side. He works unbelievably hard, I'm told. Quick learner, soaks up information like a sponge, and it's all coming together. He's starting to play like a man who's been born to do it at number 3.
This one is driven down the ground by Brandon King. As again, Mark Butcher leaves us, but we welcome back Roland Butcher. Roland, this partnership, tremendous. In fact, I'll give you some more stats, and I want to congratulate Gary Morgan for doing a fine job. This is the first time since December 2019 in a chasing innings that the West Indies batters number 1 and 3 have passed 70 plus in the same innings. The last time was versus India at Chennai. Both batters actually made hundreds when Shea Hope got 102 not out and Shimron Hetmeyer got 139, and I dare say they won't perhaps reach that deep in terms of 139, but these two could also get hundreds as well. As Rashid bowls, and this one is an attempted sweep shot that in the end just turned out to be somewhat of a guide shot to the mid-wicket area for 1.
Yeah, excellent partnership really between these two, King and Carty. I think they've changed the whole complexion of this game. I think 260 odd was a challenge in total, but this partnership right now, which is over 150, makes it look pretty much like a cakewalk at the moment. And as you said, yeah, both could get centuries, and both would be deserving the way they're playing.
Here comes Rashid now, bowls to King, and King this time is getting a short ball, looking to cut it. Cuts it to the backward point area, wanted a single, but set back by Carty. Casey Carty, the man from St Martin. First cricketer to play international cricket from St Martin. Brandon King from Kingston, Jamaica. Always had this talent and ability. He's on 79. He's on strike as Rashid bowls, and this time he's pulling and pulling well, but has gone down to the fielder at mid-wicket along the ground, and there is just going to be 1 run.
Yeah, just waiting on that delivery and just really swatting it past the square leg. Position moves to 80. 194 for 1, so West Indies doing this at the moment quite easily.
Yeah, it's been very easy for them, as this time it's just an on drive, straight to the fielder there at mid-on, and there's still no run.
Seems a very long time ago since Evan Lewis was dismissed. And it's really none of the England bowlers really been able, apart from Overton. Rashidi has been tidy, but I think generally the bowling has been fairly lackluster. I think Archer's figures, number 33, doesn't really reflect I didn't think he bowled that well. I think he was fortunate to get away, only really going for 33 today. Much too full, lacking in pace. I thought Overton put in a good effort. His 4 overs cost him 17, so he's done a good job. You were calling for Jacob Bethel, and you've got him, Barry.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mark's point is very valid, however, from the perspective that the spinners have not been able to grip as much, even though we saw Livingston bowl some 5 overs, and we also saw, well, so far we've seen, 8 from Rashid. So the spinners are both 13. This is not bad. Let's see what Jacob Bethel, the hometown boy, can do. The boy from Barbados. Let's go at Harrison College here in Barbados. As this delivery brings the batsman on the front foot, driven to cover. There's no run.
Yeah, it hasn't been a great homecoming for Jacob. He dismissed it there for a duck, now having to come in and try and rescue something at this late stage.
Here he comes now with his left arm spin and bowls, and this time he comes down the pitch and doesn't time it at all, comes off the inside edge, and luckily for him, he wasn't beaten in flight, because he could have been out-stumped.
But he nearly yoked himself, actually. He in the end got far too close to the delivery and just got the bat down in time.
Here he comes in again now and bowls. This time it's a drive out to the long off area for 1. So King now goes to 81 from 100 deliveries. He won't be worried about his strike rate tonight.
Not at all. I think what is important tonight is the result. It doesn't matter how slowly you get it. I think with a win on the line, you win the game, you win the series. So that's what it's all about, really.
Here comes Bethel in again, and this time bowls to Carty, and Carty this time is on driving out to the long on area. They actually walk a single. I don't want to say it, but there's been a little boredom to this game and this innings. You agree with that?
It's turning out to be a bit of a walk in the park, really. You felt that the total could have been challenging. Good recovery from where England were at, but I think West Indies have really got hold of this game, as you said, from almost the first delivery, really.
Here he comes in again and bowls. This time he comes down the pitch and drives beautifully through extra cover for 4. What a shot from Brandon King. He has this knack to pierce offside fields, and you just have to give him 10 points for it. 4 runs to Brandon King.
He's played some good shots tonight, but for me this is the best he's played, really. He's given himself a little bit of room. He's dissected those 2 fielders there on the offside, and heads to 85.
Yeah, he's got 85 from 101, 200 for 1 as the score. As Bethel bowls again, and this time King is looking to sweep. Comes off the pad and goes down to flying leg. A bit of a stifle appeal there from Jacob Bethel, as the umpire responds by signaling a leg by. So 34 overs gone. To win now, the West Indies just need 63 runs, and they've got 96 balls as the drinks break comes to calling.
Yes, it would really need a monumental collapse now, really, for West Indies not to win this game. I think this partnership has ensured that they will certainly get there. It's been a fabulous batting performance by King and Carty, and after that brisk start by Lewis, but now it seems as if these two will take West Indies home, and I don't think this pitch really has offered a huge amount to any of the bowlers, really, whether it's fast or slow. West Indies did bowl extremely well right at the beginning of the game to get England in position at 20 out for 4. That really was quite significant. But I think if you look at the whole game, Barry, you would feel really that the bat has been very much in charge.
How was the pitch played to you, Roland? I mean, the pitch has been a subject and bone of a contention in Barbados for years. How did it play tonight?
I think it's played well. I think it's played very well, actually. It's once the ball is new, there was something happening, but I think as soon as the shine went off the ball, batting, I think it's become very easy. We saw that after those 4 wickets going down early for England, how easy Curran and Salt were batting, and then obviously the late middle order continued that trend, so that that showed that the pitch was in good order, and West Indies innings really, as those
cart has gone off. I miss those days when there was an actual drinks cart. Now everybody just brings their own water out. It's almost 10 to 9 local time. I really feel for the guys back in the studio. It's 1:45.
Yeah, that's the...
Philo Wallace is probably sleeping in the studio.
More than likely, but that's the nature of this game. It could have been worse. A couple of weeks ago, Barry, would have been 5 hours. It's 4 now.
Yeah. All right, so 201 for Woman about to start the 35th. Here is none other than Manners.
Thank you very much indeed, Barry Wilkinson. I can confirm that Philo is wide awake and he's on coffee duty. Flicked away, first delivery from Jofra Archer by Brandon King for another single behind square on the leg side. This has become a real walk in the park for the home nation, home side, home region. But I have to say both players for some time now I think have had their eyes on 100, and they well, it's often said that a player deserves 100 before they've got there, and I think that can be overstated. You need to get there to deserve it. Short from Archer again, pulled away by Casey Carty out towards deep mid-wicket. Should be at least 2 here as Jacob Bethel does the fielding. And Harmy, it's that time now where the rabbit needs to be rescued from the hat, and I don't know how it's going to be done.
I'm not sure how it's going to be done. I asked for Sam Curran, he didn't perform, he hasn't bowled. Jofra looks is a little bit off. When I think when your team's is off is when your absolute banker, Adil Rashid, I mean, not for 41 off 8, but he hasn't had the level of consistency, control and level of pressure. And when Adil Rashid's off, I think you can safely say that England have not had the greatest of days.
Here's Jofra Archer again, once more back of a length, aiming at the rib cage. Jacob Bethel does the fielding at square leg, and they trot through for a single. It's probably a little early for to assess the day. Maybe not, Bumble. Credit to the West Indies.
Well, they've done the hard work, and now they can just enjoy it. These two will be looking for a century each, and it'll be well deserved. And so, winning the tosses, I think, has been very, very important. To bowl first, and I thought they responded really well. There was all that kerfuffle with Alzari Joseph, which will get another airing, I'm absolutely certain. Pushed into the offside, and there's no run. But the way that they've brought themselves together from that, they were in disarray. You could tell they were really shocked with the player walking off the field, walking off the field, playing with 10, the coach is getting involved, the player, Joseph, coming back on, getting the run around, England getting to 263 from an unlikely position of 20 off for 4. But these two, King and Carty, have calmed everything down, and they've enjoyed themselves.
Here's Archer now. He's certainly not given up. He's steaming in. You can see the determination on his face and in his eyes. Bowls a bouncer which doesn't really get up at all. In fact, it squats and is almost caught on the second bounce by Phil Salt. Both of you, to that level of obvious lack of emotion and loss of temper and disrespect for your captain, your teammates, and for it to be so unapologetically public and obvious. I mean, Philo Wallace was just saying that he should be left out the T20 series and just not considered, told to go home and have a serious think.
Well, that will be down the line. Right now,
Archer smashed through extra cover. And they'll go through for 2 as could be tidied up by Jamie Overton running around on the cover boundary. Was that a drop?
Yeah,
was that a drop?
That might just have burst through his hands. He's hit it very, very hard, and it goes through Cox. They pick a couple up. But that sort of discipline is down the line. Right now, just win this game. He will get, the lad will get discipline, and he'll know he will. And they'll deal with it in their own time.
It's a poor
that
drop
is
catch.
that is a I'm so sorry. You know what? I thought it was hit into the ground and he parried it, but it's gone straight to him. And that,
Jordan
you know, he's
Cox.
got that big finger with his big problem with it smashed his ring finger, but he wears a brace on it. But he took a stunning catch, didn't he, in the first game?
He took a good catch in the
and that
first
was a
game.
shocking drop, really.
That was the first game. You know, that's when things are going well and going nicely. He's batted 3 times since then and not scored a run. He's, you know, scrambled brain, and you tend to drop catches when things aren't going well for you. And he's got to take that catch at this level. That's an easy catch in international cricket. He's dived for it, made it look as though it was harder than what it was, but for me that was a comfortable catch, in, especially at this level, and these players should be taking them.
Jacob Bethel now. He's bowled an over, and it was tidy enough. And but what a time for him to be bowling his second over. It's beautifully guided by Casey Carty with an open face bat here as Jacob Bethel spins the ball away from him, and it runs away towards third man. Reece Topley it was, wasn't it, who was in pursuit, and he's dived, he's flicked it back, but third umpire wants to have a look to see whether that was a clean save.
Reece Topley's looked very, very stiff.
Got his hand
while
on it.
bowling, and he looks as though he hasn't bowled for in the middle for.
Have you got anything that shows me he's
time,
released the ball before his hand touches over the boundary there?
He's chased after that.
Thank you, that might tell me.
He's probably thinking, just go for 4, just got faster, get away, and he's had to have a dive, pull it back, and he's done brilliantly well. He really has.
Yeah, runs.
He stopped the ball. He's getting it inside just before the rope. He's gone diving into the rope, but it hasn't been the greatest day for big Reece Topley back in an England shirt.
Jacob Bethel with his left arm spin is in down the leg side, and this is an angry shake of Brandon King's head. He's seen half volley leg stump. He's gone for the big power sweep. He's trying to maybe overhit it. It's hit him on the pad, and he's just shaking his head as the ball bounces off his pad.
There's a race to 100 here. King is 88, Carty's 93. Where's your money?
Carty.
Oh, well, King's on strike.
Jacob Bethel in again and smashed off the back foot here. Not smashed, actually. He played it nice straight back down to long on for a single.
I'm going second favourite here. I'm going to just... the favourite's there. Carty is easy favourite, 93.
Off 88 balls.
And he's on strike. I'm going to go King.
Yeah, I think Carty, I fancy Carty. I think he's marginally played the better of the two. I think he's played some beautiful shots down the ground. The risks he's taken, I think he's been in total control.
Bethel in again. I'm not sure there was much control about that one from Casey Carty. It's come off a thick outside edge, and it's raced away down to the third man boundary for 4. That was a genuine edge, wasn't it?
Yeah, it is, but it's a strong edge, and it's flown down to third man for another 4. Now, he's there. He's 97 now. He's there. No more bets.
Just tried to open the face, and he's got the outside edge. It was an edge, you're right.
Strong.
I think he's beaten, but I think he's opened the face. But he's just got a thick outside edge. Good hand speed. He's had great hand speed. Pulled the ball before over mid-wicket. And it was a beautiful shot off, I think it was off Jofra Archer. Bang, straight over mid-wicket. It wasn't massively sure. It actually wasn't off Jofra Archer. It was off Reece Topley from around the wicket. And he's just picked it up, pulled it in front of square beautifully. Hands have been great.
Bethel in again, sweep shot. A very optimistic appeal from Phil Salt. Pitching maybe just on leg stump and missing leg stump comfortably. How do England... Harmy, if you were sort of staring at your boots down at third man or wherever you'd be fielding at this stage with the spinner on, and the captain was shouting, "Come on, boys, they still need 40. Come on, we can still win this." Flicked away out on the onside and fielded by Adil Rashid. They go through for an easy single. Would you be sort of looking away and trying to? I mean,
you always want to try and affect the game. Even if it's you've got to have some personal pride in a way that I might concede a few runs, but I might get some international wickets, and that's what you've got to look at it. I don't even think even the calamitous West Indies could even make a mess of this from here.
48 off 84 balls.
Yeah, with 9 wickets in hand. I don't even think. The best of West Indies collapses can come from here. But from a personal point of view, you want to be in the game, and you want to try and take international wickets and see if you can make a difference. I'm sure there are people with their heads down, not wanting to look at the captain, but there wasn't many people I played with like that.
Here is Jofra Archer again, bangs it in short. He's trying his, you know what, he's absolutely eyeballs out effort here, Jofra Archer. There's nothing being held back here. He's grimacing, he's bowling as well as he possibly can.
137 Ks, bouncer, quick enough, and it just goes pleasantly through to the wicket-keeper. Pace has gone.
Pitch has become plasticine.
Yeah, it has.
There's more bounce and carry in the first 15 overs than there has been in the rest of the match. Seems to have got the pitch has been dying a slow death throughout the course of the game. This one pushed away up behind square on the offside, no run.
Well, all the stats are telling you that if you win the toss, you'll bowl first and have a chase and the comfortable victories, and the stats have gone the same way here. No, they know the Carty's on 98. Andy's on strike. King is on 89. He's left him behind.
And he's played absolutely beautiful, the man from St Martin. Here's Jofra Archer once again up to the crease now, bowls, and that one is steered away very nicely by Casey Carty for a single down towards third man, and he's just taken him to 99 from 93. Brandon King has 89. What a partnership it's been. The first and only wicket to fall, that of Evan Lewis, who mistimed a pull shot against Jamie Overton, who's only bowled 4 overs. We did say, or Harmy did say, that if he did bowl, and he's on a rehabilitation course, isn't he, after a serious injury, and you did say that if he bowled, it would only be one spell.
Yeah, it'd be one spell, and I think with what's coming, I think it was only ever going to be 4 overs.
Here's Archer again, looks to go block hole, and it's driven, and Liam Livingstone at mid-off. It's like a dog circling his bed, trying to find the right position to lie down. He doesn't know where the ball is. He dived over it, it ricocheted off him. He kicks the turf in frustration. He didn't know whether it was behind him or sideways or free. He didn't know where it was.
Carty's on 99. Andy's got strike, and he's got 3 deliveries from this Archer over.
Plenty of, I know it's going to sound like the ultimate modern day cliche, certainly from the players, but plenty of good signs for England. Given that they were 24 for 4, there was some real character, and I'm assuming that they're going to lose this game. But I just thought that for them to score 263 for 8, having been 24 for 4, I thought the character and skill shown by Phil Salt was enormously encouraging. Here's Archer again, and it's just the ball is just bouncing like a cold squash ball on a winter morning.
And have you noticed the run-ups now, how damp they are, where the bowlers are running in? You can see all the damp marks for all the foot marks. It's really wet out there. 99. Carty 99. King 90.
Casey Carty's in a golden run of form. I mean, this is the 6th time in the last 9 innings that he's passed 50, but he won't get his 100 with this one. Again, it's steered away down towards third man, but third man is up in a sort of a gully position, really. A very short third man. It's gone straight to him, and there's no run. Having looked to see the West Indies.
Was he there? I think he was just sat in the background. It was
Alzari Joseph was in the.
I think he was just sat in the background there. He was sitting next to Shimron Hetmeyer, and Carlos Brathwaite working on the TV. He talked about Hetmeyer's role in all that incident, which was very good.
Carty on strike. Here's Jofra Archer, bowls him a short one. He tries to pull it. He gets the bottom edge onto his own thigh pad, and it bounces out towards Phil Salt. Casey Carty berating himself. Steady on, lad. You're 99 not out. So okay, you missed one pull shot. Don't worry about it. You're winning the game. You're 99 not out. West Indies need 45 off 78 balls, 219 for 1 in 37 overs.
Well, he's been on 99 there for 3 deliveries from Jofra Archer, and he's tried to just guide 2 down to third man. Gully is in that wide position, so he stopped him. Gets a short ball, that's the one. His eyes had light up, knock it away. He gets a toe ender on it, drops down at his feet, still on 99.
It's the short ball that will annoy him more than anything else.
This is already a career best for Casey Carty. Has 4 international half centuries and in ODI cricket, and a best previously of 88. So his 99 now, a career best, and within touching, smelling distance of a maiden century. It'll be a very special moment indeed for him. But Brandon King takes a single off the first ball of the over, moves on to 91 himself, 220 for 1. Here is Jacob Bethel, bowls to Carty. Short, cut behind square on the offside. Reece Topley's got a chase on, but the ball is going to win. And Casey Carty, the 26-year-old from the island of St Martin, records his maiden ODI century. Off comes the helmet, the bat is raised. Smile on his face. He's an immensely popular cricketer amongst his teammates, all of whom are standing, giving him an ovation from the dressing room balcony. Casey Carty, 103 not out from 97 balls.
And very matter of fact there, that celebration. He must be absolutely thrilled.
Well, back to the action. Jacob Bethel comes in, and Casey Carty straight back, pushes it down the ground to long off. I'm sure you remember your first golden run of form, Bumble, and I'm sure you remember who said, make the best of it, lad. Cash in.
It used to be that. It used to be book in, bed and breakfast. If you get some, book in, bed and breakfast. Don't get out.
Booked in bed and breakfast, and I think the England bowlers have tickled his ears to help him get off, because just not bowled very well.
Bethel in again. That's a poor delivery. That is short, that is poor, and he's lucky that he's not been hit for 6. He's not a frontline bowler, Jacob Bethel, yet, but that was, if not a long hop, it was 2 yards shorter than it should have been, and it's just been powered away by Brandon King for a flat 4 over mid wicket.
Yeah, it just dragged down, and there's no pace in this pitch at all. There's no pace on the ball, and yeah, we can look at Bethel. He's gone for 25 off 2.4, but your bowlers before and responsibility just haven't been good enough tonight.
Bethel in again, and that one pushed out towards cover.
That typifies it there. That's just, I mean, that's a singleton. That's not even gone. That's it, 25 metres. It's inside the 30 metre circle. You've got 3 men on the offside in the ring, and it's gone a little bit in the gap. But I mean, that tells you just England look as though, let's get these 30 raw runs and off we go.
This is your original starter car. This.
It is, yeah, absolutely.
Engines
couldn't
running.
agree more.
Casey Carty, 104 not out from 98 balls. Bethel into him, gives that one some air. And it's flat driven to backward point. I think that's Dan Mosley now getting his chance at backward point. But as I said, it might have been an uninspiring bowling performance from England. But you know, at least they gave. There were times when they looked like they might be bowled out for 120, and to make 263, I thought was a very fine batting effort. But Harmy was bang on the money when he said that it wasn't enough.
No, it always gets better when the ball's coming on and skidding on, but you talk about the 263. I mean, you mentioned it could have been a hell of a lot worse, but you look at Overton at number 8, 32 off 21, and you look at Jofra Archer at number 9, 38 off 17. I mean, England seriously could have been bowled out after recovering quite well for 200. We would have been home a long time ago now. The game would have been finished, and I mean, the post-mortem would have been finished, but I think England have been quite fortunate to get to 263, and they didn't learn from that when they've come out to bowl. Leinster bowled, and, you know, the pace they've bowled on it, variations of bowl, consistency of length hasn't been there.
Archer down the leg side. That too is a less than impressive delivery, and I'm afraid that Sam Curran has made a mess of things down at long leg. It's short down the leg side, pulled away, and Brandon King joins Casey Carty in the Century Club. What a partnership, what a brilliant partnership it's been from these two. He reaches his 100 from 113 balls. He's paced it brilliantly, the opener. He was quite slow early on, wasn't bothered by that. It didn't matter. 13th for to go with his 1-6. And he's 100 not out from 113 balls, and the West Indies are coasting.
Well, it's special. I mean, two batters getting to a century. Both congratulate each other in the middle. And just enjoy it. Take it all in. Winning the game at a canter.
Here is Jofra Archer. That was a poor delivery. He knows it. I'm not sure what he was trying, but he's trying a few rib ticklers. He must know. He's just not getting the response.
He's not getting. It's not so much getting the response. He's not getting his action. He's coming down the inside of the ball quite a lot. I mentioned this last time I was on commentary. I might be trying a bit too hard. He hasn't obviously had the volume of bowling. He's getting to the crease and he's not getting fully behind the full wrist snap behind the ball that Jofra gets, and that normally takes him from 141 to 147 kilometres an hour. He's just coming down the inside of the ball, and it makes it worse when you try to hit the pitch hard.
Short pulled away through mid-on, and that one has beaten Adil Rashid, who gives up the chase, and rightly so. Nobody would have got that, not even Usain Bolt. There's another short one from Jofra Archer. It must be very frustrating, Harmy, when you're the go-to guy. You've been the go-to guy. He was Owen Morgan's go-to guy. Every time the opposition were beginning to get on top of England, Owen Morgan would toss the ball to Jofra Archer and say, get me a wicket, and he often delivered.
Yeah, and I think we've got to be careful. He's not played a lot of cricket as the lad. He's been out injured quite a bit. There's a little technical thing that's coming in at this point. He's possibly trying that little bit too hard. To say he's coming down the inside of it, and when you bowl back of a length, it exaggerates it even more.
Another short one from Archer, another pull shot, another misfield. This time the guilty party is Dan Mosley.
It's like a skating rink out there. We've just seen Sam Curran on the boundary fly past one, diving on the floor.
Liam Livingston kicking the dirt earlier after
sliding into the... They look like they come out of somebody's goal mouth in the middle of December. Back in the 60s.
I'm going to say back in the 60s, not on the pitches that we've got now.
No,
but
back in the 60s.
West Indies need 23 runs to win from 68 balls. Brandon King 101, Casey Carty 110. Here is Archer once again. He's still going short. I mean, I pull shot. Casey Carty doesn't time it. It's out towards mid-wicket and fielded by Will Jacks, and there's no run. But Archer's been bowling back of a length for 2.5 overs now.
Yeah, he's just trying to hit the pitch, and like I said before, there's a little technical thing that his timings aren't quite right. So yeah, I don't understand that. And when that's not quite right, he loses pace, and when it loses pace, it just sits up, especially on this surface. So he's been off. Adil Rashid's been off.
Archer again, back of a length, but this time leg side, clipped away for a single down to Sam Curran at long leg. I suppose people will be very critical of Bumble, as England fans often are, but you know, as I said, it's a very new look team, not very many seasoned professionals. You know, a good few players missing. So four debutants in the first game, and I think that people shouldn't be too hard.
No, and when you think about the players who would automatically come back into the team, this is effectively half of a second 11 who were given an opportunity to see what they can do, and there's been an odd 50 here and there. I just look at the bowling aspect, particularly in the last game at Antigua, which England won on a run chase, but they bowled poorly and fielded poorly. They started with the ball very, very poorly here. 2 overs for 20 on the board have set the tone. West Indies, I think, have really enjoyed themselves with this partnership. It's special. King's on 101, Carty's on 111, and I think they've put England in the place, to be honest.
They just brought up the 200 partnership because they were 42 for one when Evan Lewis was out, mistiming a pull against Jamie Overton for 19, and they're now 242 for one. Adil Rashid is back, and that's the worst of a number of very poor deliveries that he's bowled in this spell. That was short, way down the leg side, and it's just been helped on its way, scooped for a one bounce 4 to an unguarded field at long leg.
This is when
Jared.
This is when I come into my own, Manus, because we could get the former professional to explain that, but that's the kind of delivery that I specialise in.
Because you bowled a few?
The terrible leg spinner that is the wrong length, the wrong line, and then gets hit away. The game is over, the sting is out of it, but Adil Rashid is wondering what he's going to have back at the hotel at this stage, isn't he?
I'm afraid I find it hard to explain how off Adil Rashid has been. He's bowled more bad balls than I've sometimes seen him bowl in a season or a series. 246 for one, this one cut to backward point, no run.
It's a wet ball. I
Right.
think that's mitigating circumstances. He's found it very difficult to grip and to spin the ball.
He's got a wide slip in still, and that one does spin, but it's a little bit too short, and it's pulled by Carty down towards long on and fielded by Jordan Cox.
Also, the wickets changed a lot from the first innings. You watch Roston chase in the first innings, the ball was just gripping and slowing down in the air, whereas now it's just sliding on. That last ball was fine, and yet, Carty had no issue. He slog swept it for one on purpose, completely. This wicket has changed a lot. But yeah, I think the wet ball is the major issue that Adil Rashid has had.
247 for one, just 17 runs needed for victory. Adil Rashid still desperately trying to dry the ball on the back of his trousers. Here he is again, gives that one a bit of air, and it's driven past the man, catching it short mid-off.
And every time it's driven on the ground like that, he's just picking up water, and they've got to go through the whole process again of trying to keep it dry. Nevertheless, I think it's West Indies that have got the game plans absolutely right. Winning the toss, very important. And I thought they bowled pretty well. 20 odd for 4. England responded. Injury to one of the bowlers, so they had to box clever. But these two, been special.
Rashid again, flighty leg spinner outside the off stump, very full, driven down to long on. Sam Curran does the fielding.
And they very quickly now go into 3 T20 matches. And five of them.
I was just thinking, I thought I was booked for more than that.
Is there no end?
No.
There isn't, is the answer to that. 5 T20s to come.
First 2 at the Kensington Oval in Barbados, the last 3 in St Lucia. Brandon King 102 is Adil Rashid again, and pitches that one up once more. It's driven. Liam Livingstone has at least got a couple of extra men in the circle now.
And he's got down to field that. He's hit him straight on the knee and ricocheted to another fielder. So St Lucia for 3, stay here for 2. What a trip that is. No wonder these spectators are there.
3 games in Antigua, 3 in Barbados, and 2 in Antigua, 3 in Barbados, and 3 in St Lucia. Not the worst, is it?
If you had to choose one of those islands to hang out in, which is the one you choose?
Antigua or St Lucia, I think Barbados is absolutely wonderful, but I guess Barbados is more of a tourist destination, is it?
Manners, when you ask a question like that, Manners' first thought is, what's the price of a meal in each of these places? You could see his mind working through. Barbados is a little bit more expensive.
And you know that I was thinking that in Antigua you're probably going to be in an all-inclusive resort.
Almost everything in Antigua is, right?
Yes, Antigua, yes, all-inclusive, yes.
You and a bunch of Americans.
Here's Reece Topley. That's another poor delivery down the leg side, wide call.
When I was working for TV, we were in Sandals, and Sandals is couples only. And of course, I was in a room by myself, and you get a note under the door. When you get a note under the door, and this note under the door said, "When you're all out of love, join us in the bar for pre-dinner cocktails." When you're all out of love.
That one is driven up into the air, and it's just going to fall short of everybody. Adil Rashid and Jofra Archer both thought momentarily that they were in business for a catch.
I was Tony Gregg was also staying there. And I asked him if he was all out of love as I met him in the pre-dinner cocktail
It was a
lounge.
great song by Chicago, wasn't it?
When You're All Out of Love, yeah. Yeah, was it Chicago?
One of those aluminium rock bands. Here's Reece Topley again. Bowls him! Hits the leg stump. Brandon King cannot understand. Looks like a man who's been told a joke in a foreign language. He looks around, he looks at his bat, he looks at the leg stump, and he doesn't understand what's happened. He's just missed a leg side straight one from Reece Topley, and he's been bowled for 102, and a very, very scant consolation for England and for Reece Topley.
This isn't something you hear a lot for international cricketers, but I think he might have just raised his head a little bit there, man. I think if you go back and have a look, he just raised his head as if to go, I'm going to hit this on the leg side. I'll just take a look which boundary I'm going to flick it to, and raised his head a little bit. It was a length ball, maybe even a half volley on leg stump. And I had a look to see if it did anything. Didn't do anything until it hit the stumps.
Full length, just hit leg stump, but all the damage is there. The job's done. Wonderful innings. Air supply it was, all out of love.
It was a long time ago. I think that was a hit when I was still at school. You'd have been a
70s, isn't it?
Yeah. Right, Reece Topley with a consolation wicket, 1 for 42. West Indies need 264 for victory, and they're 251 for 2. So Casey Carty is going to see them through to the close. I'm sure that's his intention. He's 118 not out from 108. And Shea Hope, the captain, comes to the crease. And he was there for the winning runs in the first game.
I've never been more certain in my life of a man who's going to be not out at the end of this chase. He lives for this, Shea Hope. Absolutely loves it.
I did enjoy the look of bemusement on Brandon King's face. It's like, how? What has just happened?
I thought he might have flicked his pad originally, but he doesn't. He just played around it a little bit. And as I said, he lifts his head. He's going to sort of dog kick it over the leg side a little bit.
And I thought it went through his legs. It's just touched leg stump, hasn't it?
Mm. Well, Liam Livingstone is still tinkering, still hoping that there are half a dozen rabbits to be rescued from the hat, because 1 or 2 won't do now. He needs something. He needs a cricketing miracle. 13 runs to win from 58 balls. Topley goes for the leg stump Yorker, and it's clipped away by Shea Hope out towards deep square leg, and they'll come back comfortably for 2. West Indies captain off the mark, just 11 required.
A couple of years ago, Shea Hope would have been, I think, not out 4 off 12 here, but he's a different kind of player now, a lot busier, become a T20 player, played in the IPL. But I do like the fact that Casey Carty is 118 off 108, and he's dropped that on the leg side and just yelled 2. It's 1, Shea. We're okay. You don't need to push him. He's done his job.
I think actually Shea Hope's become a very good T20 player, hasn't he? And there was a thought that he was too slow. There's sort of another full one from Topley outside the off stump this time, and Hope tries to chop down on it, plays over the top of it, misses it, through to Phil Salt.
There wasn't a thought that he was too slow.
He was too slow.
Too slow, and he went away, and he puts an incredibly high price on his wicket. He struggled in test matches, but in one-day cricket, it's just recently he's come with a batting average of under at 50.
Well, you expand your game, as Jimmy Anderson is doing, of course, moving from test match cricket into T20 IPL.
He last played the T20 game in 2013, is that right? About 11, 12 years ago. Here's Reece Topley to Shea Hope once again, and he steers it to backward point where Jordan Coxfield's no run.
He was actually a very good white ball cricketer, like more than 10 years ago.
Is he not still England's leading wicket taker in ODIs?
I think he is in ODIs.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
No one's overtaken him. It's incredible.
It's an incredible story that, you know, he clearly wanted to carry on playing, and he gets a tap on the shoulder. We don't think it's going to happen, but we'd like you to come along as one of the coaches, and then he thinks.
Topley into Hope, off the back foot, punches to cover, Coxfield no run.
All right, I'll have a go at one-day cricket then. Yeah, I'll put myself in for the auction. I think he's gone in at the base rate. So does that mean it stays at the base rate?
No.
Could people start
that
bidding?
Could trigger a bidding war.
I see.
Yeah, so you can't bid any more than that amount. Any less than that amount. And so he's not going to go for a ton of money. But if he does go, experienced international seamer, quite fit, still does the job.
You'll know this, Jared, that there's his base rate, and is there anything that said it's not met his reserve? The bids, when they finish, they've not met the expectations
well,
of
your
the player.
base rate, you have to be sold for your base rate.
I see.
So I think that is his reserve.
Yeah, that's same thing. Adil Rashid in little slog sweep here from Casey Carty, but a controlled one really out towards Jamie Overton at square leg, 1 run.
There was a bit of an issue before with some overseas players of putting themselves in at a base rate, and then if they didn't get sold for a certain amount, they would then just pull out. But now it's much tougher to do that in the IPL, because I think, is there a 2 or 3 year, if you get drafted and you don't play, there's a 2 or 3 year ban, I think, that the IPL have put in. They're just sick and tired of international players sort of having it each way. If you put your name in and you get picked up, that's what an auction is. You play the game.
I'll tell you what, it's a very interesting little story about Evan Lewis. Adil Rashid in googly, defended by Shea Hope, but just recently there was a mini auction for the SA20, and sometimes if a player puts too high a reserve, then the franchises all think, who the heck do you think you are? And they won't bid for him. But if a really good player, Phil Salt takes the bails off here as a leg spinner goes past Shea Hope's bat, but his back foot safely anchored in the crease. I think
they're reviewing it.
Alahuddin Palikar is going to send it upstairs, but I'm
TV umpire to director, we have a player review
is going to give this not out. But Evan Lewis
was not out.
Put himself at a very high bid, 1.5 million rand. And there were several franchises who said they would comfortably have got into a bidding war, but they just thought, 1.5 million rand. You know what? You haven't played international cricket for 3 years.
Ultra edge, please.
Like, happy to spend a bit less on you.
There's some really good stories from
Ultra edge
around
coming
cricket.
up
Like
now.
sometimes you'll go into an auction and the agents won't know the exact rules because the rules will get changed. And I think it was Dan Christian went for the Euro League, and he just put in what he thought his base,
I'll let you know
2 weeks or 3 weeks. I'll go in for 50,000 or whatever it was, not knowing that it wasn't an auction, and that was the entire amount that he was going to get paid. So he just thought he'd get bid up to another one. So there's heaps of stories like that of players getting confused.
Googly from Rashid, pushed out to Jacob Bethel at mid-wicket, no run. 2-5, 4 for 2, just 10 needed from 50 balls.
And Hope picking the googly. You can tell that he picked the googly, went deep in his crease and pushed it into the leg side, so he's picked it from the hand.
Here is Adil Rashid in his 10th and final over. It's not been his night. Very difficult conditions, as Bumble has been saying. A wet ball and a heavily saturated, dewy outfield has made it incredibly difficult to keep the ball dry or even get it dry. And once a cricket ball is wet, you need to put it in an airing cupboard for a week. It's very hard to get it manageable, particularly for wrist spinners. Drive now, no timing at all. Why would that come off? Shai Hope looked like he was driving through extra cover, and it was a lot of effort expended in the shot, but very little of it transferred to the ball, which trickled very gently out towards extra cover. 256 for 2, 8 needed from 48 balls.
2 hits, that's all's required now. Carty still at the crease, 119 from 109 deliveries. A memorable century from King, 102. England got themselves to 263 for 8, and it's been quite comfortable for the West Indies. Got off to a super start, winning the toss, that's important. And I think as it's turned out, win the toss, bowl first, have a chase, gets easier.
Yeah, they said that at the toss, didn't they? How much this is a chasing ground, and they certainly proved that. Probably the only moment that England did very well was, of course, when Romario Shepherd got injured and Shafane Rutherford had to come on a bowl. Was it 57 runs from 3.5 overs, Manners? Is that what poor Shafane Rutherford had to do, bowling at the death?
Yeah, 3.5 is his His last, he'd actually bowled 1.5 overs for 13, and so he went for 44 from 2 overs.
Against the tail as well. Like, you know, all respect to Jofra Archer, some good hitting, but him and Rashid were batting it for some of that.
Here is Reece Topley with a hopeless and thankless task, with defending 8 from 48 balls, 8 overs remaining and 8 runs required. You can work out what the run rate is. That one is driven to Jordan Cox, who dropped a straightforward catch. Yes, it was hit hard, but it's gone straight to him at cover. And I just think that for all the excitement and the level of anticipation about him finally making his debut for England, it's been a bit of a damp squib for Jordan Cox. Hopefully it gets better when he gets to New Zealand for the Test series. Short pulled 4 over mid-wicket. Casey Carty's been in glorious form, smashed his career best of 88, has now moved on to 123, and disdainfully dispatched.
It is. It's 122 Ks and it's slow. It's in the middle of the pitch, and he just picks his spot wide, mid-on, 4 to win.
I love the idea that this is the wicket that Jordan Cox had, the one that ripped up at his face earlier, and that one didn't. It barely got above the bails.
Here is Reece Topley again, and down the leg side. That's a really modest delivery from Reece Topley. And it's been an increasingly ragged bowling performance, I have to say. There have been drop catches, and there have been 8 wides. It feels like more than that, doesn't it? It feels like there've been more than 8 wides. That's what the scorecard says. I suppose there's been a lot of leg side deliveries that have been dispatched, which would have been wide, which makes it feel like they've been more profligate than they have with the extras. Another single out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary. Just 2 required now.
Well, England have had 2 bowlers who clearly need to be bowling. Reece Topley is one, Jamie Overton is the other, who need to bowl. They need some mileage in the legs. They've both looked unbelievably stiff.
Maybe that's over bowling in the nets. They have, but they have really looked rusty, haven't they? Like a toilet door on a prawn trawler. They've been very, very rusty. 2 runs from 45 balls pushed away out towards mid-wicket, and Adil Rashid does the tidying up. Scores level in the 43rd over. It's been an absolute romp.
Oh, Zari Joseph, we've got a final close-up of him. He's still got his grump on. He has not lost any of that attitude at all. Just doesn't want to be there, does he?
He's sitting by himself in the corner of the dugout.
Yeah, not particularly happy that one of the players was chatting to him.
Hayden Walsh Jr., wasn't it?
It was, actually, yeah. I think you're right.
And it was like, why are you talking to me? Shut up. Really, Alzari Joseph's had an absolute shocker. I think he probably knows it as well, to be honest. As Topley bowls a slower ball in at the thigh pad of Casey Carty, nudges it to a field and no run.
And he's bowled the delivery of the day. The delivery of the day to get rid of Cox. An absolute rip.
At the fastest.
And the quake and took the glove and then walked off. That's enough.
It's just another shot of him in the dugout. All the players next to him laughing and smiling, and him looking over as if to go, shut up.
He's absolutely filthy, isn't he? I mean, it's just awful to see. Short pulled away for the winning runs by Casey Carty, who's a main contender for man of the match, you might think. Casey Carty finishes with 128. Absolutely fabulous innings with his 15th 4 to go along with 2 sixes. The West Indies have won by 8 wickets with exactly 7 overs to spare, with Captain Shai Hope finishing unbeaten on 5 from 10 deliveries. But a magnificent stand for the West Indies for the second wicket, which took them from 42 for 1 to 251 for 2. A stand of 209 between Brandon King, who was dismissed by Reece Topley for 102, and Casey Carty finishing unbeaten on 128. It's been a comprehensive win, I have to say. Shai Hope said that his team needs to become more consistent, and he knows that they're capable of producing very comprehensive victories, but he wants to see 2, 3, 4 of them strung in a row, not just, in his words, 1 or 2 at a time. And they haven't won 2 in a row in this series, but they have won it 2-1, with finishing a total of 267 for 2. And congratulations to the West Indies, whose record against England in 3 consecutive years of bilateral series in the Caribbean now sees them unbeaten in white ball cricket. They've managed to beat England in 3 consecutive years since the COVID Test tour, for which this is the 3rd instalment of a repayment agreement. England keeping the lights on in the Caribbean, just as the West Indies did for England during the COVID years. It's been an interesting series, David Lloyd. We've got 5 T20s to look forward to now, but for the moment, I think the men from the Caribbean deserve to give themselves a solid pat on the back and have a celebration.
Yeah, they've been terrific today. The 2 Centurions, after the drama of the fielding episode and Alzari Joseph's antics, I just thought that Carty there looked really subdued coming off the field, having scored a century, 128 not out, and he still looks very, very subdued. And as to whether he's feeling something about the aftermath of Alzari Joseph, I don't know. But again, we're seeing pictures of him going up the stairs. He's on his own, Carty, and he's banged his bat on the steps a couple of times. I think there's more to come from this story. But as for now, West Indies deserved winners, winning the toss and bowling first. The plans have gone terrifically well, and they've knocked them off in style.
Look, obviously there's some issues within the camp, and the camera's been on Alzari Joseph almost all the way through at the end here. But fantastic innings by Carty, who really hasn't ever flirted with an innings of this quality and certainly of this strike rate before. Before today, he never struck at over 100 in an ODI game. Very good at getting starts, but this is the first time we've seen him do that. So well played to him, but England completely outclassed.
Well, John Norman, in the company of Steve Harmison and Philo Wallace, will bring you the following on podcast, in which they'll review not just this game, but a look back at the series and a look ahead as well to the T20 series. We'll take a wee break, and when you come back, you'll be with John Norman and the crew.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app and on your smart speaker.
International Cricket Live, the West Indies versus England in the 3rd ODI.
And he's nicked the next ball through to the keeper.
On talkSPORT 2.
You're listening to Following On here on talkSPORT 2. Myself, John Norman, alongside Philo Wallace, the former West Indies international and the former number 1 fast bowler in the world, Steve Harmison, looking back at a comprehensive win for the West Indies over England. The decider's gone the way of the home side, who won a good toss, bowled in the best conditions of the day and then batted in them. It was slapstick for the first 50 overs at times. The second 50 overs lacking in any drama whatsoever, as 263 for 8, England recovering from 24 for 4 of sorts, but it was never going to be enough under the lights in Bridgetown, and so it proved. 100 for Casey Carty, 100 for Brandon King, and a big win for the West Indies, who've done it over England again. They always seem to beat England in white ball cricket in this part of the world, certainly have in the last few years, and in red ball cricket. Thinking about Steve Harmison to the right for me, the last man to Englishman to take player of the series, I guess, in a winning effort for England. But that's not what we're going to be talking about for the next 15-20 minutes or so. It's this game and the series. Let's start with you, Philo Wallace. You must be pleased with how the West Indies went about their business today.
Yes, John, I'm pleased as punch for West Indies. Obviously, they had a rough time in Sri Lanka. They lost the T20 series. They lost the T20 series and the one-day series there, and to come back in the Caribbean and beat England 2-1 is fantastic. Obviously, the last game, the second ODI in Antigua would have hurt the West Indies, and they went to Barbados knowing what they had to do. Captain Hope won the toss and said that he will insert England. England were struggling, but they got up to a competitive total. But Captain Hope said it's a chasing ground, and he's true to his word. Obviously, the Brandon King and Casey Carty, congratulations to Casey Carty, made an ODI 100, not out as well. The icing on the cake for him, and Brandon King continues obviously to show form, and we hope that will be a long-lasting show of some good form. But when you look at the way they batted, I thought West Indies played the conditions well. The pitch to me played better in the second half, and obviously the two batters, King and Carty, really batted well. A big second wicket partnership and pushed the game away from England. England looked out of sorts, very flat, not a lot of aggression in their bowling, but you have to commend the way in which the West Indian batters went about chasing the victory target, and they did it convincingly and also very professionally. A lot of smiles. They'll go back to the hotel and they'll have a drink and celebrate a very good win. And congratulations to West Indies for beating England again in the Caribbean in a white ball series.
Were you a little surprised by how comfortable it was in the end?
Yes, I was. I thought that the English bowlers would have done more on the surface. But again, not a lot of swing was on offer. I was very disappointed with how Jofra Archer bowled. I thought that he would have been the one to really run in and hit the straps early. He comes back in his second spell a little more aggressive than in his first, and that is a concern to me. And obviously he didn't have really the support from Reece Topley, who looked really short of work and stiff, not playing a lot of cricket. Adel Rashid not being at his best. Obviously Jamie Overton coming back into bowling, so a lot of work was on Jofra Archer's shoulders. He had a good knock with the bat, but obviously with the ball he was not successful, not potent enough to pick up those early wickets that England would have wanted if they were in with a chance to win this game.
Harmy, we know that England face a real problem when Adil Rashid finally walks away from this side, and what we saw today was kind of an England without Adil Rashid, because the ball had a lot of moisture on it. There was very little spin out there, and essentially he was rendered almost impotent by the conditions, possibly carrying a little something, I don't know, but that in itself shows England where they are in a lot of respects. A lot of untried players, maybe a little bit down on their luck, not a lot to bring back in, and when Adil Rashid is ineffective in such conditions, they don't really seem to have that many wicket-taking options.
No, we looked toothless, and you look at Adil's return, 0 for 51 off 10. Doesn't sound too badly, but I think even Adil will be, I think, very critical of his consistency of his performance today. And you're right. I think England were definitely caught short. I think they weren't at the races today. I think they were hands down beaten by the better team. You look at this series, and I look at the series and go through it, and yes, it's a very young and it's a very inexperienced side, but it was a bit of a mixed bag, wasn't it? The 3 games, and today was that again, and it was a mixed bag from people who failed and then got a little score. It's a mixed bag when it comes to the team. I mean, Sam Curran batting at 6 and Maudsley at 7. Overton played, didn't bowl, then played and bowled. You look at today's team and you go, Jofra Archer, frontline seamer. Reece Topley hadn't bowled for a long, long time, and it showed. Our third seamer is only allowed to bowl 4 overs. We've got no real trust in Sam Curran. He's bowling at the minute, even though in this series, he's batted. I think he's batted quite well on difficult circumstances and times he's gone in. 37, 52 and a 40. Batting at number 6, so I think all in all, I think it's a bit of a mixed bag. But you just to take today in isolation, this could have been a hell of a lot worse. England should have and could have been bowled out for less than 200. I mean, numbers 8 and 9 have scored 70 runs between them off 38 balls, and that, I think that just helps mask over the issues of what England have had. We look in red ball cricket, we've got little bits of issues in areas where we've got a problem. Look in white ball cricket, and I think we might have even more problems, and that's with a global tournament. What is it now? 3 games, 3 ODIs away before we play. We play 3 ODIs against India, and then we're straight in the Champions Trophy. So, I mean, there's a huge amount of question marks, and ready for Brendan McCullum in his intro when he walks into the job in January. But yeah, no I don't think you can have any excuses. I think the West Indies were the better team for the 3 games, and they deservedly to win the series. And I think there's some people in the England group where might be looking at themselves and going, am I good enough to play at this level? Because they're young and inexperienced and going, and there might be a couple over the course of these last 3 games where the England selectors might go, well, we've got India in 3 matches, then we've got a world global event. Have they run their race and play in international cricket? Because if you remember the last 50 over World Cup we had, in the tournament we had, we went into there with some old players, and we absolutely we sort of we nosedived, and we were really, really poor in that tournament. So I think the selection party of Luke Wright, Rob Key, and when Brendan McCullum comes into this along with Joss Butler, I think trying to work out what England's best formula is going in. I mean, there's some real head-scratching moments in there at this minute in time, and especially when you go at Adil's age. I mean, he can't go on forever.
Philo, you've seen all 3 matches, been on duty for talkSPORT too. I mean, having heard what Harmy had to say from the outside looking in, would you concur, or would you say that's maybe a little bit more optimistic?
I concur in certain areas. Obviously, if you look at England, when they started in Antigua, they lost the first game, but they bounced back in the second game. There were some wonderful performances in the second game. Captain Liam Livingstone obviously batted wonderfully well, and Sam Curran. But my problem with England is that the consistency at the top. We saw Phil Salt scoring some runs, getting 2 good innings, but there's no partnerships at the top. That partnership, that opening pair, would have been very crucial and important to England posting bigger totals, and that did not happen. Then obviously the number 3 batter as well did not really fire Jordan Cox. With all the talk that he's this wonderful player, he did not fire, and obviously that is also a question about whether he can come in and just hit his straps, or does he need more time to really play other cricket before he comes into the international setup, because he's been caught out in the West Indies with a short ball. He does not play the short ball well, and there's a lot of question marks on him, I believe. And then when you look down the order, Jacob Beffel as well, then obviously he got some scores. You're seeing brilliance but not consistency, and that is what has hurt England in getting big totals. The consistency from the batters to post big totals, and then the bowling to me lacks that. I like to see aggression in fast bowlers, and I didn't see it in the English bowling attack. Young Turner looks good, but he only played 2 games. You thought that Barbados would have been a better pitch for him to play on, but they rest him. You give Topley, who looks rusty. So there's some inconsistency in how you go about your selection. If you want Turner to play, you should have played him in the first and maybe rest him for the second and bring him for the third one, because you're looking for peers. I believe that bowlers hunt in peers, and you don't know who is going to pair with Joffa Arch at the top, because he's been given the 3 games. So obviously he's saying himself, I'm the man who's going to open this bowling, and he needs to find a partner. Rashid, you have other spinners, but Rashid played 3, and you can see Rashid is tiring. He's not as effective. Maybe it's the conditions, the wet ball, but he's not as effective as he used to be. And that is coming down to crunch time for the English selectors and Rashid. When you look on the West Indies side, they went to Sri Lanka, they struggle against spin, but they come home and they bat the spin well against England. All these different services, it's still spin bowling that England offer to them. The best spin bowlers that England could offer. West Indies conquer. Rashid struggle. There's no real off-spinning your attack as well. Liam Livingstone bowls leg breaks and off breaks, but you won't call him a frontline spinner. So you're still hunting for that other spinner in the side. Beffel, obviously, his left arm spin was not as effective as expected, and you have to give credit to West Indies the way how they're batted, and that is a key. That was obviously the problem in Sri Lanka. The batters did not bat well, and when you look at how they batted and applied themselves on these services and chased the targets down, you have to say that West Indies outplayed England in this ODI series.
Okay, that's Philo Wallace. We're going to get his comments on a truly extraordinary moment in this match, which may still actually be causing some shockwaves throughout the camp. It's not the happiest West Indies side out there on the field at the moment. There might be a reason for that, there might be not. We'll chat to Philo Wallace about that very shortly, though. Let's hear from a couple of the players. We're going to hear from England's stand-in skipper Liam Livingstone in a second. But first up, one of 2 centurions for West Indies today, Brandon King.
I know this one must feel special for you. First of all, tell us, what did you find different about this innings, maybe in comparison to your other ODI knocks within the last month?
I mean, I've been getting a fair amount of starts. I just haven't been carrying on. So, it was just fortunate that they came in such a crucial game, within the series. I'm just happy with that.
Given that there's been a run of low scores, you as a person, how do you battle adversity?
Yeah, I mean, once you put in the work off the field, you have to believe that it's just a matter of time. Keep your same processes and the same intensity and, believe in your ability, and that's it.
Touch on that partnership with Casey Carty. What were the discussions like? What was it like watching what he was doing from the other end? How much did it help you?
Yeah, fantastic innings by Casey. I think he really supported when he came out well, and he started very fluently. He was even batting, I would think, better than me at most times. So I think he was really crucial to the game. He played a wonderful innings and helped both of us to get through to the score.
We have to talk about your catch to dismiss Phil Salt. Tell us about your judgment and what was sort of going through your mind while the ball was in the air.
I was just trying to get around to it. I know I had a little bit of room behind me on the boundary, so I know I had about a few steps back, but my momentum was taking me over. So fortunately, Alzari was there, predicting that I would need some help, and I could throw it to him.
Best knock of your career?
Most important, yeah.
Lovely. Really well done, and congrats.
Thank you.
That's the player of the match, Brandon King, not Casey Carty, who scored 26 runs more than King and was not out at the end. Maybe that catch played a part in it. Philo, before we let you go, and a big thanks for your coverage over the last 3 matches, there was a moment in this match which I imagine will be discussed and possibly there'll be some disciplinary matters. Alzari Joseph, very early on in the piece, essentially walked from the field.
I think it's disrespectful.
In a huff.
I think it's disrespectful on Alzari Joseph. He's a vice captain. The captain has asked him to bowl to a field. If you don't like it as a bowler, completely over, and then maybe ask to go off the field and speak to the bowling coach or the coach and say, look, I'm not happy with this. Or even go to the captain directly. I thought walking off the field, you left the field with team short by 1 person. And then he offset the entire rhythm within the squad. When he came back out, everybody was very edgy. And then a few balls went through missed fields and stuff like that, because here's the vice captain upset by the captain. And that should not be happening in West Indies cricket. It's not what we want to see from a vice captain, from a senior bowler. And I hope that the management of this squad will sit down and talk to Alzari Joseph very seriously about his responsibilities, first of all, as vice captain to West Indies cricket and to the West Indian public. It is not what we want to see on our field. And I think that he has disrespected the captain, and he's disrespected cricket and the good name of West Indies cricket. And he needs to learn from it, and I believe he should be reprimanded some way or somehow. If I was the manager, I would give him a stick hit and tell him, you go to Antigua and cool it. And when you're really ready to come back, let me know. But you can't disrespect the captain. Even if you don't like what he's doing, you have to respect the position that he holds.
Philo, big thanks to you for today and for the last 3 matches. Let's hear from the England standing skipper, Liam Livingstone.
Liam, hard luck today, but from being 24 for 4 to 263, how did you reflect on that score?
Yeah, I thought we battled back really well, to be honest. The boys in the middle put on a decent partnership and we ended really well. So we took a lot of momentum into our fielding innings. Ultimately we didn't get enough runs, but I thought the boys battled really hard. It was pretty wet out here towards the end, so disappointing end to the series, but we've had a lot of good parts to the series.
You being your first time leading, as well as a young group, what do you think you guys will take from a series like this?
Yeah, a hell of a lot, especially the young boys, some of the boys' first trip. So a lot of lessons, a lot of learnings and experience of playing international cricket, which will be golden for a few of them. So a lot of things to learn on, but a lot of positives as well.
It is England's 3rd straight one international series defeat. Liam, when you reflect on England cricket, where do you think you guys in the 50-over format are at the moment?
Yeah, I think, look, we're missing a lot of players here this series. We've got a lot of people to come back into our team. Like I said, we've got a lot of learnings from this series, and hopefully the younger boys that haven't played that much international cricket will learn a hell of a lot from what they've experienced.
And just before you go, your personal experience leading, how much have you enjoyed?
Yeah, I've loved it. It's a massive honour to lead your country. A little bit disappointed with the way that the series has ended, but in terms of captaincy, I've absolutely loved it.
Well said. We'll see you in the T20 series.
Thanks, mate.
Liam Livingstone there, he'll go back to the ranks. Joss Butler will be coming back into the side for the T20 series. We're bringing that to you on talkSPORT 2 and also the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. We're going to hear from the West Indies skipper Shai Hope very shortly. Harmy, just picking up on what Liam had to say. I mean, that innings will live long in the memory. The second match in Antigua. He seemed to grow with the role. I think today was a difficult day. But essentially, I suppose he is one of the positives to come from this series so far.
Oh, absolutely. I thought the innings was was one that will be talked of for years to come in one-day cricket, and rightly so. He was excellent. I think his captaincy, he's chopped and changed. He used 9 bowlers in one game. He used 7 today. I mean, I can't lay the blame anywhere near at the door of Liam Livingstone. For this game, his bowlers let him down. His bowlers didn't perform. When he talks about learning, and that word learning came up a lot. And when you look at the side, it is a developing and a learning side. Going forward, I would imagine there'll be a lot of the Test boys who are 50-50 to play in 50-over cricket. I think they've enhanced their reputations by not being involved in this group. But Liam Livingstone, for me, has been a positive. I don't think Jofra Archer bowled as well as he can do today, but that's a huge positive. He's played 3 games in a row. First time he's played 3 ODIs in a row since 2020, I think, the COVID series against Australia. So that tells you, where Jofra's been. So as much as it's 0 for 54, and he I think there was a few technical issues with him just sort of falling away and coming down the inside of the ball. He's played 3 games back to back. That's a massive tick in the box. I mean, he could have gone 0 for 100 for me in all 3 games. It's great to see Jofra back. So, there were the positives. I think Sam Curran's batting as a number 6. He's had starts, got going. That's a slight positive. I think Bethel being very, very electric in the field, a good 55 in the second game. Got a great partnership with Liam Livingstone in that. And with the ball, probably John Turner, been quite impressed by the way he's bowled, and he's sort of fell into international cricket after being in the squad for so many times. But apart from that, I mean, Phil Salt showed a different side of Phil Salt today, which was a good tick in the box. But we haven't getting off to good starts. Ours numbers, that middle order's capitulated a couple of times, and I think we've been caught short in 2 games, and the West Indies have outplayed us in 2 out of the 3 games, and rightly so, deserves to go through and win the series. And as for the Alzari Joseph one, the petulance of Alzari Joseph.
I'll stop you there. Let's just hear from the West Indies skipper Shai Hope, because he's been asked about that by Nikhil Chandani.
Shay, it's been a long period for you guys in ODI cricket, from Sri Lanka to the Caribbean. What has impressed you the most about this series win?
I have to say the dominance. I thought that we asked for consistency and discipline, and that's exactly what the guys did. The main thing, if you want to be an elite team, you got to make sure you're doing things consistently. And I'm just happy to see the guys putting their weight. Everyone is ticking their boxes off the field, and then it's obviously transferring into the on-the-field stuff.
Obviously, you've been the main contributor last couple of years in one international cricket. What does it say that you've got other guys to score runs and hundreds as well?
Yeah, it's a big plus for us. The work is really showing. Like I said, the guys are putting a lot of work off the field, so it's important that we understand that the work off the field, translates into on-the-field stuff. So I think it's a great confidence booster, especially for the batting unit, and I think that going forward, we're going to have a lot more runs to come.
Right, on today, have you and Azari made up?
No comment.
Right, now tell me about dealing with that situation as the leader of your attack. How do you guys use that to sort of be stronger going forward?
We just got to control what we can control. I think that in a situation like that, you just got to understand that things happen. But yeah, it's just great to see that the guys who I've called upon raised their hand and did the job.
Well said, Shay. Tell me about your group as leader. These 2 series, what have you learned most about this West Indies team?
It shows that we always, fight when we are challenged. I think that the importance of doing things at the right times, especially off the field, like I tell you, it really translates into on the field. It's just great to see the guys are growing in confidence, especially from a batting group. We just need to take the learnings from the bowling side of things especially, and then try to grow as a team.
Casey Carty is smiling now. He looked a bit subdued as he walked off the field. David Lloyd felt that maybe it has something to do with that Alzari Joseph situation from earlier in the day. That's conjecture a little bit, we don't know, but it was a strange moment. The West Indies skipper's not saying anything. What was your take?
I'm just not sure what the falling out could be, other than he's wanted to bowl from one end and Shai Hope's given the choice of ends to Matt Ford. Matt Ford's just getting player of the series, so in Shai Hope's eyes he might be thinking, I'm giving the that end to Ford because he's been our best bowler so far. I think the vice captain might be thinking, well, hold on, I'm seniority, I get the wind, I get the end I want to bowl at. And unfortunately, when you put all that into a melting pot, and Alzari looks as though he could be quite a volatile character, there is a mood with Alzari Joseph, a hell of a lot. It just seems as though that everybody seems to be on eggshells around him at the best of times, and he's blown a gasket. It seemed as though he's refused to bowl at one end, and then he's taken a wicket, and then he's walked off. And I think the minute he walked off, I think possibly a part of Shai Hope might have gone, just stay off there, mate, I'm not interested. I wonder if you had a six bowler, you might have just left him off there. But like Philo said, I think there does have to be repercussions. I think strong management. There'll be worrying signs in the West Indies region because of how many players turn their back on West Indies cricket and go and play franchise cricket. And this is one guy in Alzari Joseph, turns up for test matches, turns up for 50 overs, turns up for T20s, goes and plays IPL, comes and plays the big... He comes and plays, he's always playing. And the worry possibly could be, if he does turn his back on the West Indies because of this spat, are we losing a top quality player? I think a good, strong management group has to basically put their foot down with him. And if it is send him back to Antigua to think about what's just happened, and hopefully he gets his head around that he was out of order and he should have bowled and just got on with the game and vented his frustration at half-time and kicked a few walls and had a go at the captain in a darkened room away from the camera, then I think that would have been best for all parties. But unfortunately, he's done what he's done, and I think he showed himself up on what was been a very, very good day for the West Indies Cricket Board.
It's been a good day for the West Indies, and it's always a good day, even when England lose, to be commentating and bringing cricket to the listeners of talkSPORT 2 and also on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Thanks for following us here. The following on podcast will be available on podcast and on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel at some point on Thursday, and we'll be back for the first of 5 T20s on Saturday. Same ground, slightly different teams, both on the field and in the commentary box. But please join us then. But for now, thanks for following us here on Following On and throughout this third ODI between the West Indies and England.
Drive at a thin edge, and Matthew Ford has made the breakthrough, and Jacks has gone.
Sweet shot through the offside before, tried it again, nibble gone.
Roston chase with a screamer. Jacob Bethel's gone.
England are in the deepest, darkest mess right now.
Swatted like a bothersome fly. Phil Salt has greeted Romario Shepherd with 6 of the best.
Short ball, pulled powerfully through mid-wicket. That's Sam Curran power. Flighted, and this one is hit in the air. This is a chance for catch. Roston Chase gets